Chapter 13. The first wave of attackers through the remains of Feruz's office door were careless or untrained, or both. They charged through the ragged gap, firing blindly, most of the shots going wide, but a few of them coming straight at Mara as she stood in front of the governor's desk. Unfortunately for the attackers, those straight shots were the ones most easily deflected directed back at them. 3 of them died, and 2 or 3 more were wounded, before the rest got the message. Unfortunately for Mara, calmer heads had taken over since that first mad rush. The remaining attackers were crouched at the edges of the opening, or behind the bodies of the fallen, shooting in coordinated volleys that were becoming increasingly difficult for her to deflect. Worse, sooner or later it would probably dawn on them that if they stopped firing, charged in, and fanned out to both sides, they could present her with a crossfire that even she couldn't survive. The only thing preventing them from doing that right now, in fact, was that Feruz was crouching by the side of the desk with his blaster, firing carefully measured shots through the doorway. Charging in now would merely give the governor better targets, and even though he couldn't stop a concentrated rush, it didn't seem like any of the attackers was all that eager to sacrifice himself for whatever cause it was they were fighting for. Still, the standoff couldn't last much longer. A fully charged DDC-16 only carried about 20 shots, and although Mara's attention had been too focused on her own defense to keep count, she knew he had to be running low. Unless he had a spare power pack in his desk, she was soon going to be on her own. Completely on her own, in fact. The battle had dragged on for at least 5 minutes now, more than long enough for Feruz's security forces to have been alerted and come running to the rescue. The fact that no one had done so implied that they'd been killed, locked out, or otherwise coerced into inaction. Which meant Mara was going to have to either get Feruz out of here fast, or else drastically switch tactics. There would be an emergency exit somewhere in the office, she knew. Nearly all governors and moffs had one for precisely this sort of situation, but with Feruz pinned down by his desk, there was no way he was going to make it over to wherever his bolt hole was and get it open. She was just going to have to do this the hard way. Moving toward the attackers would be dangerous, since closing the gap would shorten the time she had to react to their shots, but it was the only way to push them back. Once they were out of the doorway, she might buy herself some breathing space and Feruz some mobility. She took a step forward. And then, even as the enemy gunfire increased, a new sound flicked into her straining consciousness. The deeper, heavier sound of a stormtrooper's Blastech E-11. The barrage coming at her faltered, then stopped completely, and for a handful of seconds the two different sounds competed with each other. Then both sets of weapons trailed off and stopped. As Mara lifted her lightsaber back into defense position, 2 stormtroopers appeared, easing their way over the bodies and through the blasted doorway. "Are you all right?" one of them called. Taking a deep breath, Mara closed down her lightsaber. Even through the vocoder's mechanical filtering, she had no trouble recognizing that voice. "Good timing, Larone," she said. "Yes, we're fine." "No, we're not," Axelon called tautly from behind the desk. "I need help back here." They found Feruz lying stretched out on the floor, his head cradled in Axelon's lap. A blackened line sliced across the mass of swelling skin on the left side of his scalp. "I think he must have caught a ricochet," Axelon said, grimly as Mara knelt down beside him. "I tried to tell you, but I don't think you heard." "No, I didn't," Mara said, checking his vital signs and leaning closer to the wound. It looked mostly superficial, possibly scorching the cranial bone, but not penetrating through to the brain. For the second time today, it seemed, Governor Feruz had cheated death. "Medpack?" Larone already had his out and open. "Doesn't look too bad," he said. "No, but his heartbeat's a little thready," Mara said, pulling out the spray hypo and loading an anti-shock booster vial into it. She injected the dose, then put the hypo back and selected a pair of burn patches. "Any idea on our attackers?" "No," Marcross said, "but I'm guessing they're with the rioters out front." Mara frowned up at him. "We have a riot going on?" "Possibly big, very loud, and getting nastier by the minute," Marcross told her. "The whole palace security contingent has been ordered to the wall to stop the people who are trying to climb over." "Which could also be accomplished by opening fire and slaughtering a few of them," Larone added. "Fortunately, the general in charge seems to be trying to avoid that." "That would be General Ularno," Mara said as she laid the patches across Feruz's burns. "Very stolid, very by the book, not very imaginative." "I can believe that," Marcross said. "He keeps calling for Governor Feruz to check in, probably hoping for some fresh ideas." "You're not actually going to take him out there, are you?" Axelon asked anxiously. You mean out where someone else can take a shot at him? Mara countered, closing the medpack and handing it back to Lerone. Don't worry, we're going to find someplace to go to ground until we get this mess straightened out. You mean the riot? Marcross asked. I mean the fact that someone set me up, Mara said bluntly. They set up Feroz to commit treason, then they set me up to kill him. She gestured toward the bodies lying in the doorway. And they wanted to catch me in the act. There may be another possibility, Lerone said. There's a person... Can this wait? Mara interrupted. Yes, of course, Lerone said, sounding a little embarrassed. Sorry. I assume we're not going out the front, Marcross said, nodding toward the office door. That depends, Mara said. How many dead guards did you see outside the office suite on your way in? And did you see any of our attackers cross the courtyard while you were waiting out there for me? The two stormtroopers exchanged looks. There were 2 dead guards and a woman I assumed was a receptionist, Lerone said. We didn't see anyone in the courtyard who wasn't security or a stormtrooper, Marcross added. What does any of that have to do with anything? Axelon asked. A lack of dead guards would have meant that a sizable fraction of Feruz's security force was in on it. Mara told him. The guards would have simply stepped aside instead of letting themselves get killed defending him. And since the attackers didn't come in through the front gate in the last half hour, they either had a private way in or they came in earlier and were hiding somewhere inside, Lerone said. The security corps in general may still be loyal, but someone in the palace is helping them. So we go Feruz's bolt hole, Mara said, looking around the room. Let's spread out and find it. Try back that way, Axelon said, pointing toward one of the rear corners. I think he was getting ready to move in that direction when he was hit. Mara studied the corner. The walls back there included a lot of hand-carved scrollwork that would be more than adequate to conceal release buttons. Lerone, watch the door, she said, heading across the room. Marcross, pick up the governor and come with me. That's all right, Axelon said. I can carry him. I apparently didn't make myself clear, Mara said, pausing and looking back at him. We're leaving. You're staying here. Governor Feroz is my friend, Axelon said firmly. More than that, he's my ally. I won't desert him in his time of need. So you're a rebel. Axelon flinched but nodded. Yes, I am, he said, with no regret or embarrassment in his voice. But like it or not, sometimes enemies have to work together against a bigger enemy. He gestured at Feroz. Whoever's trying to kill the governor is that bigger enemy. Just one small problem, Mara said. I don't trust you. I don't trust you either, Axelon countered, so let's get practical. There may be more trouble out there. Trouble you're going to need to shoot your way through. You really want to find out the hard way whether stormtroopers can lug an unconscious man and shoot at the same time? Mara grimaced. They didn't have time for this. Besides which, the man had a point. You should have been in politics, she said, resuming her trip across the room. Don't drop him. Marcross, you're with him. Most governors, Mara knew, had their private exits locked mechanically, with no circuitry that could be located by someone with an energy scanner. Mechanical locks worked only in certain specified ways, and under normal conditions, she could have found the release within a couple of minutes. But today, she didn't have the luxury of time or finesse. Igniting her lightsaber, she slashed through the wall at waist height until a puff of cool, stale air told her she'd hit the hidden door in the tunnel behind it. Quickly, she carved out the rest of the opening and then thrust the lightsaber inside. By the faint glow of the blade, she could see that there was a short passageway leading away from the office wall and ending in a narrow staircase. Axelon, can you handle stairs? No problem, Axelon said. He had Feroz up over his shoulder now, holding him in a standard rescue carry. You want me to take lead? I'll take lead, Mara said, stepping into the doorway. Marcross next, then you. Lerone, you're on rear guard. Give Grave and the others a call and tell them to get back to the truck, unsuit and dump their gear inside and wait for my call. She turned back to the corridor and took a deep breath. Sometimes, she knew, governors set traps in their emergency exits to discourage pursuit. Let's go. Keldorf 7 interceptor missiles were big and bulky, and even with a couple of ASP-7 lifter droids to assist, Han quickly found out why Ranquiv was willing to pay 200 for each one of the things that his workers could successfully jostle into place. Leia wasn't any help, of course. She tried to be, and Han was pretty sure she thought she was being helpful, but mostly she just got in the way, or handed him the wrong tool, or offered advice that he didn't want. But he couldn't tell her that. She would just get into a snit, and a public argument would draw attention that they couldn't afford. So he suffered and sweated and swore and let her help and occasionally accepted her orders, even when he already knew what he was doing. He had attached the nesting rack to the ship and had the first 4 bolts of the missile casing in place when he spotted one of the humans, a man with spiky brown hair, having an animated conversation with one of the yellow-eyed aliens off to the side of the cavern near the tunnel where the speeder bus was parked. As he watched, 2 more of the aliens drifted into the group, and a casual look around showed another 3 in other parts of the cavern also moving in that direction. Something was going on. Han should probably find out what. He turned away from the discussion. Hydrospanner, he told Leia, gesturing toward the toolkit they'd been given. Biggest one you've got. She peered into the box and pulled out a 5 centimeter version. This big enough? She asked, holding it up. Perfect, Han said, taking it and putting one of the bolts wrong end first into the tool's hydraulic receiving collar. Glancing around surreptitiously to make sure no one was watching, he triggered the tool, squeezing the collar down onto the bolt. There was a soft grinding of metal on metal, and when he unlocked the collar, he found that the bolt's threads had been mashed just a little on one side. What are you doing? Leia asked as he pulled the bolt out and put in a second one. Making an excuse to go eavesdropping, Han told her, squeezing the hydrospanner down on that one too. What do you think? 2 enough, or should I make it 3? She didn't answer, but just stared at him as if he'd lost his mind. Yeah, let's make it 3, Han decided, and mashed the threads on a 3rd bolt. You can put this away, he told her, handing her the hydrospanner. Collecting his 3 damaged bolts, he turned again and headed across the cavern toward the conversation. The other aliens had joined the party now, but Spike seemed to be doing most of the talking. Have any more men inside? He was snarling as Han got into hearing range. The frilty little bittern took them down, every last fritling one of them. Then send in more, Rankwev said, his voice dark. You said you would bring enough. Numbers aren't the problem, Spikes retorted. The problem is no one else can get into the palace until our man inside comes out of wherever he's hiding. Did she kill him as well? One of the other aliens asked. I don't know, Spikes ground out. Stelkag was on the outside, organizing the riot. He doesn't know what happened in there any more than I do. You must find him, one of the aliens insisted. You think? Spike said sarcastically. Don't worry, we still got. He broke off as he spotted Han. What do you want? He demanded. How about workable equipment? Han growled, holding up the bolts. You see these? Threads are crushed. 3 of them with threads crushed. How do you expect me to do my job if you don't give me decent stuff? There are more bolts there, Rankwev said, pointing to a set of tool and supply cabinets along the side wall. Get what you need. Do not bother us further. Yeah, I can see how busy your schedule is, Han said sourly. Turning, he headed for the cabinets. And as he walked, he kept an eye on Leia, standing beside his half-finished install. It was hard to tell at this distance, but it looked like her eyes were on the group of aliens, which probably meant Spikes and the aliens were watching him. He made it to the cabinet without anyone shooting him in the back, found replacement bolts, and headed back to the ship. What was all that about? Leia asked as he picked up one of the hydrospanners and got back to work. They looked like they were talking about something interesting, Han said. I wanted to find out what it was. Did they tell you? Leia asked dryly. Not exactly, Han said, grunting as he snugged one of the bolts in place. But I got enough to know there's trouble on Pol Major. Trouble involving the palace. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Leia stiffen. Han, she said quietly, her eyes on something past his shoulder. We need to get hold of Luke, he continued. Who's Luke? Spike's voice asked from behind him. With an effort, Han managed not to jump. He'd expected a follow-up, but not quite this quick. Buddy who flies with us sometimes, he said casually, setting the next bolt in place and giving the hydrospanner a couple of cranks. I was telling her that if you got more of these things to do, we should bring him in on it, he added, turning around as Spikes walked up to him, a data card in his hand. We already have plenty of help, the other growled, eyeing Han suspiciously. If it hadn't been a rush job, we could have done all the work ourselves. Yeah, I can see you knocking yourselves out over there, Han said. I just thought if you needed more help. We don't, Spike said shortly, peering up at Han's work. Adequate, he said. Nothing special, but it should hold. You're still missing those last 3 bolts. Yeah, I'm working on it, Han said, setting one of the bolts into the hydrospanner. Anything else? Not from you. Spikes pointed at Leia and jerked his head toward the ramp running from the ground up to the side of the ship, but I need her inside. Han glanced at Leia. What for? He asked wearily as he put down the hydrospanner. freshly aware of the blaster at Spike's hip. I want to get her started in the calibration, Spike said. No, you stay put. I just need her. Call me curious, Han said, stepping to Leia's side. How about I call you dead? Spikes retorted. Han stayed where he was. Spikes glared at him for another moment, then muttered a curse. Fine, he growled, gesturing at the ramp again. Go. Where? Han asked as he walked past the other and headed for the ramp. Cockpit, Spike said. Come on, move it. Han nodded. Rounding the ramp, he headed up, his back itching as Spike started up the ramp behind him. Still, Leia was now behind Spikes, and hopefully she'd be fast enough to do something if he went for his blaster. Fortunately for all of them, he didn't. The cockpit systems were in standby mode, half the instruments and displays dark, the rest glowing softly. The controls were also lit, with identification labels in blue and red script that was as alien as the ship itself. Okay, Han said as he dropped into the pilot seat. Now what? In answer, Spike stepped up to the board and slid his data card into a slot on the lower part. And with a multiple flicker, all the control labels simultaneously switched from alien characters to standard basic. Han looked at Spikes. Don't be so surprised, Spike said, a mocking smile on his face. There are a lot of different alien types who fly these ships. This is a smart way to make sure they know what button to push. He pointed to the upper part of the board. That's the calibration setup. She can start on that, and you can get your butt out of that seat and finish with the hardware. Without waiting for a reply, he turned and pushed past Leia as she stood in the cockpit doorway. A moment later, the ship vibrated with his footsteps as he headed back down the ramp. Han climbed out of the seat and gestured to Leia. You're on, sweetheart, he said. I'll go around the rest of those bolts in and be right back. Take your time, Leia said, grimacing a little as he brushed closely past her. I don't really need you here. I need me here, Han told her. I'll be right back. He got the rest of the bolts secured in 2 minutes and was back in the cockpit in 3. That was fast, Leia commented, not looking up from her work as he took his position behind her, leaning one hand on the back of her seat. I've barely started. Take your time and do it right, he told her. It's not like we need the money they're paying. Hey, Spike's distant voice called. Han leaned forward and peered out the crosshatch canopy. Spikes was standing at the foot of the ramp, pointing imperiously toward the ground beside him. What does he want? Leia asked. Me, probably, Han said. Waving back genially, he returned his attention to the board. Ignore him. Maybe he'll go away. No such luck. A moment later, the ship once again began to vibrate with the tramp of feet on the entrance ramp. They didn't sound like happy footsteps either. You need me? Han said softly in Leia's ear. She frowned up at him. Then Spikes was at the cockpit door, glaring at him. You deaf, Shrike? He bit out. She can handle this herself. You need to get started mounting another missile. I need him here, Leia said in that firm, no-argument voice that Han had heard her use on him so many times over the past few months. You'll have to wait until I'm done. Spike snorted. What does he do? Hold your hand? No, he does all the double mark, inlay, and parity checks, Leia told him. If you had any real professionals out there, you'd already know that's the accepted procedure. Spike snorted again. You think anyone here gives a womp rat about accepted procedure? I assume they give a womp rat about getting the job done right, Leia said calmly. Single eye track calibrations have a 12% error rate, which means that in 1 job out of 8, you'll have to go back to dirt and do the whole thing over. She waved a hand. But hey, you said you'd pay for calibrated missiles. You never said you needed the calibrations to be any good. Spikes took a deep breath. Fine, he growled. Do it your way. You've got 1 hour. He leveled a finger at her, and I'll be checking every line of your work later. Personally. Turning, he walked away, and again the ship vibrated as he stomped on the ramp. Thanks, Han said quietly. You're welcome. Leia looked up at him. If you were planning to hold my hand, forget it. What I'm planning is to memorize these controls, Han told her, nodding toward the board. I somehow don't think Spikes is going to let you keep that translator card once the missile's been calibrated. Why do you need to memorize the controls? Leia asked, looking puzzled. The only way out that's big enough for these things is that conveyance tunnel at the far end. Yeah, I saw it, Han said. I also saw that we've got enough firepower clustered here to level a city block. No one's getting in or out that way, not until Ranquip says so. He considered. Unless someone tries for a suicide run. Leia's eyes were suddenly very steady on his face. You're not serious. You never know, he said casually. He gestured to the board. You'd better get busy before he decides to come hold your hand. And get it right. Don't worry, she said stiffly, turning back to the board. I won't, he said, just to get in the last word. He would worry, of course. Whatever was going on here was well worth worrying about. But right now his main job was to figure out how to fly one of these things, just in case he wound up needing to. He really wasn't planning a suicide run, but you never knew. Watching over her shoulder, the faint scent of Leia's hair wafting up to him, he got to work. Feruz's secret exit, to Mara's relief, turned out not to be booby-trapped. Also to her relief, the switchback stairway only went down 3 floors before becoming an equally narrow, but more easily navigable, slight downward slope. Some Governor bolt holes dead-ended in a safe room, which would be heavily fortified and usually stocked for a long siege. But most such escape routes also continued on past the safe room to a hidden exit somewhere well beyond the palace grounds, where a vehicle of some sort waited to provide a fugitive with quick transport elsewhere. Such was indeed the case here. Mara led them past the entrance to the safe room, which, interestingly, was nearly as well camouflaged as the secret door back in the office had been, and continued on down the long, dark corridor. The permacrete around them had changed subtly, indicating to her that they'd left the palace grounds and entered some forgotten part of the city's infrastructure, when Axelon finally spoke up. "How far is this safe room, anyway?" he asked, his breathing labored. "We're not going to the safe room," Mara told him, pausing and placing her hand on the side of the tunnel. It was cool to the touch, cooler than it should have been, and she could feel a faint vibration. A relatively thin wall, she concluded, with open air on the other side. "Then where are we going?" "Here," Mara said, motioning the others to a halt. Taking a step away from them, she drew her lightsaber. "Into the sewer." "Whoa, whoa!" Axelon protested. "What kind of sewer are we talking about here? Sewage or storm drainage?" "We're about to find out," Mara said. Igniting her lightsaber, she delicately cut a small opening in the tunnel wall eye level. Closing on the weapon, she stepped forward and gave the gap a cautious sniff. There was a faint smell of mustiness, plus a combination of rotting vegetation and dirt, but no stench. "Storm drainage," she reported. Igniting the lightsaber again, she sliced a person-sized opening and stepped through. It was indeed a storm drainage conduit, rounded on the bottom, but tall enough for her to stand more or less upright. The vibration she'd felt had been from the air streaming down the conduit, along with the flow coming in from a grating set into the top of a short vertical cylinder a dozen meters away. Carried on the breeze were the muted sounds of the city around them. "Wait here," she murmured. "Keep quiet." She crossed to the grating and for a moment stood beneath it, gazing up and listening. From the lack of passer-by and the distance of the traffic sounds, she tentatively concluded the grating opened into an alley. There was a short ladder set into the vertical cylinder. Climbing it, she stretched out to the force and eased the grating up and away from the opening. She shifted her grip to the edges of the hole and pulled herself cautiously up to eye level. The grating did indeed open onto an alley, a narrow service passageway tucked in between 2 rows of buildings, very similar to the one where she'd taken out the 2 palace stormtroopers earlier that morning. The shop doors opening up into the alley had small signs identifying the various businesses. The signs, unfortunately, were too small for Mara to read from her distance and vantage point. But 5 doors down from the grating was the top of a hydraulic lift platform tucked closely into one of the buildings. That implied a tap caff or cantina, with the lift there to lower full kegs from supply trucks down to the cellar and bring the empties back to be discarded. For the moment, a tap caff storage cellar was probably their best bet. Taking a final look around the alley, she dropped back into the conduit and returned to the rest of the group. "There's a tap caff 5 doors down on the south side of the alley," she told them. "Lerone, you and Marcross will go around to the front, get rid of everyone and close the place down. When everyone's out—" "Close it down?" Axelon asked, his eyes widening. "How are they supposed to do that?" "Understood," Lerone said, ignoring the interruption. "What then?" "Lock up, go down to the cellar, and raise the supply lift," Mara told him. "We'll get the governor in that way." "We're going to hide in a tap caff cellar?" Axelon asked. "And if Master Axelon's very lucky," Mara added, looking Axelon in the eye, "he may still be alive by then." Axelon clamped his mouth shut. "Understood," Lerone said again. "If you'd rather keep Marcross here on guard, I can do the job alone." Mara shook her head. "I can handle things here, and people react faster to 2 stormtroopers than they do to 1. Have the others finished shooting down?" Yes, and they're waiting in the truck, Lerone said. Get the Tapcalf's name and get them over here, Mara instructed. Better have them stay on foot for the moment with minimal equipment. Have them do a quiet sweep of the neighborhood and then join us. Via the supply lift? Yes, Mara said, and have them bring the green bag at the back of the truck. It has my combat suit in it. She gestured to the grating. You gonna need any help getting up there? No, we can handle it, Lerone said. We'll see you soon. The two stormtroopers walked over to the open grating and, one by one, pulled themselves up and out into the alley. Now we wait? Axelon asked. Now we wait, Mara confirmed, but we wait over there, where we can watch. They went over to the grating, and Mara helped the rebel ease Feroz off his shoulder and into the conduit floor. The governor's heartbeat seemed steadier now, but his breathing was still slow. Mara eased her fingers across the edges of the burn patches, wishing she'd had more medical training. Without warning, there was a catch in Feruz's breathing, and he opened his eyes. "Wha?" he croaked. Axel was on his knees beside Feruz in an instant. "Governor," he said, sounding relieved, "are you all right?" "I don't know," Feruz said, his eyelids fluttering a little as he looked at Axelon and then at Mara. "What happened?" "Your friend, Nusa Isva, apparently didn't trust me to kill you all by myself," Mara told him grimly. "He had some hired guns standing by to help." "Yes," Feruz murmured, his forehead creasing with concentration. "I remember now. They attacked us. In my office, right?" "Right," Mara said, "and you blocked one of their shots with your head. Generally not a good idea." Abruptly, Feruz's eyes widened. "Where are we?" he said, his gaze shifting past Mara to the open grating above them. "I have to get back. He said I wasn't supposed to leave the palace." "Who said?" Axon said. "Nusa Isva," Feruz said, fumbling his hands against the cold permacrate and struggling weakly to get up. "He said he'd kill them if I left. I have to go back." "Easy," Mara soothed, gently but firmly holding him down. "No one's killing anyone. Not today." "But he said he would," Feruz pleaded. "Who's getting killed?" Axelon asked. "What's going on?" "A self-styled alien warlord named Nusa Isva has kidnapped the governor's family and given him a list of demands." Mara raised her eyebrows. "One of which was to make this deal with you and the Rebel Alliance." Axelon drew back. "What?" he asked carefully. "You heard right," Mara said, stretching out with the force. Axelon's face was under rigid control, but she had no trouble sensing the turmoil of anger and frustration swirling behind it. "You haven't found a corrupt governor you could manipulate, Master Axelon. You found a loyal governor under extreme coercion." Axelon took a deep breath. "I see," he said. "What now?" "Don't worry, I'm not going to turn you over to Lord Vader," Mara assured him. "Even if I knew where to find him, more important, I can still use you. So here's the offer. Until we get Governor Feruz's family back, we have a truce. Once that happens, I'll give you and your fellow rebels 2 hours to get out of the Poland system. Deal?" Axelon huffed out a breath. "I doubt I'll get a better offer anywhere else today. Yes, deal." Mara looked down at Feruz. "You okay with that, Governor?" "I am," Feruz said grimly, "provided they weren't involved with the kidnapping. If they were, I want them all dead." "By the time I have your family back, I'll know who was involved," Mara promised. "Tell me about the other ways into the palace compound besides the main gate." Feruz frowned. "There aren't any." "Sure there are," Mara said. "Your secret exit, for one. We used it to get out, which means someone else could have used it to get in." "No one came in that way." "Then they came in some other way," Mara said, "or else someone in high authority passed them through the gate and then tucked them away somewhere for at least several hours and possibly a day or two." Feruz exhaled softly. "It's a big palace," he said. "I don't even know how you'd ever find out that there'd been someone hiding there." "There are ways," Mara said. "It usually comes down to an analysis of the palace food, power, computer, and water usage. But hiding people's always risky. I'm inclined to think our attackers have slipped in earlier today around the same time I came in." "But there aren't any other entrances," Feruz protested. "Maybe something you wouldn't normally think of as an entrance," Mara suggested. "A garbage shaft or sewage outflow whose safeguards and defenses can be removed. Or some passage or doorway that was retrofitted after the palace was built, like that interrogation room and access corridor." "Like maybe the way they'd get rid of the bodies after their interrogations," Axelon muttered. Feruz looked sharply at him. "You're right," he said. "There's a disposal chute leading from the interrogation room, and it was specifically designed to be large enough for a human body to pass through." "Where does it go?" Mara asked. Supposedly a secure facility where any waste can be processed and put into the city's regular sewage system, Fruz said, but I've never seen it, so I really don't know. Mara nodded. There were still other possibilities to be explored, but her gut was telling her they'd indeed identified the attacker's entrance. New subject. Who has access to the interrogation area? Only the top staff and security people, Fruz said. Myself, General Ularo, no, Security Chief Colonel Bonds, and about 5 of his top people. Mara felt her eyes narrow. Including Major Packery? Yes, Fruz said, frowning at her sudden change in tone. You're not seriously suggesting. Why not? Mara said. You said earlier he was new to his position. Explain. He was promoted to major about a month and a half ago, Fruz said, his eyes unfocused and thoughtful, after his predecessor was killed in an airspeeder accident. This was about 3 weeks before your family was kidnapped? Abruptly, Firuz's face went rigid. Are you saying he was the one who arranged that? More likely he was one of a group, Mara said. I'll know better after I run his profile. If you can give me all the palace security passwords and access codes, it'll save me the trouble of slicing them myself. Firuz shook his head, his mind clearly still on Packery. No use. You can't access the computer system from out here. That's why I'll be going back in as soon as I have you settled, Mara said. If Packery is involved, he'll have left a trail somewhere. Maybe I can use it to backtrack to the kidnappers and figure out where they're holding your family. Won't they be looking for you in there? Axelon said. Probably not, Mara said. Even if they are, they won't find me. But you'll be finding Packery? Fruz said darkly. Mara shrugged. If he's smart, he's already on the run. If I do run across him, we may have a short chat. In the distance, she heard the faint creaking of machinery. Sounds like Larone's got her door open, she said, standing up. Let me check, and then we'll get you up there. Marcross was waiting at the supply lift when she and Axelon and a still shaky Firuz arrived. Welcome back, Governor, the stormtrooper greeted him. Thank you, Firuz said. Any trouble? Mara asked as they gathered together on the lift. No, Marcross said, touching the control and starting the platform back down. Larone told the governor his place was suspected of harboring rebel operatives and that we were shutting him down while we investigated. He couldn't have been more helpful in kicking everyone out and getting us the passkey. Axelon muttered something. Good, Mara said, ignoring him. That won't buy us more than a couple of days, but it might be enough. The supply cellar was about what Mara had expected, a single large room with rough permacrete walls and floor, its walls lined with kegs and racks of bottles. Though not as many as Mara had anticipated, either the owner had been preparing to reorder, or else business wasn't going so well. We spotted a couple of long couches upstairs, Marcross said as Mara gave herself a quick tour of the room. The stairway's a little narrow, but I think we can probably get one of them down here for the governor. I'm all right, Firuz said. Yes, good idea, Mara said to Marcross. Take Axelon and go get one of them. Larone still upstairs? Yes, checking for supplies, Marcross said, beckoning to Axelon. No point eating ration bars if there's something better available. Come on, Axelon. The two men crossed to the stairway and disappeared upstairs. You trust them? Firuz asked quietly. I trust mine, Mara said. You trust yours? Firuz grimaced. He's a rebel. Can any of them truly be trusted? Point, Mara conceded. Still, simple self-preservation ought to keep him in line long enough for us to end this. Yes. Firuz hesitated. Is there really a chance, Agent? I don't even know what to call you. Call me Jade, Mara said. And yes, there's a chance. A good chance, I think. Whatever Noosa Isva hopes to accomplish, killing his hostages won't get it for him. If we're fast enough, I should be able to get to them while he's still trying to figure out how to play this new situation we've suddenly presented him with. I hope you're right, Firuz said, his face sagging a little. I am, Mara said, stepping to his side and taking his arm. Conscious or not, he was still in pretty bad shape. I'm also very good at my job. As soon as we've got you settled and resting, I'll get to work on it. 3 minutes later, with much huffing and under-the-breath cursing, Marcross and Axelon had the couch down the stairs and set up beside a row of racked bottles. 5 minutes after that, Grave, Brightwater, and Quiller arrived, reporting that the neighborhood seemed quiet and that their speeder truck was stashed near a mechanic's shop where it would be unobtrusive but within reasonably quick reach. 5 minutes after that, dressed now in her skin-tight black combat suit and boots, with her lightsaber and hold-out blaster at the ready, Mara was once again in the underground passageway, heading back upslope toward the palace. And as she walked, it occurred to her that she would be going right by Firuz's emergency safe room. If Pakri or some of Nusa Iswa's other allies had missed Firuz by now, they might assume he'd gone to ground. If so, they might even now be gathered around the armored door trying to break their way in. She rather hoped that they were. Chapter 14. The helm officer peered at his monitor, then looked up at Palion. "Course reading confirmed, Commander," he said. "We have a positive tracking on the vector given us by Lord Odo." "Thank you, Lieutenant," Palion said, nodding. "Carry on." "Yes, sir." The officer turned back to his counsel, and Palion continued his solitary walk along the command walkway. Ahead of him, the forward viewport was filled with the flowing hyperspace sky. Normally, Palion found the view rather soothing, appealing even in an artistic sense. But not today. Today, that sky was ominous and threatening, with unknown dangers behind it. They weren't running some well-known route, where every sizable astronomical body had been carefully identified and mapped. They were in the unknown regions now. There could be anything lurking in their path. Gas giant planets, brown dwarf stars, even full Fury supernova. No one on the Chimera would even know the danger was there until it was too late. And even if they made it through, what then? Lord Odo had been suspiciously evasive on the topic of what they might face when they arrived at his destination and dropped out of hyperspace. "Commander," the comm officer called, "Lieutenant Commander Duranti requests your immediate attention in the main engine control room." Palion turned, focusing on the engineering monitor station. "What's the trouble?" he asked. "Nothing indicated here, sir," the engineering officer reported, running quickly through the paging sequence on his displays. "All systems appear to be functioning normally." "Sir," the comm officer called again, "the lieutenant commander urgently requests your presence. He says you'll need to see this for yourself." Palion swallowed a curse. Duranti better have a really good reason for this. "Lieutenant Thompson, you have the bridge," he called to the second duty officer as he headed for the turbolift. 2 minutes later, the car came to a halt. The door opened to the sound of tinny, mechanical music, and Palion stepped out into the vast control room that served as the nerve center for the Chimera's huge sub-light ion drive engines, and came to a sudden, startled halt. Gliding across the control room floor were a dozen MSE-9 droids, their squat little boxy shapes weaving back and forth like some sort of strange mechanical ballet. They were also, he realized now, the source of the strange music cutting across the hums and muted rhythmic throbbings of the massive engine machinery a couple bulkheads away. The mastermind behind the bizarre display wasn't hard to identify. Soro was standing off to one side, waving his arms in slow, dreamy movements, as if conducting a genuine orchestra or chorus. Like any good ballet, the performance also had an audience. All 30 crew on duty in the vast room were sitting or standing frozen at their posts, gazing in fascination at the droids crisscrossing one another's paths. Again, Palion bit back a curse. Crewers on duty were supposed to be on duty, sitting at their stations, watching their monitors, and not being distracted by every eye-catching thing that happened by. The fact that the sublight engines were on standby while the Chimera traveled through hyperspace was totally irrelevant. He took a deep breath, preparing a command-class bellow that would be loud enough to be heard 3 decks away. "I'm not sure when he arrived," Duranti said from beside him. Palion turned, temporarily canceling the bellow as he realized with embarrassed chagrin that he hadn't even noticed Duranti's arrival. The MSE's dance was strangely hypnotic. "You're not sure?" he growled. "How in the Empire could you miss that?" "I'm not talking about Soro," Duranti said, pointing across the room. "I'm talking about him." Frowning, Palion looked in that direction. Walking slowly but purposely in the relative shadow of a bank of controlled junction boxes was Lord Odo. "What's he doing here?" he asked. "As far as I can tell, giving himself a walking tour of my control room," Duranti said nervously. "I tried to ask him what he wanted, but he just walked away. I know Captain Druson ordered us to give him access to any area he wanted, but this is just—" He broke off. "I didn't want to wake the captain, so I called you." "Yes," Palion said, watching Odo. The other paused, apparently studying the readouts on the junction boxes, then moved on toward the mixture feed control station, whose 3 crewers were staring in complete oblivion at the droid ballet. "Well, let's go talk to him." They were halfway to the mix station when the crewers there suddenly seemed to notice the approach of senior officers. They spun back to their stations with guilty speed, followed by a collective twitch of their shoulders as they apparently only then noticed Odo's presence as well. One of them glanced back at Palion, made as if to speak, seemed to decide that the officers would deal with the situation, and turned back to his post without a word. Odo had finished his inspection of the mix station and was moving on when Palion and Durante caught up with him. "Lord Odo," Palion said, "may I ask what you're doing here?" "Captain Druson has given me full access," Odo said, not breaking stride in the least. "I assumed you were aware of that." "I am," Palion said. Taking a few quick steps, he passed Odo and then turned sharply, putting himself directly in the other's way. "That's not what I asked." Odo stopped just short of running into him. "I've given you all the answer you need, Commander," he said. "You will remove yourself from my path." "No," Palion said firmly. "You may have free run of this ship, but the Chimera is still a warship of the Imperial fleet. You and your pilot are currently turning it into a Mon Cal opera, and I want to know why." The blank eyepieces in Odo's mask seemed to bore into Palion's face. Palion forced himself to stare back, and after a moment Odo's shoulders twitched in a shrug. "Very well," he said. "Have you ever heard of the Trukri?" Palion searched his memory. The name wasn't familiar, but there were so many alien species. "I don't think so," he said. "Should I have?" "Not yet," Odo said, "but if Warlord Nusa Isva has his way, you soon will." "Warlord who?" Durante asked. Palion gestured him to be silent. "Why is that?" he asked Odo. "Because the Trukri are Nusa Isva's stealth weapon of choice," Odo said. "Expert saboteurs, dangerous warriors, cunning and deceitful beyond measure." "Sounds like they'll be worth keeping an eye on when they surface," Palion said. "What does this have to do with you and Soro?" Odo inclined his head. "I believe the Trukri may have infiltrated the Chimera." A shiver ran up Palion's back. "That's impossible." "Is it?" Odo countered. "Even in the Empire there exist creatures like the Claudites, with limited mimicry of face and form. Who's to say what secrets of stealth or disguise the Trukri may have developed or been given?" Palion pursed his lips. On the surface, it was a ludicrous claim. Even those expert of Claudite shapeshifters would have severe difficulty getting through the security procedures of a modern warship. But Odo was right. There are many strange peoples in the known galaxy. What even stranger creatures might exist in the unexplored darkness outside the Empire's boundaries? "And this performance?" he asked, gesturing behind him toward Soro and his musical droids. "This is supposed to draw these Trokri out?" "The performance is to distract and bemuse them." Odo brought his left hand out from a concealing fold of his cloak. "This is to identify them." Palion focused on the object in his hand. It was a metal sphere, about 10 centimeters across, with a pair of sensor antennas, a large circular visual scanner, a small air analysis grill, and a triad of repulsor lift ridges. "Looks like a vintage Seeker," he said. "It is indeed," Odo confirmed. "An Arachid Mark II, to be precise. An old one, as you say, and not in the best of shape. The repulsor drive no longer works, but the sensors are still functional. I'm traveling about the crucial parts of the ship, searching for traces of Trukri biomarkers." "And if you find them?" A sound that an imaginative man might have deciphered as a chuckle came from behind Odo's mask. "Never fear, Commander," he said. "I'm not a being of personal action and violence. If I detect the presence of a Trukri, be assured I will immediately communicate that information to Captain Druson and the commanders of the trooper and stormtrooper forces aboard the Chimera." He lowered his hand back to his side, concealing the Seeker again beneath his cloak. "If your curiosity is satisfied, may I now be permitted to continue?" "Yes, of course," Palion said, stepping aside. "Thank you." Odo continued on his way, heading now toward the fusion feed controller station. "Did any of that actually make sense to you, sir?" Durante murmured. "Enough of it, yes," Palion said grimly. "More than enough, in fact." "I see," Durante said. "I presume I'm to keep everything I've heard strictly confidential?" "Extremely so," Palion confirmed, watching as Odo paused by the fusion controller. "Do me a favor and keep an eye on him. He can go where he wants, but keep an eye on him. I'd appreciate it if you'd also pass that word, quietly, to the rest of the duty officers." "I will, sir," Durante said. "And take down the register numbers of those MSEs," Palion added, pointing toward Soro's collection. "When Soro's finished with them, I want each and every one of them examined down to their wiring and microgears. And make sure they're reprogrammed back to whatever they were supposed to be doing when Soro hijacked them." Durante nodded. Yes, sir. I'm heading back to the bridge, Palian said. Let me know if you find anything out of place in the droids, or if anything else odd happens down here. I will, Commander, Durante said. Sorry to have disturbed you. Palian looked across at Odo's back. That's all right, he said. I'm not sorry. Not at all. The first group of shops Luke had seen at the end of the apartment complex didn't include any clothing stores. But half a block away he found a small, second-hand shop that had 2 full racks of cast-off clothing. A few minutes and 20 credits later, he emerged wearing a blue tunic and yellow sash, a set of gray military-style trousers from some army in war he'd never heard of, and a hooded poncho that not only concealed his hair and shadowed his face, but also conveniently hid the stormtrooper utility belt now looped around his shoulder. The sounds of the mob at the palace had faded away during the time he'd been inside the shop. Just the same, he knew better than to go back in that direction any time soon. Sticking to the quieter residential side streets, he headed farther out into the central part of the city, looking for a place where he might have a little privacy. He found it 4 blocks away, a small park with benches and trees with interlocking branch canopies. There was a low wall round the park, and more useful for Luke's purposes, several stands of aromatic, meter-high plants with bright pink and orange flowers, multicolored leaves, and furry stems. Sitting down on the soft grass a meter away from one of the stands, turning his back to the rest of the park and the city beyond it, Luke slipped the stormtrooper belt off his shoulder and began opening the pockets. Brightwater had said there might be items in there that Luke would find useful. He'd been right. Along with 3 days' worth of emergency rations, there were 2 ion flares, a synthrope dispenser and grappling hook, a med pack, 2 small key-lock grenades of unknown type, a compact electro-monocular, a glow rod, and a spare comlink. There were also 2 spare blaster power packs, somewhat less useful given that Luke didn't have a blaster to go with them, and an old coin that looked a little like the Drugats they sometimes still used back on Tatooine. Setting aside the rest of the equipment, he picked up the comlink. Finally, he could check in with Kraken. Only to his chagrin, he discovered that he couldn't. The comlink wasn't a standard general use model, but was binary linked to the single comlink system, presumably the system Brightwater and Larone were working on. Luke rolled the comlink across his hand, wondering what he was supposed to do now. A city this size would have a few public comm stations scattered around, mostly for the use of citizens whose own comlinks had been lost or damaged. But Riken had warned repeatedly against using anything that wasn't running an Alliance encryption, especially public comms that were probably under regular governmental surveillance. Of course, he also doubted that Riken would approve of Luke calling anyone on a stormtrooper's comlink, but right now he was out of ideas. Bracing himself, he keyed the comlink. Larone answered almost instantly. Larone, he said in a clipped professional tone. It's Skywalker, Luke identified himself. There was just the briefest pause, as if Larone had been expecting someone else and was having to reset his brain to this new reality. Skywalker, he said a little flatly. You all right? Yes, thanks to Brightwater and the others, Luke said. I wanted to call and thank you for that. You're welcome, Larone said. I hope you're on your way out of the city. Not yet, Luke said. I was hoping... Well then, get out of the city, Larone interrupted him. They're trying to frame you for Governor Feruz's murder. Luke felt the breath catch in his throat. He'd hoped all that stuff the mustache man was shouting had been nothing but mob rhetoric. He is dead then? He asked. Actually, no, he's not, Larone said, his voice suddenly sounding odd. Hold on a second. Someone else wants to talk to you. There was a moment of silence as the comlink apparently changed hands, a murmur of distant conversation too faint to hear. Skywalker? Luke felt his jaw drop. Master Axlon? What are you doing there? Staying alive thanks to your friends here, Axlon said grimly. I don't know how or why you met up with Imperial stormtroopers, and I don't think I want to. But never mind that. Where are you? Somewhere in the city, Luke said, looking around for a street sign. There was nothing visible from where he was sitting. Where are you? In a tap calf, Axlon said. It's the... What's the name here? It's the Whistling Wind, about 3 blocks south and west of the palace gate. You need to get here as quickly as you can. Wait a minute. Larone's voice cut back in, and Luke had the quick impression of him snatching the comlink from Axlon's hand. Cancel that, Skywalker. You aren't to come anywhere near this place. What are you talking about? Axlon demanded, his voice faint. We need as much help as we can get. We don't want... Larone's voice broke off, and Luke heard a faint scuffling as if he and Axon were fighting for the comlink. Luke, listen to me, Axon said. No, Governor Fruz isn't dead, but he's injured, and we could be under assault at any time by the people who tried to kill him. I appreciate the fact that Larone's trying to protect you, but the fact of the matter is that we need you here. More than that, I'm your superior, and I'm ordering you here. Do you understand? Yes, Luke said, grimacing. I'll be there as soon as I can. Have you heard anything about Han and Leia? Not since you called me about them last night, Axon said. But if you'd like, I'll give Chewbacca a call as soon as we're done. Hopefully I'll have some news by the time you get here. Good enough, Luke said. See you soon. He keyed off the comlink and clipped it into his new sash. He was under Axon's authority, and if Axon wanted him at the Whistling Wind, he had no choice but to obey. But he'd also seen Larone and the others in action. If they didn't want Luke there had to be a very good reason for it. So he would go to the Whistling Wind as he'd been ordered, but he would go there very carefully and very watchfully, using every bit of observational skill and subterfuge that he had, which wasn't all that much, but he had the Force. Maybe that would be enough. He looped the utility belt over his shoulder again beneath the poncho and stood up. Adjusting the hood to hide his face, he got his bearings and headed out. Axon clicked off the comlink and held it out toward Larone. Thanks, he said. I appreciate it. I wish I could say the same, Larone said, holding on hard to his temper. What possessed you to tell Skywalker to come here? We need him, Axon said in a tone of strained patience. We need all the fighters we can get. He waved a hand. Or are you depending on this to keep us safe? He had a point, Larone had to admit, as he looked at the readout they'd hastily put together. Fruz, stretched out on his couch, had drifted back to unconsciousness, and Larone and Marcross had laid the pieces of their armor across him to protect him as best they could. 2 meters in front of the couch, they'd set up a row of meter-tall metal kegs, with a 2-meter gap allowing them enough space to crouch, shoot, and reposition themselves if necessary. Stacked together on the stairs were 30 bottles of the highest proof liquor they could find, ready to be blasted and their contents ignited to create a fire barrier between them and any attackers from that direction. Marcross had questioned the wisdom of that, but Larone had pointed out that enough of the cellar was permacrete and other non-flammable material to ensure that any fires they started shouldn't get out of control. More bottles had been gathered behind their keg barrier to serve as makeshift grenades, along with all the actual grenades the team had carried in the utility belts. More bottles, should they need them, were close at hand in the floor-to-ceiling rack rising behind Fruz's couch. Finally, Marcross and Brightwater had created a pair of tripwires with their synthrope, one each in front of the stairs and across the room by the lift. It was a decent enough redoubt, given the materials they'd had to work with, and it would certainly slow down any assault. But it wouldn't stop it. Not if the attackers were determined. You're right. We could use some more fighters, he told Axon as he set his Blast Tech E11 on one of the kegs of their barrier and started laying his spare power packs beside it. But Skywalker's not the one we need. More to the point, we don't want him here. How do you figure that? Axon countered. He's a Jedi, isn't he? The Jedi were supposed to be good fighters. He's not a Jedi yet, Marcross said, his elbow crooked with his own E11 pointed at the ceiling as he walked over from the stairs to join the conversation. At least, not as of 3 months ago. Things change, Axon said, circling the end of the barrier and going over to peer at Fruz's closed eyes. The point is that, until Jade comes back, Skywalker's our best bet. Our best bet for what? Grave asked, straightening up from behind the barrier where he'd been rearranging their stack of alcohol bombs. Weren't you listening? Axon growled, turning to face him. For defense, of course. Are you sure that's why you want him here? Grave asked. It's not because of his sparkling personality, Axon said acidly. You've been wearing your helmet too tightly or something? It's the higher altitude that snipers have to work at, Quiller said, slapping a fresh power pack into his blaster as he came up beside Grave. Maybe that's it, Grave said, because there's something here I'm still not getting. Maybe you can explain it to me. Axon sighed. I'll do my best. What's the problem? It was something that happened just before the riot started, Grave said. Someone in the crowd shouted that Governor Fruz was dead, then grabbed Skywalker and his lightsaber and announced that Skywalker was the one who'd done it. He cocked his head. What I don't understand is why anyone would think the governor had been killed with a lightsaber. The cellar was suddenly very quiet. Obviously, he had heard somehow that Jade was in town, Axon said, probably from Major Packery, whom we know is working with them. Only Packery was stunned and out of commission at the time, Marcross pointed out thoughtfully. Lerone and I watched Jade do it. I didn't say he heard about Jade today, Axon said. You've been in town at least a couple of days, right? True, Graves said. Let me rephrase the question then. How did he know to claim right then that the governor had been? Without a word, Axon pulled a small blaster from his tunic and shot him. It was so unexpected that for a heartbeat, Lerone found himself frozen. A long, fatal heartbeat. Axon shifted aim, blazed a shot into Quiller's leg that sent him tumbling to the floor beside Grave, then swiveled 90 degrees and fired a third shot over the barrier, this one hitting and shattering the power pack on Marcross's E11 and sending shards of plastic and metal scattering. And as Lerone belatedly grabbed for his blaster, he found Axon's weapon pointed directly at his face. Easy, Stormtrooper, the rebel said softly. You don't have to die. None of you has to. Put down the blaster, and you can all live. Lerone didn't move, his hand on the grip of his E11, his mind dropping belatedly into tactical mode. Axon's blaster was already centered, while Lerone's was still a good half-second from pickup, aim, and fire. Trying to beat out the rebel would almost certainly mean his death, but he might get off a dying shot that would save the others. Axon might have been reading his mind. Don't try it, he warned. I don't want to kill you. I don't want to kill any of you, but I will if I have to. Lerone took a deep breath. Grave, he called, keeping his eyes on Axon. He took one in the right abdomen, Brightwater reported grimly, and out of the corner of his eye, Lerone saw the other kneeling over the wounded man. Low down, possible kidney graze. Doesn't look immediately life-threatening, but he's going to need a Bacta tank. The sooner this is over, the sooner you can get him to one, Axon said. Quiller? Lerone asked. Right thigh, Quiller said, the words coming from between clenched teeth. I'll be okay. Pulls his shots to the left, I see. That assumes he was going for my blaster, not my head, Marcross said. He still had his now useless E11 pointed at Axon, a couple of trickles of blood running down his cheek from the burst power pack. Of course I was going for your gun, Axon said, starting to sound a little angry. I could have killed all three of them, Lerone, but I didn't. Consider it a gesture of good faith. So I'm the only one you want to kill? Feruz asked weakly from behind him. Lerone tensed in sudden anticipation, if Axon turned even part way around toward the governor. But the rebel wasn't foolish enough to make such an obvious mistake. Awake again, are we, Your Excellency? He asked, his eyes and blaster still rock steady on Lerone's face. How's your head? You mean where you shot me? Axon shrugged fractionally. My apologies. Of course, you were already unconscious, since I had to slam your head against the side of the desk in order to get your blaster away from you. No, please, don't try anything. I helped stack that armor, remember? You can't move more than 3 centimeters without bringing one of the pieces clattering down. What do you want, Axon? Brightwater asked. I want you to lower your weapons and relax, the rebel said, just until Skywalker arrives. Once he's here and we've completed a little business, you'll all be free to go and to take your wounded with you. That business being the murder of Governor Feruz, Lerone bit out. Axon's lips compressed briefly. For whatever it's worth, it wasn't supposed to go this way, he said. I was told that the Emperor would almost certainly send the young lady known as the Emperor's Hand to investigate Feruz's treason. She was supposed to kill him. Skywalker was simply supposed to take the blame. I'm sure he'd have been thrilled, Marcross said. He killed nearly 1 million men aboard the Death Star, Axon said tartly. I seriously doubt one more death will be a burden to his reputation. You might be surprised, Lerone said. There's a huge difference between combat death and murder. This from the people who destroyed Alderaan, Axon snarled. You think those were combat deaths, Stormtrooper? Out of the corner of his eye, Lerone saw Brightwater start to ease back to his feet from beside the 2 wounded men. And you can hold it right there, Brightwater, Axon ordered, the brief flash of anger back under control. I can still kill all of you if I have to, you know. No, actually you can't, Lerone said. You need us alive and looking more or less normal when Skywalker arrives. Axon's eyebrow twitched. Very good, he said. You're smarter than I would have even given a stormtrooper credit for. Yes, that's what I want. But we don't always get what we want, do we? If I have to, I can explain to that naive fool why all of you are dead. Certainly long enough to get a hold of his lightsaber. He shrugged. No matter how it goes down, it'll certainly be safer than waiting for Jade to come back and trying to get hold of hers. Why do you care about Skywalker's lightsaber? Fruz asked, his voice still weak. You have a blaster. Why not just shoot me? Because everyone has blasters, Axelon retorted. Aren't you listening? I need to guarantee that the rebellion gets the credit for Feruz's death. The only way to do that is to use a lightsaber and then blame it on a known lightsaber-carrying rebel. Yes, we've got that part, Brightwater said. But why do you care that the rebels get the blame? You really want to know? Axelon countered. I'll make you a deal. Lower your weapons to the floor, and you, Brightwater, get over there on the other side of the barrier with Larone and Marcross, and I'll tell you all about it. What about Grave? Brightwater asked, still crouched beside the two wounded stormtroopers. He needs a pair of burn patches. My med pack's right there by the keg. Let me treat him, and then I'll do whatever you say. Axelon's eyes flicked briefly to them, unfortunately not long enough for Larone to make any move of his own. I think right now Quiller's as functional as I want him to be on this side of the barrier, he said. Hand him the med pack, and he can do whatever patching is required. After you and the others are together, where I can keep an eye on you. Brightwater sighed. Fine, he said. Reaching past Grave, he retrieved the med pack and handed it to Quiller. Murmuring encouragingly in the other's ear, he put his hands on top of his head and got to his feet. Giving the wounded men one final, lingering look, he turned and walked around the edge of the keg barrier. And as he came around to their side, he flashed Larone a look. Larone felt his heart pick up its pace. Brightwater hadn't just given up. Not that easily. Certainly not with that look in his eye. He was up to something. Only what? He was walking with a slight limp, Larone noticed, dragging his right foot across the floor as he walked. Had he caught part of one of Axelon's shots? You two, same as him, Axelon ordered, twitching his blaster at Larone and Marcross. And take a long step back while you're at it. I don't want any heroes trying to throw themselves or the kegs at me. Silently, Marcross laid his E11 on the keg in front of him and took the requisite step backward. He put his hands on his head, sending a sideways look at Larone as he did so, a look that said he, too, had picked up on Brightwater's subtle attitude. Reluctantly, Larone released his grip on his own E11, placed his hands on his head, and stepped back. Brightwater, still dragging that foot, came up to Marcross's side. Axelon, his eyes and blaster still on the three of them, moved up to the barrier and picked up Larone's E11, then backed up all the way to the rack of bottles, and propped the blaster rifle by the foot of Feruz's couch where it would be within easy reach. Fine, Brightwater growled. How about that story now? In a moment, Axelon said. He glanced briefly to his left at the governor, to his right at Quiller and Grave, then finally returned his gaze to Larone and the others. I first need to make a call, he continued, pulling out his comlink. I have to make sure Skywalker gets the proper reception. His lip twisted, and only the proper reception. Chapter 15. The traitors, tomorrow's minor regret, hadn't gathered in the corridor outside the governor's emergency safe room. More surprising was that no one had gathered in Feruz's office, not even the security men who should have been there trying to figure out what had happened to the governor. The man sitting at Feruz's desk with his back to Mara was the likely reason for that. Hello, he said, not turning around. Is he dead? Should he be? Mara countered, focusing on the man's white hair and gray-green army uniform. She couldn't see the rank bars from her vantage point, but she was pretty sure who this was. I don't know, the man said. If you're who I think you are, you only appear when treason is involved. Yet there's no body. What should I assume from that? You can assume that my investigation is still ongoing, Mara said. Where is everybody? You mean the security investigators? The man asked. I sent them away, of course, as soon as I ascertained the governor had been taken and that a lightsaber was involved. Why? He shrugged slightly. I assumed you wouldn't want anyone stumbling into you. Very thoughtful, Mara said. You know, it's considered polite to face a person when you're speaking to them. I wasn't sure you'd want that, he said. I've heard that to look on you is to look on death. Not always, Mara said. Turn around, please. For a moment, the man didn't move. Then, with obvious reluctance, he swiveled his chair around. One glance at his face and rank bars was all that confirmation Mara needed. Certainly not in this case, General Ularno, she said. What do you know of Governor Feruz's recent activities? A little, Ularno said, his eyes still avoiding Mara's face. Not much. Should I have known more? You know what you know, Mara said. I'm looking for information, General. There's no right or wrong answer. He smiled sadly. Of course there are right and wrong answers. This is the Empire. Mara felt her stomach tighten. So this was the legacy of the ISB and men like Vader and Grand Moff Tarkin. Not the rule of law or justice, but of fear. I'm an interrogator, General, and a dispenser of imperial judgment, she said. But first and foremost, I'm an investigator. All I want from you is the truth. Carefully, Ularno lifted his eyes to her face, and for a moment he looked at her in silence. Then he gave a short sigh, the kind that came from a man who has nothing left to lose. Governor Feroz has been having quiet communications with various persons, he said. Persons very likely unfriendly to the Empire. Rebels? Some were rebels, Ularno said. I wasn't sure what to make of that, but decided to give him the benefit of the doubt. I hoped it was some officially sanctioned operation, that he was trying to lure the rebels into a trap. I see, Mara said, keeping her voice neutral as she stretched out to the force. Ularno was seriously worried about his own skin, but she could sense no hint that he knew about the kidnapping of Feruz's family. You said some of his contacts were rebels. What about the others? He's also spent a great deal of time recently bringing in various alien groups that have drifted to Pole Major and Whitestone City over the past few years. Those talks were always in private, and he was always vague afterward whenever I asked him what they'd talked about. Mara nodded. That one, too, made sense. Once Nusa Isfa had made his move, Feruz would naturally try to find out as much as he could about the warlord. Travelers and refugees coming in from the unknown regions would be an obvious source of such information. What's your opinion of Major Packery? That one got a snort. In a word, ambitious, Ularno said. He'll do anything necessary to advance his own career and fortune. Up to and including murder? Ularno grimaced. You're referring to the circumstances under which he achieved his most recent promotion. Yes, some of us wondered about that, but no one ever found proof that it was anything but an accident. Mara felt a sudden flicker of hope. If they'd suspected Packery of murder. Did these interested parties include Security Chief Bonds? Very much so, Ularno said. Colonel Bonds is very conscientious about the quality of the men under his command. Excellent, Mara said, smiling grimly. That means he'll have run a complete profile on Packery, including full tracks on his activities, his travel, and his communications. Probably, Ularno admitted. You'd have to ask him about it. Or we could skip a step and tap into the security files, Mara said, waving Ularno back as she walked toward him. A little room, please. Ularno's eyes widened briefly. Apparently the thought of doing anything so outrageously out of protocol was a shocking and disturbing one. But I don't know the Colonel's passwords, he protested, hastily getting up out of the chair. That's all right, Mara said. Governor Feroz was kind enough to give me all the codes. She stopped beside the chair and looked Ularno in the eye. You interested in finding some truth, General? Or would you rather go back to your duties and pretend you never saw me? Ularno drew himself up, as if from a permanent slump he hadn't even realized had become a part of his bearing. Thank you, Agent, he said softly. I'd very much like to stay. Call me Jade, Mara invited, seating herself and turning on the computer. Let's see what we can find. If sheer volume of collected data was any indication, Colonel Bonds had been seriously suspicious of his newly minted Major Packery. He'd run Packery's entire life under the scanner, from his finances and friends to his eating and drinking habits, his casual associates, and his taste in desserts. Moreover, the security chief hadn't limited his investigation to the period immediately before and after Packery's promotion. Instead, he'd continued it all the way up to the present day, with the last entry time-stamped that very morning. Packery apparently spent a lot of off-duty time visiting cantinas, gambling halls, and recreation dens. But all such activities were legal, and as far as Mara could tell, none of them took place in a location where a halfway competent kidnapper would feel safe stashing his victims. Not surprisingly, there was also no mention in any of the files of anyone named Nusa Isfa. But there were several references to Packery's recent association with someone named Doris Stellakeg. Bonds' file on the man was sketchy, but it included hollows of him and several of his gang. It also suggested that one of Stellakeg's goals in life was to quit the low-rent thug business and carve out a second career acting as an intermediary or recruiter among the Poland system's various criminal and semi-criminal types. Making a mental note to look further into that when she had a chance, Mara went back to the log of Packery's recent activities for a more detailed look. Any idea where Packery is now? She asked Ularno. As of half an hour ago, he hadn't checked in, the general told her. I know because that was when Colonel Bonds ordered a search for him. Do you know if they've checked the area above the interrogation room access hallway? I believe the interrogation suite was the first place they looked, Ularno said. That was where he was supposed to be going when you came in. Mara frowned as a line on the log caught her attention. Do Packery's duties involve the governor's residence floor? What do you mean? Ularno asked, leaning closer. Packery seems to have spent a lot of time in that area, Mara said, pointing to the display, particularly during business hours, when Firuz is in the business part of the palace. That's not what you think, Ularno said, sounding faintly embarrassed. The governor's wife and daughter aren't there at the moment. They went to their country estate about 3 weeks ago for some quiet relaxation. Mara nodded as she keyed for a different page. It was an obvious but reasonable enough cover story, one that Firuz could come up with quickly and which most people would accept at face value. Except that there was no record in the vehicle log of airspeeder travel between the palace and the estate during that time period, official or otherwise. What was there was a record of Packery again being on the residence floor the day Firuz's family disappeared. Not just once, but twice. And one of the characteristics of virtually all governor's residences was that they also had access to the governor's emergency exits and safe rooms. May I ask a question? Ularno asked tentatively. Go ahead, Mara said, running a cross-check on the palace's vehicle inventory. All 3 airspeeders registered to Firuz and his family were still marked as being in the palace garage. But there was one general-use airspeeder that hadn't been checked out and for which no location was given. Had it been Firuz's official escape vehicle, parked perhaps at the far end of the tunnel she and Larone had taken Firuz down? That might explain why the palace record showed no extra vehicle activity, and perhaps how Nusa Isfa's kidnappers had gotten their hostages out without being seen. Is Governor Firuz involved with the Rebel Alliance? There are indications in that direction, Mara said absently as she keyed for the specs on the missing airspeeder. She would need to know exactly what she was looking for when she tapped into the planetary vehicular monitor system. Were the rebels responsible for the attempt on his life today? Ularno persisted. It's possible, Mara said, frowning up at him. Why does it matter who's trying to kill him? I suppose it doesn't really, Ularno said. It's just that I need to know how to handle that new directive from Imperial Center. As Governor Firuz's second in command. What new directive? Directive 417, the one that came through about 2 months ago, Ularno said, frowning in turn. I assumed you were familiar with it. Remind me, Mara said. It states that if a governor is assassinated by rebels or suspected rebels, his successors to immediately broadcast an alert to all Imperial forces, Ularno said. The forces are then supposed to converge on the location of the assassination. No, I hadn't heard about that, Mara growled. It sounded like something Vader had come up with, which would explain all by itself why she'd somehow been left out of the comm ring. Vader and Mara had never gotten along very well, and he was utterly focused on making sure he had the first crack at reacting to any rebel operations. Which was nothing but unfounded paranoia on his part, of course. The Emperor had tasked the Sith Lord with the job of dealing with the rebellion, and Mara had no interest whatsoever in poaching on that territory. She had more than enough work to keep her busy as it was. Our copy's on file, Ularno said, as if afraid Mara wouldn't believe him. I assume the idea is to prevent the rebels from taking advantage of the chaos following. Yes, I understand the intent. Mara cut him off as that part of the puzzle fell into place. So that was why Nusa Isfa had forced Firuz to play nice with the Rebel Alliance. He'd hoped the Emperor would get wind of it, which he had, and send Mara to execute the suspected traitor, which she hadn't. But how had Nusa Isfa planned to tie Firuz's execution to the rebels? And how did bringing a group of Imperial warships to Pol Major gain him anything? I only ask because the directive doesn't cover this situation, Ularno continued. I need to know what action to take. Mara sighed to herself. For a brief moment, the general had been stretching beyond his usual boundaries, thinking ever so slightly past the accepted norm. But the strain had apparently been too much. He was pulling back from such unfamiliar territory, retreating to the safety of official guidelines and requirements. From now on, it would be up to Mara to make the decisions. On the other hand, pushing it all back on Mara might show that Ularno was smarter than he looked, because the next decision facing them, her, was a potentially lethal one. It all boiled down to what Nusa Isva would do if things didn't go exactly according to his plan. Would he kill the hostages if Ularno announced to the galaxy that Firuz was still alive? Or would he kill just one as a way to put extra pressure on Firuz to get himself murdered like he was supposed to? Alternatively, if Ularno pretended that Firuz was dead, would Nusa Isva decide that the hostages had served their purpose and release them? Or again, would he simply kill them both? And who exactly was Nusa Isva expecting to draw to Pol Major with an announcement of Firuz's death anyway? Mara had done only a cursory check on her way into the system, but as far as she knew, only Firuz's own small Kandora sector forces were close enough to Pol Major for the kind of quick response the directive obviously envisioned. She had to let Ularno make some kind of announcement. Nusa Isva would be expecting news, and Mara couldn't afford to let him become suspicious. She would have to gamble, not with her own life, but with those of an innocent woman and girl. Go ahead and make the broadcast, she told Ularno, but instead of saying Governor Firuz has been assassinated, just say that there was an attempt on his life and that rebel involvement is suspected. I can do that, Ularno said slowly. It's not exactly what the directive indicates. It's close enough, Mara assured him, shutting off the computer and standing up. Get on that right away and don't tell anyone that I was here. Not even Colonel Bonds? Ularno asked. Protocol states. Not anyone, Mara repeated firmly. Understood? Ularno swallowed. Understood. Good, Mara said. I'll contact you via comlink if I have any further instructions. Understood, Ularno said again. Good luck. Mara was halfway down the first flight of stairs in the escape passage and had already pulled out her comlink when it occurred to her that it would probably not be a good idea to call Lerone right now. If the kidnappers had used the escape tunnel once, they might do so again, especially now that Mara was threatening the surface world with her particular brand of chaos. She still might run into them here, and it would not be good if they heard her before she heard from them. There would be plenty of work for the stormtroopers soon enough. Until then, she might as well let them rest. Putting away the comlink, she drew her lightsaber, and holding it loose and ready in her hand, continued down the stairs. No, you listen, Stelakeg, Axlan bit out, glaring into his comlink, as if the other could actually see him. You will clear your crew out of the palace neighborhood, and you will not try to find, capture, obstruct, or even look cross-winked at Skywalker. Do you understand? The person on the other end of the transmission said something Lerone couldn't hear, but he could see Axlan's face darken still further, and his finger press a little harder on his blaster's trigger. Maybe we should offer to talk to him, he murmured to Marcross. They tell me stormtroopers can be very persuasive. Stelakeg doesn't sound like the persuadable sort, Marcross murmured back. North low when you have a moment. Lerone felt his forehead crease in a frown. North was currently to his left. Low meant down on the floor. Had Marcross spotted something down there they needed to deal with? Some vermin roaming silently around the cellar? Because he trusts me, Axlan said in a voice as strained as his trigger finger, and because once I get him and his lightsaber, we won't need to deal with Jade anymore. You of all people should be happy about that. He paused, listening again, his mouth working with his frustration. Casually, Lerone eased his head a few degrees to his left and lowered his gaze to the floor. To Brightwater's feet, and the fancy knife the alien Vanatar had given him, which was now balanced across the top of Brightwater's right foot. Just as casually, Lerone looked back up at Axlan. So that was why Brightwater had been walking with that dragging limp earlier. While he was crouched over Grave and Quiller, he'd managed to loosen the knife from its spot at the small of his back. When he'd stood up, the weapon had slid down his trouser leg to the floor, held upright between the material and Brightwater's leg. Now, as he'd stood here with Lerone and Marcross, he'd worked it free, and maneuvered it with his left foot up onto his right, which was also why he'd been so quick to surrender. Axlan facing down 3 functional stormtroopers was a panicky slaughter begging to happen. Axlan, in what he thought was a position of strength, might be lulled into making a mistake. Lerone grimaced. It would, however, have to be one oversized bantha of a mistake. Axlan was 4 meters away, on the other side of a meter-high barrier, and Lerone had never heard anything about Brightwater being especially proficient at knife-throwing. Nor was anyone else in their group, for that matter. Axlan was going to need a serious moment of inattention for this to work. Maybe Brightwater had already thought of a way to get that moment, or maybe he was counting on one of the others to buy it for him. No, just let them go, Axlan said. We don't need your mob anymore. Enough people have already seen Skywalker and his lightsaber. Just pay them off and let them go. If Brightwater was waiting for an opening, Lerone was the only one who could give it to him. If he dodged to his right, moving as if he was going to go around the far end of the barrier, he might draw Axon's eyes and fire in that direction. I don't know, Axon said. Go back to Pol Minor, I guess, and help Ranquiv mount those Caldorfs. We'll need them when... He broke off, rolling his eyes. Then help him guard the ones who do know how, he growled. It sounds like he's got the scum of the system in there. Maybe someone'll need shooting. You'd like that. Just get out of there before Skywalker spots you. I'll call you after we're finished, and you can talk to Ranquiv about... He stopped, his eyes narrowing. Really? He said. Did Ranquiv give you a description? Uh-oh, Marcross said quietly. Feruz. Lerone looked at the couch. Somehow, the governor had managed to work a hand free without rattling any pieces of the stormtrooper armor piled across him. Moving his arm, almost imperceptibly, he had reached up and over the top of the couch back and was slowly working one of the liquor bottles free of the rack behind him. Not yet, Lerone pleaded silently across the gap, giving his head an urgent, microscopic shape. Not while he's still on the comlink. Stellakeag and his gang will hear, and they're already in the neighborhood. But Feruz wasn't looking at him. His full attention was on Axon, as he slid the bottle silently along the rough wood. Another minute, and he would have it free. Try to catch his eye, Marcross murmured. He cleared his throat. Hey, Axon, he called loudly. You promised us a story. Quit jabbering and talk to us. Axon shifted his aim slightly, pointing his blaster at Marcross. Just one of my prisoners, he said into the comlink. No, Solo shouldn't be a problem. He's a smart mouth, but he usually knows what he's doing. You should still tell Ranquiv about him, though. Make sure he doesn't break anything. And warn him not to tell Solo about the deal. I want to spring that one on Kraken myself. I'll finish things up here, then check in with Hapjax and clear him to clean up the rest of it. An hour, maybe less, and it'll be done. Without waiting for a reply, he keyed off the comlink. Well, that's that, he said, putting the comlink away. Don't look so intense, Lerone. It'll all be over soon. I'm sure it will, Lerone said, but maybe not the way you're hoping. Skywalker won't be nearly as easy to get the drop on as we were. Or as easy to kill, Marcross added. I already said I wasn't going to kill you, Axon said. His voice was low, controlled, and so sincere that Roan almost believed him. The man must have been a politician before he joined the rebellion. I'm not going to kill Skywalker either. I just need to borrow his lightsaber for a minute. You think he'll just stand there and watch you kill Governor Feruz? Marcross persisted. Axon shrugged. By the time he realizes what's happening, it'll be too late for him to stop me. He'll accept it with whatever grace he chooses, and then it'll be off to the spaceport, where Chewbacca and the Millennium Falcon should be ready to whisk him off the planet. Wait a minute, Lerone said, frowning. Chewbacca is here? I thought you said Solo was up on Pol Minor. Solo is, Axon said. Apparently he slipped into one of Nusa Isva's work crews. Yet another loose end for you to tie up, Marcross commented. Looks to me like the whole thing's starting to unravel. Hardly, Axon assured him. Even if it was, Nusa Isva could put it back together. He's a military genius. He smiled tightly. Who'll soon be on our side. He's told you that, has he? Marcross asked. That's the deal, yes, Axon said. Once General Ularno sends out his panic-stricken plea for help, and Nusa Isva and Alderaan have both been fully and properly avenged, Nusa Isva will bring the full strength of his fleet onto the side of the Rebel Alliance. He shrugged. At that point, you can tell your story to anyone you want, and it won't change a thing, so there's no reason to kill you, as I've already said. And you trust this Nusa Isva, do you? Marcross asked. A being who deals in manipulation and casual slaughter? The enemy of my oppressor is my brother, Axon said, quoting the old saying. Nusa Isva has a score to settle with the Empire, just as we do, and the fact that his enemy is also the one who ordered Alderaan's destruction will simply make our vengeance that much sweeter. Lerone frowned. What are you talking about? I've seen the reports. Alderaan was Tarkin's idea, and he's already dead. So little you know, Axon said contemptuously, but Nusa Isva knows the truth. He told me who it was who was pulling Tarkin's strings. No one pulled Tarkin's strings, Marcross said. I know people who knew the man personally. No one ever told him what to do except the Emperor. He barely even accepted suggestions from Vader. You've been lied to, Axelon said bluntly. You've all been lied to, but I know the truth. You sure about that? Lerone put in, raising his voice a bit. Fruz almost had the bottle free now, and there might be some scraping at the end came off the rack. You sure Nusa Isva wasn't just dangling Alderon's memory in front of you so you could get Skywalker here for him? Axelon snorted. You really have no idea. Up on Pole Minor, at this very moment, Colonel Kraken and his team are loading tons and tons of Imperial weapons, equipment, and supplies aboard our transports. All of it ordered there by Nusa Isva. If he was just using us, why not keep it all for himself? Spoken by a man who's never had to actually spend his own money, Marcross said scornfully. Any one of those Caldorfs is worth half of whatever junk he's got you busy loading aboard your transports. Give the kiddies a few toys to keep them happy while he makes off with the real treasure. You might have a point, Axelon said, except that he's already agreed to give us all the ships and missiles that survive the upcoming battle. Lerone felt his skin tingle. An upcoming battle? All of that negotiated personally by me, in fact, Axelon went on. Behind him, Firuz pulled the bottle free of the rack. I can hardly wait to see Kraken's face when I present him our new. And as the governor began to shift his grip on the bottle's neck, one of the stacked stormtrooper chest plates fell clattering to the floor. Axelon spun around, his blaster tracking toward the noise. Well, well, he said tightly. Nicely done, Governor. He stepped around the end of the couch toward Firuz and the bottle gripped in his hand. I'll take that, if you please. And as Axelon reached out his free hand, Brightwater flipped the knife up off his foot and into the air. But not toward Axelon, or even toward Brightwater's own hand. Instead, the weapon made an almost lazy curve over the keg barrier toward the spot where Quiller and Grave were lying wounded. The knife topped its arc and started down again. With a grunt of pain, Quiller lurched upright into Lerone's view. He caught the knife in midair and threw himself forward toward Axelon's back, wrenching the weapon from its sheath as he leaped, his face contorting with pain with each impact of his injured leg against the floor. Axelon heard him coming, but it was already too late. Even as he turned back around, Quiller was on him, ducking beneath his blaster and stabbing upward into the center of Axelon's tunic. And as Quiller's leg finally collapsed and dropped him to the floor, Axelon also collapsed, falling heavily across Quiller's back, the blaster dropping from his slackened hand. Lerone and Marcross were there almost before the weapon finished bouncing, each grabbing one of Axelon's arms and hauling him up off their friend. You all right? Lerone asked. Ask me again when the room stops spinning, Quiller said, his face twisted in pain. Okay, I took out the bad guy. Can I get another pain shot now? I'm on it, Brightwater said. He had circled the opposite direction around the barrier and was crouching beside Grave in the med pack, loading the proper vial into the spray hypo. Nice work, Quiller. Nice work, both of you, Lerone said. Marcross, can you handle him the rest of the way? I'm thinking we can dump him in that gap beside the stairs. No problem, Marcross said as Lerone handed him Axelon's other arm. What are you going to do? Call Skywalker and wave him off, Lerone said grimly as he pulled out his comlink. Axelon's friends might still be in the area, and we do not want him leading them here. Lerone's call wasn't unexpected. Lerone's news definitely was. I can't believe it, Luke said, his stomach churning, his mind trying to wrap itself around the very thought of Axelon's betrayal. He was involved with kidnapping and murder? Up to his eyebrows, Lerone said, his voice grim. For whatever it's worth, I think he was mostly duped into it by this Nusa Isva character. The guy found Axelon's Alderaan button and leaned on it. He hesitated. Also, for whatever it's worth, I'm sorry. Luke took a deep breath, trying to stretch out to the Force for calm. For once, it didn't work very well. So what do we do? What do I do? Depends on what you want to do, Lerone said. You can go back to your rebel friends, tell them what happened, and be done with the whole thing. Or you can stick around a while and try to help us find Governor Firuz's wife and daughter. Luke grimaced. The deal with Firuz had been a complete and utter fraud. Nusa Isva was apparently preparing some kind of battle, and Kraken was so entangled with the supply operation on Pole Minor that he might be days extricating himself and his team. And on top of that, Han and Leia were still missing. This quiet little mission was rapidly falling apart. Tell me again what Axelon said about Han. Just that he was helping mount missiles for Nusa Isva's people, Lerone said. Does that sound like something Solo would know how to do? I'm still amazed at all the stuff Han knows, Luke said. No idea where this is happening? Just somewhere on Pole Minor, which I gather you already knew, Lerone said. But Axelon also said Nusa Isfa was going to be giving the ships to the Alliance, so it's possible your leaders already know about this. If they do, they haven't mentioned it to me, Luke said. I don't think I believe it. Oh, I'm sure I don't believe it, Lerone growled. So far, everything I've seen of Nusa Isfa pegs him as a fraud and a swindler. Or worse. What does your side know about him? Not much, Luke said. Axelon was the one who brought his name up to the leadership, and given what we now know about Axelon, I don't trust anything he said. You have any idea where to start looking for the governor's family? Not a clue, Lerone admitted. At this point, our best bet is to try to find Major Packery and see if we can beat it out of him. But I doubt he's just sitting around waiting for us to swoop down on him. How about if we found someone else who's involved? Luke suggested. Like the one Axelon was talking to earlier. Stelacag, you said his name was? That might do, Lerone agreed. Problem is, he's probably gone to ground too. Luke smiled tightly, raising Brightwater's electromonocular to his eye, and focusing the arranging crossmark on the distant Tapcaf window and the man with the scraggly mustache seated behind it. Not necessarily, he told Lerone. He's sitting in a Tapcaf exactly 138 meters from me. You're kidding, Lerone said, sounding as surprised as Luke had ever heard him. That's great. Tell me where. One of us will come take over. Luke hesitated, a nagging sensation tugging at him as he gazed at Stelacag. It certainly made sense for Lerone and the other stormtroopers to take over at this point. They were trained at this sort of thing, and Luke wasn't. More to the point, Governor Fruz was an Imperial. That meant this was their business, not his. But he was feeling a subtle but definite tugging of the Force in the other direction. Logical or not, smart or not, his business or not, this was where he was supposed to be. This was what he was supposed to be doing. How about instead you concentrate on finding Major Packery, he suggested. I'll keep an eye on Stelacag. That'll give us 2 chances for a lead instead of just 1. You sure? Lerone asked. This isn't really your area of expertise. It's also not your fight. There are innocent people in danger, Luke reminded him. There's also some sort of unknown threat heading this way. You may be right about the expertise part, but so this is definitely my fight. Well, I'm not in any position to turn down free help, Lerone said. Fine. You watch Stelacag. If he makes any comlink calls or leaves the Tapcaf, let us know. I will, Luke promised. Listen, I need to let my commander know what's happened. Is there any way to unlock this comlink? Not that one, no, Lerone said. But don't worry, I'll call someone in your group and give them an update. Luke felt his eyes widen. You'll call them? Don't worry, I won't spook them, Lerone assured him. Axon's comlink should have the contact information I need. You just keep an eye on Stelacag, and don't let him spot you. No problem, Luke said. Good luck. He clicked off, a flicker of uneasiness running through him. He hadn't thought about Axon's comlink, or his datapad, or any of the other things he might be carrying that might compromise some aspect of Alliance security. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to relax. It would be all right. Lerone and his friends might be serving the Empire right now, but they would never again be true Imperials. Across at the Tapcaf, the server brought Stelacag and his friends a large plate of something steaming. Pulling out one of Brightwater's ration bars, Luke settled down to watch. We're going to contact the rebels? Marcos asked, looking stunned as Lerone put away his comlink. Are you insane? I don't see that we have a choice, Lerone said, heading over toward where they dumped Axelon's body. Skywalker's right. They need to know about Nusa Isfa's manipulation, and we're the only ones who can tell them. Brightwater, how's Grave doing? Not good, Brightwater said grimly. We're never going to be able to move him. Even if we got a doctor in here first to stabilize him, a land speeder ride might kill him before we could even get him to a Bacta tank. Understood, Lerone said, running through Axelon's clothing and relieving him of his comlink and datapad. I think I may have an alternative. We also have another problem, Marcos said. We're down to 3 of us, and this place is not exactly the most defensible position I've ever seen. 3.5, Quiller put in. I may not be mobile, but I can still shoot. My recommendation is we pull the governor out, Marcos continued. Get him settled somewhere safe, then worry about getting Graves some help. No, Fruz said. They all turned to look at him. No? Marcos asked. We don't leave here, the governor said firmly. Splitting a force this small is a bad idea, especially when one of you is badly injured. He waved a hand around the room. Besides, until we know the full extent of the treason inside my palace, there's nowhere we could go that would be safer than right here. What about your safe room? Quiller suggested. It's just a little way back along the tunnel. Farouz shook his head. They somehow got my wife and daughter out of a heavily guarded Imperial facility. I don't trust any place connected with that facility, not even in my safe room. No, whatever stand we make it here. We appreciate your confidence, Marcross said, but the fact of the matter is that successfully holding any location boils down to numbers. We simply don't have them. No, we don't, Lerone agreed, an odd thought suddenly occurring to him. Brightwater, you up to taking a little drive? Sure, Brightwater said, frowning as he got to his feet. Where am I going? Back to the spaceport, Lerone told him. If we can't get Grave to a Bacta-tank, maybe we can get a Bacta-tank to him. You mean ours? Out of the Swantek? Marcross asked. Come on. Even a sub-miniature is way too heavy for Brightwater to handle on his own. I know, Lerone said. And as long as he's going to be out there anyway, maybe we can get some of those extra numbers we need. You're going to call in the rebels? Farouz asked, his tone and face unreadable. Yes, Lerone said. And actually, no. Chapter 16. This time, Mara went all the way down the escape tunnel, past the hidden safe room, past the spot where she'd taken Farouz out into the city's storm drain, and past 2 more places where the permacrete structure around her again changed for the worse. Eventually, she reached the end, which was exactly that, the end. There was nothing there but a crumbling wall that blocked further progress. There was no hangar, no sign of an airspeeder, no sign that an airspeeder had ever been there, no access to the outer world. She took a couple of minutes to check the walls and ceiling anyway, just to be sure. Then she pulled out her comlink and called Lerone. You all right? He asked when she'd identified herself. Yes, but no farther along than we were when I left, she told him. How's the governor? He's doing better, Lerone said grimly. Right now, he's the exception. In a few terse sentences, he laid out the story of Axelon's betrayal, his attack on Grave and Quiller, and his death. I hate it when I leave a party early, Mara growled when he'd finished. What do you need me to do? There was a faint voice from somewhere on the other end. Governor Farouz says what you can do is find his family, Lerone relayed. I agree. We can handle things here for the moment. You said Grave was badly injured. We've got a Bacta-tank coming, Lerone said. I have someone pulling the one out of the Swantek and bringing it over in our other land speeder. Mara frowned. Someone? It's covered, Lerone said firmly, in the tone of someone who didn't want to talk about it. What do you think about Axelon's comment that it would be over in an hour or less? Does that mean the hostages are somewhere nearby? Not necessarily, Mara said, mentally sifting through the possibilities. If the kidnappers hadn't gotten out through the escape tunnel, it could be that he was just going to call them and tell them to close up shop. Wouldn't that be risky? Lerone asked. Even our Swantek has gear that can track a comlink call if you know which one's being used. I imagine a more complete ISB or intelligence setup could also decrypt the conversation in more or less real time. Not always, Mara said, frowning with a sudden thought. Maybe the kidnappers had gotten into the tunnel, but never left it. But you're right, it could be dangerous for them. Put Farouz on, will you? There was a brief pause then. You have something? Farouz asked. Maybe, Mara said. What do you know about your emergency safe room? It was built by one of my predecessors, Moff Frizen, I think it was. I've only been inside twice. It's much larger than I expected. 6 rooms, laid out along the same lines as the palace residence suite, only with a food prep area and considerably more storage. How do I get in? Mara asked. Biometrics, or is there a keypad code? Keypad code, plus a voice print verbal code, Farouz said. A precise code with specific intonations and inflections on the words. Mara keyed her comlink to record mode. Give it to me. It was short, only half a dozen words. Keypad code, she said, shutting down the recording. The numerical sequence was also short, only 9 digits long. Whoever had set up the system had clearly chosen to sacrifice extra security for speed of access. Who besides you has the code in an on-file voice print? Just my wife, daughter, General Ularno, and Colonel Bonds, Farouz said, his voice gone dark. You think they're in there? It makes a certain amount of sense, Mara said. They didn't leave by airspeeder. The exit tunnel dead ends, and getting out through the gate would have required a lot of bribery or coercion. But how would they have gotten into the room? That's the beauty of having two hostages, Mara said. You can threaten one to make the other do what you want. I'm guessing a blaster to your wife's head would have quickly gotten the code out of your daughter. Fruz swore, quietly and feelingly. I want these people, Agent Jade. I fully intend to get them, Governor Fruz, Mara told him. You just rest and recover. I'll let you know when I find something. All right. Just a moment. Lerone wants to speak with you again. There was another pause, a longer one this time, with the sort of background noise that gave Mara the sense that Lerone was moving somewhere else with the comlink. There was one more thing, his voice came on, quietly. I don't know if the governor caught the significance, and I don't want to worry him any more than he already is, but Axelon also said something about Nusa Isfa's people mounting Keldorfs. Is there any other use of that term you know of other than the ship-based interceptor missiles? Mara felt her stomach tighten. Nusa Isfa had a supply of Keldorfs? No, they're interceptors all right, she said grimly. Did he say where they were, or what they were doing with them? Just that they were mounting them, Lerone said. But there are other indications that say it's happening on Pole Minor. Big help, Mara growled. I know, Lerone said. I may be able to get it pinned down a little more. Do that, Mara said. Meanwhile, keep a close eye on the governor. We will, Lerone promised. One other thing. We have someone with eyes on one of Axelon's associates, a man he called Stellakeg. He's going to let us know if Stellakeg makes any moves, so if you plan to stir things up, a heads up would be appreciated. If I have any advance notice myself, I'll be sure to let you know, Mara assured him. Is this watcher someone you trust? Yes, Lerone said. We've dealt with Skywalker before. Mara frowned at her comlink, a months-old memory flashing to mind. Lord Vader in the Emperor's library, doing a private search that Mara had subsequently been able to reconstruct. A search for the name Luke Skywalker. Firmly, she shook away the sudden odd sense of foreboding. Skywalker was a common enough name, especially in the mid and outer rim areas of the Corellian Run. The odds were slim that this particular Skywalker was the one Vader was hunting. Still, it was an interesting coincidence. Tell him to stay sharp, Mara said. From here on, things are likely to move fast. There's no guarantee of advance warning. I'll make sure he knows that, Lerone promised. Good luck. And stay sharp yourselves, Mara added. I'll let you know when I find something. Keying off the comlink, she started back up the tunnel. No, Lerone and Skywalker weren't likely to get any advance warning. With a little luck, neither would the kidnappers. Han was halfway through his third missile mounting when Leia suddenly stiffened. Ranquiv's heading this way, she murmured. He's got 2 armed men with him. Hand me the hydrospanner. The big one, Han murmured back, focusing on the missile's shiny surface. There were 3 figures coming up behind him, all right, though the reflections in the curved metal were too distorted for him to see any details. On a scale of 1 to 10, how unhappy do they look? Very, Leia said grimly as she handed him the hydrospanner. There are 2 more men, and 2 more of Ranquiv's yellow-eyed friends coming in about 10 meters behind them. Yeah, I see 'em, Han said. Still, he'd known from the beginning that they were running on borrowed time. Get ready to move. Where? Han did a quick assessment. Their current ship was obviously the closest, but getting to the ramp would mean heading toward the trouble currently marching in their direction. The next one over, the one behind Leia, would at least let them run away from Ranquiv's thugs. Up that ramp, he said, nodding over her shoulder. Okay, Leia said. Let me know when. Han grimaced. Trust me, you'll know. He lifted the hydrospanner, making a show of adjusting it as he watched the approaching figures. The 2 men's arms shifted subtly as they reached for their blasters. Spinning around, Han hurled his hydrospanner toward the group and grabbed for his own blaster. Reflexively, the 2 men ducked as Ranquiv snapped both forearms up between his face and the spinning hydrospanner. The men recovered their balance and reached again for their weapons, and twitched their hands away as Han put a shot squarely into each of their holsters, blowing the blasters apart and sending bursts of Tabana gas out into the air. Go! Han snapped, waving behind him. The 2 backups were on the move now, breaking into a run as they pulled out their weapons. For an instant, Han considered sending a couple more shots in their direction to try to slow them down, decided it wasn't worth it, and turned and took off for the ship ramp he'd pointed out to Leia. Fortunately, she hadn't waited for his order to run. As he ducked under the missile he'd been working on, he saw that she was already halfway up the ramp. He leaned into his run, and by the time the blaster bolts started flying around him, he'd made it to the top of the ramp and through the hatch, throwing out his free hand in front of him as he slammed into the bulkhead on the far side of the narrow entryway. He was spinning around to close the hatch when Leia, who'd been standing to the side out of his way, slammed it shut for him. "Now what?" she demanded, spinning the door's old-fashioned locking wheel. "We get out of here," he told her, pushing off the wall and through the cockpit door. He dropped into the pilot's seat and grabbed the straps, glowering at the controls and their softly lit alien script labels. He'd hoped to have at least one more chance to study the translation before he tried this. But he didn't, and he would just have to make do. "Strap in," he ordered as Leia tumbled into the seat beside him, the starter sequencer. There. He keyed the switch, and a soft rumble began to build from somewhere behind them. "You sure you know what you're doing?" Leia asked, leaning forward to peer out the side of the crosshatch canopy. "I always know what I'm doing," Han assured her. A row of glowing markers shifted abruptly from red to blue. Standby? Probably, since that hadn't been long enough for repulsor lifts to warm up all the way. The drive activation was over here. He probably wouldn't need it, but it wouldn't hurt to have it ready. He keyed it on, glancing over at the red-lit weapons section of the board and wondering if he should bother trying to activate the laser cannons as well. Abruptly, the whole ship shook as something slammed violently against the outer hatch. "You forgot to raise the ramp," Leia snapped. "No, I didn't," Han said. The blue repulsor lift markers winked, then changed again, this time into a deep purple. "What are you talking about?" Leia demanded, jabbing a finger. "I can see the end of it from here." "I mean, I didn't forget," Han said, as whoever was out there again slammed himself against the hatch. "Hang on." Getting a grip on the steering yoke, he gave the throttle palm wheel a quick spin. The ship leapt like a scalded Mynock, heading straight for the ceiling, and Han heard a faint scrabbling noise as whoever had been on the ramp slid unceremoniously off of it again. Hastily, he spun the wheel half a turn back, and his stomach lurched as the ship ended its upward bounce and started back down again. Leia gurgled something as Han tried it again, turning the wheel a quarter turn this time. The ship wobbled a bit and then stabilized, hovering a few meters off the ground. "See? Nothing to it," Han said, taking a moment to look out of the canopy. From their new vantage point above the rest of the missile ships, he could see across the cavern to the big conveyance tunnel at the far end. The two sets of quad lasers Rankwev had installed over there were starting to swivel around on their mounts, shifting from the task of guarding the cavern's approach to the more immediate job of swatting down this unexpected hijack attempt. Between the quads, half a dozen other men were wrestling with one of the concussion launchers, also turning it to face into the cavern, while another group of aliens was hurrying to the entrance with heavy blaster rifles in their hands. Clearly, no one was getting out that way. Just as well, as that wasn't the direction Han was planning to go. Leia had seen the assembled firepower, too. "Han?" she warned, pointing. "Don't look," Han advised, returning his attention to the control board, the banking controls. "There?" "No. There." Shifting one hand from the yoke to the sliders, he gave them a turn. The ship leaned to port side, then began drifting sluggishly in that direction as the angled position unbalanced the repulsor lifts. Han gave the slider another push, glanced out the side of the canopy, and twitched the control yoke. Blaster fire was hitting the ship now, the bolts thudding into the hull and splashing off the canopy as the ship's sideways skid picked up speed. Across the cavern, he could see that the quad lasers were almost ready. He gave the slider one final nudge, remembering just in time that he also wanted the landing gear retracted. He found the right switch on the second try, then grabbed the throttle wheel and braced himself. With a violent crash, the ship slammed into the side of the cavern, right above the tunnel where he and Leia and the others had arrived. Spinning the throttle wheel all the way back, he dropped the ship to the ground. And with the landing gear retracted and its hull on the ground, the ship was now completely blocking off the tunnel. "Out!" Han ordered Leia, pulling out his blaster and thrusting it into her hands. "Get to the speeder bus. See if you can start it. If you can't, open the access panel so you can hotwire it," Leia called back over her shoulder as she disappeared through the cockpit door. "Open the access panel so I can hotwire it," Han finished under his breath. He keyed off all the systems, then unstrapped and headed out after her. With all the firepower at the other end of the cavern, he'd expected Rankwev to have at least a guard posted, or two at this equally obvious escape point, but there was no sound of blaster fire as he picked his way down the now slightly battered ramp, and he saw no bodies as he sprinted to the bus. Even insect-eyed aliens who could pull Keldorf missiles out of thin air, he reflected, sometimes made mistakes. He found Leia inside the bus, the access panel already open. "It's frozen," she told him as she stepped back out of his way. "Yeah, no problem," he grunted, kneeling down and giving the wiring a quick look. Something this old and decrepit ought to be a snap. 30 seconds, he promised. Time me. Just hurry, Leia bit out. They could be here any minute. Relax, Han said, poking at the wires. They're not moving that ship anytime soon. Maybe they already have people out here, she countered, looking over her shoulder at the darkened tunnel stretching up behind them. Where are we going? Away, Han said. There was the starter line, a little tweaking. That's not an answer, Leia said. We need to get back to Kraken and the others. We're at least close enough to one of the inhabited areas that our comlinks will work. There was a click, and a low rumble suddenly filled the bus as the repulsor lifts came to life. There you go, Han said, straightening up and turning to the driver's seat. Leia was faster, slipping past him and dropping into the seat. You're better with this, she said, handing him back his blaster. I'll drive. How are you at driving backward? He countered, because there's no room in here to turn around. He grabbed for the seat back as she keyed in the repulsor lift, sending the bus lurching up off the ground. A second later, as he was still trying to regain his balance, she shifted into reverse and they took off, backing full speed down the tunnel. Get to the back, she ordered. Let me know when we hit the next cross tunnel so I can turn this thing around. So you figured out where we're going? Han asked as the bus once again settled into its periodic lurching side dips. In the faint light from the control console readouts, he saw her lips tighten. Like you said, the first thing we need to do is get away, she said reluctantly. I don't suppose you were keeping track of the turns on our trip here. I thought that was your job, Han said. The bus made another of its dips, this one accompanied by a faint crunch of rock. You're the one who said we were only about 100 kilometers from the Anyeden caverns, right? I was only watching the first part of the trip, Leia said. I fell asleep at the end. You should have woken me up. I didn't realize I'd dozed off until I woke up, Leia countered. You didn't happen to see how the driver was navigating, did you? I don't see any map readouts anywhere on the control board. He had a datapad propped up on the console, Han told her. Rankwev took it with him when we all left. I was afraid of that, Leia said. I guess we'll just have to poke around until we find something we recognize. That's what I was thinking, Han agreed. The bits of light coming from around the missile ship he'd crashed were fading into the distance, and he turned around to look out at the even darker tunnel behind them. You might want to switch on some lights, he added. It could be handy to see where we're going. If you can figure out a way to turn on the rear glow panels without turning on the front ones, go ahead, Leia said. Otherwise, get the glow rod out of the emergency kit under the seat back there and go shine it out the back. I don't want to have the headlights showing Rankwev where we are. What is that noise? Han frowned, playing back the last couple of seconds through his memory. It had just been one of the bus's dips, along with another of the skittering stone accompaniments he'd heard earlier. The regulator squid's got a feedback problem, he told her. It pops the repulsor lifts on one side. I know that, she growled. I'm asking... Oh. Abruptly, she kicked in the brakes, forcing Han to again grab for a handhold as she brought the bus's speed down to a crawl. What are you doing? He demanded. There was another dip and another soft crunch, and Han lurched again as she brought up the vehicle to a complete halt. He winced away as she turned on the headlights, blowing away the night vision he'd built up over the past couple of minutes. Look, she said. At what? He growled. At that, she said impatiently. Right there in front of us on the left side. That little circle. You see it? Reluctantly, Han opened his eyes to slits, giving them a moment to adjust to the glare. There was a faint circle there, all right, a slightly clearer spot in the layer of gravel covering the tunnel floor. And suddenly, he got it. It's the backfeed sputter, he said, opening his eyes all the way as he studied the circle. The stones get an extra kick when the repulsor lifts shunt back in. Leaving us a trail to follow, Leia said, cautious hope in her voice. Going to be tricky, though, Han said doubtfully. A sputter every couple of seconds at 100 kilometers an hour only gives us one marker every 50 meters or so, and that assumes there's gravel at all those spots for the sputter to make a circle in. It still beats wandering aimlessly around Pole Minor, Leia said. She shut off the lights, and in the sudden darkness, Han heard her climb out of the driver's seat. Think you can drive backward? At least as good as you can drive forward, Han told her. You planning to take a nap? I'm planning to open the rear hatchway and watch for our trail of grapes with this, she said, and as Han's eyes again readjusted to the dim radiance from the console, he saw her pull the glow rod from the bus's emergency pack. At least until we find a place to turn around. Okay, Han said, sitting down behind the wheel. You do remember how that story ends, don't you? The birds ate all the grapes the kid had dropped, and he ended up dying lost in the woods. Is that the way they told it on Corellia? She called back as she headed down the aisle. On Alderaan, it turned out that the sun had fermented the grapes, and the birds who ate them got drunk, so the boy just followed the line of sleeping birds back home. Han rolled his eyes. Leave it to the Alderanians to slap a cheery end on a nice little grisly children's morality tale. Of course, he'd always thought the kid in the story was an idiot anyway. You ready back there? Okay, here we go. The hyperspace sky cleared, the star lines flashed back into stars, and the Chimera arrived at a blue-green world spinning lazily through space, right at the edge of a massive battle. Full alert! Drusan was bellowing as Paleon stepped hurriedly from the turbolift into the aft bridge. Deflector shields activate, turbo lasers to full power. Senior Command Grundarl. I read 42 ships in the engagement sphere, the first officer called from the tactics station at the portside crew pit. We have an Imperial heavy attack line, 1 Star Destroyer, the Admonitor, 2 Strike-class medium cruisers, and 4 Carrack-class light cruisers. Opposing are 8 ships of dreadnought size and 27 escort vessels of system patrol craft size, all of unknown configuration and weaponry. Line array? Unknowns are using a modified drinking cup with center focus fire. Grundarl reported. The Imperials. I'm not sure, Captain. It looks almost like a standard engagement line, except that the Monitor isn't hanging back out of enemy range like it should, and the Carracks are doing a sort of sweep pattern around and in front of it. Take us into combat range, Drusan ordered, frowning out the viewport as Paleon came up beside him. That Carrack maneuver makes no sense, he added, lowering his voice. The Admonitor has far more armor and shielding than any light cruiser. Putting the Carracks in front like that is practically begging for them to be blown out of the sky. It does look that way, Paleon agreed, gazing out the viewport at the distant battle. Obviously someone incompetent running the show, Drusan said darkly. I suppose we'd better go and fix it for him. Sir, the Admonitor is hailing, the comm officer called. Put them through, Drusan said. Admonitor, this is Captain Kahlo Drusan of the Chimera. Welcome to Tepixi, Captain Drusan, a voice came from the bridge speakers. Captain Voss Park, currently commanding Task Force Admonitor. I don't know what you're doing this far out, but your timing couldn't have been better. I have the enemy ships nearly pinned, but my closest reinforcements are nearly 20 minutes away. I need your help to finish this. We're on our way, Drusan said. In the meantime, you're putting your Carracks at severe risk. I suggest you pull them back. He's not risking his Carracks, Captain, Lord Odo said from behind them. Paleon turned to see the masked figure striding along the walkway, his cape rippling behind him. Excuse me, Lord Odo, but he is risking them, Drusan said stiffly. Forgive me, I misspoke, Odo said, coming to a halt beside Drusan. He is risking his Carracks, but he's doing so in order to gain victory. Observe how each time the Carracks block fire from the enemy cruisers, the Admonitor is free to lower its shields long enough to send a volley at one of the enemy's other ships. The words were barely out of his mouth when there was a multiple flicker of turbo laser fire from the distant Star Destroyer, and one of the enemy patrol ships flared and then exploded in a blue-white fireball. That's all well and good, Drusan grunted, but having the Carracks block the larger ships means Park's only available targets are the patrol craft. That leaves the larger ones intact, and he's risking his own screening ships to do it. He has little choice, Odo said. The larger ships. The fire kilns are more powerful than you realize. Laser to laser, 5 of them are an even match for his Star Destroyer, and Nusa Isva currently has 8 of them in place. That's Nusa Isva out there? Drusan asked, leaning forward as if that would give him a better view of the battle. Those are his ships, at any rate, Odo said. Captain Park would know better whether or not the warlord himself is on the scene. The point is that while the fire kilns are heavily armored, their shields are inferior to those of the Imperials. They rely on the screening ships to block the Admonitor's attacks. Paleon looked over at the tack display. Except that the screening ships aren't just running defense, but are also armed, he said. If they can take down the cruisers while the Admonitor is picking at them, he'll be left all alone. Not while we're here, he won't, Drusan said grimly. Let's see if Nusa Isva has the stomach for a fight when he hasn't got the odds on his side. Helm, increase to flank and take us across the edge of the enemy formation. Not to the edge, Odo said. Angle 30 degrees to port side and set our vector to cut it behind the formation. That'll take too long, Drusan objected. We're still a good 8 minutes from firing range. It'll also put us inside the planet's gravity well anchor point, Paleon warned. If we get in trouble, we won't be able to make a quick escape. Never mind our escape, Drusen growled. The point is that any delay on our part will give Nusa Isfa the time he needs to take out Park's cruisers. Fortunately, I don't think Nusa Isfa is interested in destroying cruisers today, Odo said. The fire kilns could have done that long ago. I suspect he's hoping to disable or destroy the Admonitor and capture the smaller ships intact as additions to his fleet. If, on the other hand, we come around behind him as I suggested. He paused expectantly, like a teacher waiting for his students to come up with the correct answer. Pelion got there first, or at least, he spoke up first. We'll force him to split his screening ships into two distinct and non-overlapping groups, he said, which I'm guessing he can't afford to do. Can't, and won't, Odo agreed. He'll instead break off and make his escape as soon as he recognizes our intention. His mask turned toward Drusam. There's no need for the Chimera to reach actual firing range in order to drive them off, Captain. Nusa Isfa will do the driving for us. Yes, I understand, Drusen said sourly. Helm, 30 degrees to port side. Odo's prediction proved to be correct. Less than a minute after the Chimera altered its course, the fire kilns broke their formation, wheeling about in all directions, the smaller escort ships scrambling to draw in close to the larger cruisers. As the Monitor intensified its fire, the alien ships flickered with the pseudo-motion of a hyperspace jump and vanished. And that, Odo said, is that. Senior Captain Park, are you still there? I am, Park said, thanks to you. One correction. I'm merely Captain Park. My superior, Senior Captain Thrawn, is currently away from the ship. Pelion felt his back stiffen. This was Thrawn's attack force? Thrawn, the alien whose ineptitude at court politics seemed to have him permanently on the edge of being thrown out of both the fleet and the Imperial court? And yet he had not only a Star Destroyer, but an entire attack force? Who at command would have risked giving him that? I'm sorry to hear that, Odo said. His presence is urgently needed at Pol Major in Candora's sector. For what reason? Park said. A response to possible insurrection, Odo said. You received no transmissions concerning the threat? I've had no recent transmissions of any sort from the Empire, Park said. Odo muttered something behind his mask. As I feared, he said. Even this close to Imperial territory, you're still out of HoloNet range. We're not that far out, Park corrected. Full transmissions can reach us considerably farther into the unknown regions than this. Rest assured that if there had been any messages, we would have received them. Yet clearly you have not, Odo said. I must therefore deliver General Ularno's request myself. Your presence is urgently requested at Pol Major. Yours, Senior Captain Thrawn's, and the rest of your task force. And you are... A representative of the Emperor himself, Drusen put in. I can personally confirm his credentials. I can also confirm his claim of rebel activity in the Poln system. I sympathize with the Poln system, Park said, but I'm afraid I must refuse your request. We have orders of our own, and vital work to do. This situation is more vital than anything you may be doing, Odo insisted. A few hours' delay will surely not impact your mission. If necessary, I can invoke Directive 103, Drusen threatened. In the absence of orders to the contrary, all fleet officers... I'm familiar with the directive, Park cut in stiffly. It doesn't apply to us. You're part of the Imperial fleet, aren't you? Technically, we're detached from the fleet command structure, Park told him. And as I said, Senior Captain Thrawn has his own set of orders that he needs to comply with. Drusen took a deep breath. Captain Park. One moment, Captain, Park said. His tone suddenly changed. We're receiving a transmission, possibly the very one you've been expecting. Drusen turned to the portside crew pit. "Com officer?" "Yes, sir. We're picking up the same transmission," the other confirmed. "There's been an attempted assassination on Pol Major, with the possible rebel insurrection also involved." "An assassination?" Pelion asked, feeling his eyes widen. There hadn't been any hint of any such trouble when they'd passed through the system a few hours earlier. "Who was the target?" "Governor Ferouz," the officer said. "The message is unclear as to whether or not the attempt succeeded." "It was the rebellion," Odo said darkly. "Of course it succeeded." "General Ularno would seem to agree with you," Park came back on the speaker, his voice grim. "Even in the absence of physical proof, he's invoked Directive 417, requesting the support of all nearby Imperial forces." "In your response?" Odo asked. "This directive is, unfortunately, quite clear," Park said reluctantly. Very well, Captain Drusum. We'll make ready immediately to head to the Poln system. And the rest of your force? Odo asked. You stated you had reinforcements in the area. A few, Park said. At their current positions, assuming we leave within the next half hour, we should all arrive at Poln Major at roughly the same time. Excellent, Druson said. Whatever resources the rebels have brought in, a full Imperial task force ought to be more than enough to take them down. We'll do what we can, Park promised. If you can give us a few minutes to assess our damage and begin some running repairs, we can head back together. Otherwise, you can leave now and we'll follow. Druson looked at Odo, and Pelion spotted the latter's microscopic nod. We'll wait, the captain told Park. It would be best if we all arrived together. Besides, Nusa Isfa's ships might come back while we were gone. There's that, Park conceded. Thank you. One other thing, Odo said. Will Senior Captain Thrawn be arriving at Poln Major with the rest of your force? I'm not sure precisely where he is at the moment, Park said. However, the summons I've sent should reach him. And? I can't speak for the senior captain, Park said, but under the circumstances, I presume he'll find a way to join us. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to see to my ships. Of course, Druson said. Let us know when you're ready to go. Cardas looked up from the board, wincing at the clammy feel of the dried sweat that had gathered beneath his collar. That was close, he commented. Not really, Thrawn said. His glowing red eyes narrowed in concentration as he gazed at the Admonitor and the other ships floating in the center of the display. Nusa Isfa wants us at Poln Major, remember? No, I don't remember, Cardas said, eyeing the other suspiciously. You've never told me exactly what he's up to. He wants to eliminate me as a threat, of course, Thrawn said calmly, just as I wish to do to him. Yes, but how exactly is he planning to do that? Cardas persisted. Thrawn shrugged. There are two ways to destroy a person, George. Kill him, or ruin his reputation. I suppose that makes sense, Cardas said, feeling a twinge of guilt and sadness. How long had it been, he wondered, since he'd had any kind of reputation himself that was worth guarding? Any idea which approach Nusa Isfa's planning? Thrawn smiled faintly. If I know Nusa Isfa, he said, very likely both. Chapter 17. The safe room entrance Mara had noted on her first trip through the escape tunnel had been well disguised. The keypad and mic were hidden even better, and it took her nearly 5 minutes to locate them. But once she did, Feruz's voice print and key code did the trick. The thick door, another hinge type, popped open. Easing it open a crack, she looked in. The doorway led into a guard foyer with a pair of reinforced hardpoint firing positions flanking the foyer's only other door. The hardpoints are simple half-cylinders, a meter in diameter and 2 meters tall, with their curved sides pointed toward the main door. Each had 2 slits, one at eye level for observation and one waist-high for firing, and was big enough to provide cover for 2 guards at a time. A single person crouched out of sight beneath the firing slit would be in perfect position to launch an ambush on someone heading for the door into the safe room proper. But Mara's force-enhanced hearing could detect no surreptitious breathing. The guard foyer was empty. Pulling the door wider, she stepped inside. She went to the hard points first, double-checking that they were unoccupied. Then, pushing the exit door closed behind her, she crossed between the hard points and keyed the other door. It slid silently open. Lightsaber in hand, she stepped inside. Feruz had already said the suite was large. What he hadn't mentioned was the fact that whoever designed the retreat had apparently felt that, just because the governor was running for his life, that was no reason he had to put up with less than ideal accommodations as well. The suite was beautifully appointed, with expensive furniture, marble and brass and cut gem decor, thick carpets, and an extensive entertainment system. The food prep area was built along the lines of a master chef's kitchen, well stocked with cookware, dining settings, and food supplies. The whole apartment was spotlessly clean and meticulously cared for. Like the guard foyer, it was also empty. Mara went through the place twice, just to make sure there was no one hiding in a closet or beneath the hand-carved desk in the even more elaborate study. Her hopes lifted for a moment when she found a closet full of housekeeping droids. But a quick check of the settings showed that all of them had been shut down and on their chargers for the past 6 days. No help or information for her there. It was on her third, more careful pass through the suite that she found a small dusting of glow glitter on one of the bedroom pillows. Glow glitter painted ear helixes were one of the current fads among upper-class Imperial Center girls, and Mara had long ago learned that such fads propagated across the Empire with HoloNet speeds. Fruz's daughter had been here all right. Probably his wife had too. So where were they now? She continued on with her examination of the rooms, finding more sprinkles of glow glitter in one of the entertainment room couches, and oddly enough, in the massive but currently empty soaking tub. Aside from the glitter, though, she could find no trace of either of the hostages. She ended her search in the office, sitting at the desk, glaring at the computer. Fruz was safe, but only for the moment, with a guard that had started out marginal and was now down to little more than half its strength. Fruz's family was presumably also alive, but their safety was even more tenuous than the governor's, and she had no clue as to their whereabouts. The Poland system was overrun with rebels, and there was an alien warlord and would-be conqueror lurking somewhere in the shadows, calmly pulling strings within both the Rebel Alliance and the Empire. For the first time in years, Mara was at a complete loss as to what to do. Settling herself into the comfortable chair, she closed her eyes. What she would not do, she told herself firmly, was contact the Emperor and ask for help. She was the Emperor's hand. She was supposed to be able to handle this sort of thing on her own. But maybe there was another way to get the assistance she needed. Taking a deep breath, willing calmness into her thoughts, she stretched out to the Force. For a moment nothing happened. Then her mind cleared, and she felt the Force flowing through her, twisting and rippling like a mountain brook, drawing her up and out and into herself. She seemed to be floating outside the palace, rising above the ground, soaring through and then over the clouds. She saw Pole Major beneath her, and Pole Minor floating against the starry blackness in the distance. Multiple lines of ship traffic cut across her view, some of the vessels traveling between the two worlds, the rest incoming or outgoing from the system. The big Golan 1 defense platform orbited silently past her, and she could see the much smaller shape of the dreadnought Sarisa holding similar guard over Pole Minor, both of them guarding the Emperor's worlds with their turbolasers and missiles and... their missiles. Mara shook her head, snapping back to herself in the safe room around her. She took a moment to blink away the rest of the vision, then leaned forward and keyed the computer. Lerone had said Nusa Isfa's agents had gotten hold of some Keldorf missiles, and as she thought about it, she seemed to remember that Keldorfs were precisely the sort of missile being deployed on dreadnoughts these days. It was a crazy thought, an insanely outrageous thought, but Nusa Isfa had made the necessary contacts, and he'd already demonstrated the icy nerve necessary to kidnap an imperial governor's family. 2 minutes later, she leaned back from the computer again, a prickly sensation creeping up her back. He'd done it. He'd really and truly done it. Grimacing, she pulled out her comlink and keyed for General Ularno. "This is Jade," she identified herself when he answered. "Are you alone?" "Yes," he said. "You have news?" "Yes, of the bad to worse variety," she told him. "Are you aware that all 50 of the Cerisa's Keldorf 7 interceptor missiles were removed 4 days ago?" "Yes, of course," Ularno said. "The notice came through last week. Some possible malfunction in the guidance systems, I'm told. They're at the Spillwater Fleet Base being recalibrated." "Not anymore, they're not," Mara said. "Nusa Isfa is currently loading them aboard his own ship somewhere on Pole Minor." There was a brief silence. "I see," Ularno said, his voice almost calm. "He seems to have his fingers in a great number of soup bowls, hasn't he?" "Having a top security officer like Packery in his pocket will go a long way toward doing that for him," Mara said. "Speaking of Packery, has there been any sign of him?" "Not yet, no," Ularno said. "But Major Packery couldn't have done this for Nusa Isfa or anyone else. The memo and order came from outside the Pone system." "My point is that all such information would be on the military system, using military codes and encryptions," Mara said. Yet Nusa Isfa knew about the missiles and where they were going. Ergo, Packery must have had access to the messages. "He shouldn't have," Ularno said. "Military and administration encrypts are supposed to be strictly separate." "But he obviously does," Mara said, punching out a quick message on the computer. "So if we can't find him, let's see if we can get him to find us. I'm sending you a note in military encrypt, signed by Governor Fruz, saying he's managed to get to the safe room. I want you to pull it up and read it, then make a big show of calling off the search parties you have out looking for him. With luck, Packery will get wind of the change in orders, slice into your messages, and find the note." "Yes, I see," Ularno said slowly. I trust you realize that if he comes, he won't come alone." "He can bring as many friends as he likes," Mara assured him. "I'll be ready for them." "Understood," Ularno said. "I'll get on this right away. Good luck." Mara keyed off her comlink, then took a final walk through the suite. Turning off all the glow plates, she returned to the guard foyer. The glow plates there couldn't be completely shut off, so she merely lowered them to their minimum dusk level settings. Folding the right-hand hardpoint seat out of the way, she sat down cross-legged on the floor behind the curved metal, out of sight of either the main door or the one leading into the suite. She checked her holdout blaster, then returned it to its sleeve holster and pulled out her lightsaber. Setting it on her lap, she settled against the cold hull metal to wait. The agreed-upon signal came from across the room, 3 dull thuds on the top of the supply lift. Proper signal or not, though, Lerone made sure he and Marcross were crouched behind more of the metal kegs, their E-11s aimed at the lower open door before he signaled Quiller to send up the lift. There was a brief clanking and banging, and then the 3-thud signal came again. Lerone nodded to Quiller and again hunched ready over his blaster rifle. And as the lift started down, and he got his first look at the newcomer's big clawed feet and hairy legs, he raised his blaster, breathing a quiet sigh of relief. In a day filled with errors and near-fatal mistakes, one thing at least had gone right. For the moment at least, that welcome trend continued. Chewbacca lugged the Swantek's bacta-tank into the cellar, growling away Lerone's and Marcross's offers of help. He set up the device across the wall near the lift door, where it would be out of the way, and wired it to a pair of standard current lines that together gave the tank the necessary power. Then, still refusing any assistance from the others, he affixed the breath mask to Graves' face, carefully lifted the injured stormtrooper, and laid him out in the tank. He peered for a moment at the readouts, then lowered the hinged lid down and filled the tank the rest of the way up. Apart from the big Wookiee's muttered growlings, the whole thing was carried out in complete silence. "Thank you," Lerone said when it was done. "We owe you." Chewbacca rumbled something, gave Feroz a single unreadable look, then gathered up Axelon's bloody body and returned to the lift. A minute later he was gone. Lerone took a deep breath. "Marcross?" "Looks good," Marcross confirmed as he crouched by the tank's readouts. "He's stabilized, and his blood count is rising nicely. Assuming he's given enough time in there, he should be fine." "That is the question, isn't it?" Lerone agreed. "Time, and how much of it we have." He turned to Feroz. "Your first Wookiee, Governor?" "Certainly the first one I've seen up close," Feroz said, sounding a little shaken. "I'll be honest, for a minute I thought he was going to rip me apart right here." "Chewbacca wouldn't do that," Lerone assured him. "But you have to understand he's had some pretty unpleasant treatment under the Empire's rule, including torture and a stint or two as a slave. Some of his people have suffered even more. He doesn't like Imperials." "I didn't know that," Feroz said in a low voice. "I know Kashyyyk is on the Empire's unfriendly system list, but I always assumed there was a good reason for that." "Like you probably assumed Alderaan was full of rebel sympathizers?" Quiller asked, an edge of challenge in his voice. "I don't know what happened there," Feroz said evenly. "All I know is that I swore an oath to uphold the Empire and its laws. I intend to carry out that oath." His throat worked. "Until my death." "Hopefully that'll be a long time coming," Lerone said, giving Quiller a warning look. This was no time to get into politics. "Maybe," Feroz said heavily. "Jade did come to Pol Major to execute me." "You may find she's more reasonable than you think," Marcross assured him. "She knows you were coerced into dealing with the rebels." "Which doesn't alter the fact that it was treason," Feroz pointed out, "as far as the letter of the law is concerned." "Hold it," Lerone said as the comlink gave a double ping signal. "They're here. Marcross?" Marcross nodded and keyed the supply lift. It rose to the street level, and once again there was a sound of feet and a thud of equipment from above them. Lerone's comlink pinged again, and he gestured again to Marcross. This time, it wasn't a Wookiee in a bacta tank that came into view as the platform returned to the cellar. This time, it was Brightwater, heavy satchels full of stormtrooper equipment from their speeder truck, and 5 of the knife-making, green-scaled, badly dressed Trokri. "Welcome," Lerone said, his eyes flicking across the aliens and picking out Vantar. "We're very grateful for your willingness to come." "No thanks needed," Vantar said, his dark green scales and fur patches looking even darker in the cellar's artificial light. "I regret that I could not bring more of my people, but our defenseless must not be left alone." "Understood," Lerone said. "Rest assured that whatever Brightwater pledged in return for your aid, you will receive it." Brightwater pledged a great deal of money, Vantar said, looking at Brightwater as he and the other Trocri began lugging the bags into the cellar. We accepted nothing, save your promise that we would be fighting against Nusa Isa's forces. His white-rimmed eyes looked over at Firuz. This is not one we have met. Not yet, no, Lerone confirmed. Governor, this is Vantar and his fellow Trocri, master knife crafters and enemies of warlord Nusa Isva. Vantar, this is Governor Bidor Firuz, Imperial Administrator Pol Major in Kandora sector. We are honored to serve with those who also stand against Nusa Isva, Vantar said, bowing toward Firuz. We are doubly honored to serve he who has graciously permitted us refuge on this world, we and our defenseless. Glad we're all friends here, Quiller said, wincing as he sat down on the floor beside Graves' Bacta-tank, his wounded leg stretched out awkwardly to the side. Tell me, Vantar, can any of you shoot a blaster? Vantar exchanged glances with one of the other Trocri. Our skill is with our knives, he said, tapping the pair sheathed at his waist. In a space so confined, that is all we shall need. Maybe, Quiller said, but a little additional training wouldn't hurt. Agreed, Lerone seconded. Marcross? That's okay. I can do it, Quiller volunteered, popping the back of his E11 and readjusting it to practice mode. I'm not much use with anything else at the moment. Get your people over here, Vantar. He gave Lerone a humorless smile. Let's see how fast we can turn you into Imperial stormtroopers. Leia had been hanging out the side of the speeder bus for what seemed like hours, and her eyes were aching with the task of staring continuously at the gravelly tunnel rolling by beneath them when her comlink suddenly signaled. Han, stop, she ordered, pulling herself back into the bus and setting down her glow rod. Typically, infuriatingly, he ignored her, if anything, picking up his speed a little. Sending a useless glare at the side of his head, Leia pulled out her comlink and thumbed it on. Yes, Leia. Finally, Kraken's voice growled. Where have you been? I don't even know where we are now, let alone where we've been, Leia admitted. At least we're close enough to civilization to get a comlink relay. Han, can we at least stop long enough to figure out where we are? Not a good idea, Han grunted, pointing back over his shoulder. We've got company. Leia turned to look. In the distance behind them were a set of distant headlights. Several sets, actually. How long had they been there? She asked. Maybe 3 minutes, Han told her. They came out of a couple of cross tunnels at that last big intersection. You think they're after us? You seen any other traffic around here? He countered. Leia grimaced. Not since we left. Leia? Kraken called. We've picked up some tails, Leia told him grimly. At least 3 land speeders, maybe more behind them. And you're in what? A speeder bus, Leia said. An old one, too. Once they figure out it's us, we're not going to be able to outrun them. They have to spot us first, Han said. This far ahead of them, with no lights showing, they might not realize we're here. You get all that? Leia asked into her comlink. Enough of it, Kraken said. You said you just passed an intersection. Any idea which one it was? I wasn't looking in that direction, Leia said. Han, did you get a number on that intersection? The biggest of the tunnels was labeled AF-2275, Han said. I didn't catch the others. We just passed AF-2275, Leia told Kraken, but I don't know which one we're in right. There's another tunnel coming up, Han interrupted, pointing ahead. Leia peered out the windscreen, tensing. The tunnel markers at each of the intersections were small, and if they shot past it with their headlights still off, they probably wouldn't be able to read it. But if they turned the lights on now, the land speeders behind them would instantly spot them. It was a gamble, but she and Han had no choice but to take it. Reaching to the console, she flipped on the lights. No! Han barked, lunging toward the switch. Leia batted his hand aside, her squinting eyes on the blaze of light in front of them. The tunnel marker flashed past. RKO-140, she called into the comlink, reaching for the light control, and winced as Han's hand closed around hers. Don't bother, he said, pushing her hand aside. If they didn't already know we were here, they do now. Might as well have the light. Sorry, she said, pulling her hand free of his grip. Don't tell me sorry, he said. Tell me Kraken's got a roadblock on the way, ready to slide in behind us. I think I can do better than that, Kraken said. Can you hold out another 5 or 6 minutes? Leia looked behind them. The lights back there didn't seem to be getting any closer. We can try, she said. Tell us what to do. There's a conveyance tunnel cutting across yours about 6 kilometers ahead, he said. Turn left into it and run the best speed you can manage. I think we're already doing that, Leia said, frowning. Why weren't the lights back there getting closer? Surely they'd figured out that this was their renegade bus by now. I gather that means Solo's driving, Kraken said. Keep the link open and hang by. The minutes ticked slowly by. Leia alternated her attention between the tunnel ahead and the lights behind. As far as she could tell, their pursuers still weren't gaining on the bus. Which could only mean one thing. They must have friends up ahead, she told Han. They're hurting us, trying to run us into an ambush. You just figure that out? Han asked. Leia felt her face warming. Forgive me for not thinking like a smuggler, she growled. You have an actual plan, or do you just like the satisfaction of knowing in advance what's about to hit you? Of course I've got a plan, Han said. Their comlinks couldn't have hooked up with the system any faster than ours did. That means they've just started putting the ambush in place. All we have to do is get there and get past it before they do. Brilliant, Leia said. And what if they've got full-power comms instead of comlinks and have been in contact with the ambush squad the whole time? A muscle in Han's cheek twitched. In that case, the plan is to shoot our way through and hope that Kraken's got a really good countermove in the works. Leia grimaced. I thought so, she said. Look there. There's the conveyance tunnel. I see it, Han said. Hang on. This could get a little rough. Right. Leia slipped into the seat behind him and got a two-handed grip on one of the support bars. The bus roared up to the conveyance tunnel and careened around in a tight circle, nearly slamming into the far wall before Han got it back under control. In the distance, Leia could see a few faint glow panels in the tunnel ceiling, too far away to illuminate anything nearby. For a moment, the bus fishtailed wildly, and then Han got it straightened out. He did something to the console, and Leia could hear the repulsor lifts straining as he tried to get more power out of them. She looked ahead at the distant ceiling lights, wondering if they marked another tunnel intersection. She caught her breath, her eyes and brain abruptly registering the fact that the glow panels weren't as far away as she'd thought, and were in fact moving toward them. She opened her mouth to shout a warning to Han, and right at the top edge of the bus's headlight glow, 3 airspeeders appeared and shot past over their heads. Leia spun around, catching another view as they reappeared behind the bus, heading toward the corridor she and Han had just left. Only with their longer view she realized now that the vehicles weren't just airspeeders. They were X-Wing fighters. Taking a deep breath, she raised the comlink to her lips. You could have told us what you were planning, she said as calmly as she could. They there already? Kraken asked. Great. That's Antilles for you. Flies as crazy as Solo does. Good thing, too, Leia said. What now? Just keep going, Kraken told her. He'll have left one of the X-Wings ahead to guide you back. I see him, Han called over his shoulder, about half a kilometer ahead. You should be only about 20 minutes away, Kraken went on. Get here as fast as you can. We will, Leia said. In the meantime, get all the crew chiefs together. We've got some bad news. They're already assembled, Kraken said grimly, because whatever your bad news is, I guarantee mine is worse. It had been a long, hard day, and Mara was dozing lightly behind the guard foyer hardpoint when the soft click of the lock release snapped her fully awake. By the time the door swung open, she had shifted from a sitting position into a crouch, lightsaber at hand. She had expected Pakri to be the cautious, thorough type and send a small army of thugs or mercenaries like the group who'd attacked Varuz's office earlier. But she could hear only a single set of footsteps coming through the door on the other side of the hardpoint. Midway through the foyer, the steps paused, as if their owner was listening, then resumed their path toward the door leading into the suite. Could Pakri really have come alone? Or was her visitor someone else? General Ylarno, maybe, whose rigidly simplistic mind had decided he should drop in and check on her? The footsteps passed Mara's hiding place, and she leaned a few centimeters out for a look. Fortunately for Ylarno, it wasn't him. It was indeed Pakri, a blaster in his hand, and a grimly determined look on his face. Yet he was still alone. Why was he still alone? It was, Mara decided, a question worth asking. Shifting her lightsaber from her right hand to her left, she reached out with the force and tapped the outside edge of Pakri's right boot as if something alive had brushed against him. Pakri reacted instantly, leaping to his left as he spun around to see what was down there. Silently, Mara rose to her feet, took a long step up behind him, and tapped him gently on the right shoulder. Pakri twitched violently and again spun around, but a second sudden movement right on top of the first was too much for his coordination. Even as he flailed for balance, Mara caught his hand, deftly wrenched the blaster from his grip, and turned it around to point at him. At the same time, she jabbed the hilt end of her lightsaber into his stomach, then turned the weapon sideways and pressed it against his stomach, shoving him backward. An instant later, she had him pinned to the foyer wall by the safe room door, lightsaber hilt still pressed against his stomach, his own blaster jammed up under his chin. Now, she said conversationally, you've got 10 seconds to tell me why I shouldn't execute you for treason. For another 2 seconds, he just stared at her from wide, panicky eyes. Then suddenly his mental gears seemed to catch, and Mara sensed his fear change into an almost righteous indignation. Me? He countered. I'm not the traitor. Feroz is. He's made a deal with the rebels. Yes, I know, Mara interrupted. How does any of that give you the authority to kidnap his wife and daughter? They weren't kidnapped. They're in protective custody, Pakri said stiffly. It was for their own good. Their good? Mara asked. Or yours? Pakri's throat worked. I don't know what you're talking about. Let me tell you what I think, Mara said, stretching out toward him with the force, sifting through every nuance of thought and emotion. I think someone came and dangled the chance to be a hero in front of you. They told you Feroz was a traitor, and that with your help they could prove it, and your career would take off like a Star Destroyer out of dry dock. Any of this sounding familiar? Pakri didn't answer, but he didn't have to. The rigidity of his face and the unpleasant swirling of his emotions were all the evidence Mara needed. Of course, they didn't mention that you were going to have to commit high crimes to do it, she went on, and by the time you realized that you were already in too deep to get out. Feroz is still a traitor, Pakri insisted, an edge of desperation in his voice. I'm a security officer. I can do whatever is necessary to find and expose treason. So can I, Mara said, suddenly thoroughly disgusted with the man. Only I don't have to answer to anyone afterward. You do. Tell me where Feroz's wife and daughter are. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw the door to the suite inexplicably slide open, and from inside the suite came a thunderous burst of blaster fire. Mara reacted instantly, shoving hard off Pakri's stomach with her left hand as she hurled herself to the floor, firing a couple of random shots back at her unknown attackers to try to throw off their aim. She could see a group of figures moving back there, silhouetted against the light streaming through the door from inside, and caught a glimpse of rainbow-tinted skin, flowing black hair, and glittering yellow eyes. And then her back hit the floor, and as she fired off a couple more shots, she turned her momentum into a flat somersault that carried her to temporary safety behind the far side of the hardpoint where she'd been hiding a few minutes earlier. The incoming fire shifted in response, some of the bolts cutting through the air behind her back, the rest splattering over the metal or else finding its way through the observation and firing slits. Through the screaming of the barrage, she could hear her attackers moving single file through the door and spreading out to both sides of the foyer in an attempt to flank her. Reaching up, she wedged the muzzle of Pakri's blaster into the firing slit, flipping it to full automatic as she did so. She squeezed the trigger, sending a spitting firestorm back at her attackers, and jammed her comlink into the trigger guard to keep the fire coming. Then, using the force to sweep the weapon back and forth, she slipped around the far edge of the hardpoint. Coming from the lighted suite into the relative darkness of the guard foyer with their attention focused on the gyrating blaster splitting its arc of death toward them, they probably never saw the black-suited figure come around toward the end of their flanking line. The first hint that their ambush had failed was most likely the sudden blaze of light at the side of the room as Mara ignited her lightsaber. The battle was short and sharp, and the attackers hampered by the fact that the very flanking line they'd been setting up left them in position to interfere with one another's fire. Quickly, systematically, Mara walked down their line, alternating between cutting down the attackers within and blocking the blaster fire from those who weren't. Somewhere along the way, the blaster she'd set to automatic fire ran out of power and went quiet, still hanging by its muzzle from the firing slit. 8 bodies later, it was over. For a moment, Mara stood in the center of the carnage, her lightsaber humming in her ears, confirming to herself that they were all dead. Then, stepping to the wall beside the open door, she closed down the weapon and used the force to enhance her hearing. If the attackers had left the second wave in reserve, now was the time for them to show themselves. But there was no second wave. There was nothing. The suite was empty. It was only then, as Mara returned her hearing to normal, that she realized Pakri was gone. Sprinting to the outer door, she pulled it open and stepped out into the tunnel, but he was nowhere in sight, nor was there any sound of footsteps, even with enhanced hearing. Cursing under her breath, she returned to the guard foyer, closing the heavy door behind her. Even preoccupied with her defense, she should have seen Pakri making his break, only she hadn't, and now it was too late. Or maybe not. Crossing to the hardpoint, she retrieved her comlink from the drained blaster's trigger guard and keyed for Larome. Status? She asked. All quiet, he reported. Grave is being treated, the governor is recovering, and Quiller and Brightwater are running our new recruits through some quick training. Yours? Not as good, Mara said. Packery got into the safe room along with a bunch of aliens who fit the description of Nusa Iswa you gave me. Best guess is that these are his personal shock troops, sent to make sure the job was done right this time. I assume they didn't do any better than the last bunch? Not really, Mara said. The bad news is that Packery got away. Are you still in contact with Skywalker? I can be, Larone confirmed. What do you need? I'm guessing that Packery will be calling Stellakeag, if he hasn't already, with the bad news, Mara said. I'm not sure which way they'll jump, but with Packery warning them I'm on the scene, I assume they'll either intensify the hunt for you or else run off to bolster the guard on the hostages. Hopefully it'll be the latter. Either way, I need Skywalker to stay on top of Stellakeag. Got it, Larone said. I'll call him right away. And watch yourselves, Mara added. Stellakeag could just as easily decide to jump in your direction. We'll be ready. Mara clicked off the comlink and returned it to her belt, her eyes on the alien corpses littering the foyer floor. They hadn't been in the suite an hour earlier. They hadn't come in the front door with Packery. Ergo, there was another entrance somewhere in the suite, one she hadn't spotted on her last trip through the facility. It was time to correct that omission. Shifting her lightsaber to her left hand, she drew her holdout blaster and headed back inside. Chapter 18. They left the Tapcaf about half an hour ago, Luke told Larone, holding the comlink surreptitiously at the edge of his hood as he moved casually along the busy walkway. They picked up a couple of small portable scanners from their land speeder, split up into two groups, and are walking the side streets near the palace. I think they finally realized that Axon's call is overdue and are hunting for you. They'll be hunting a lot harder in a minute, Larone said. We think they're about to get a call. Hold it, Luke interrupted, peering through his electromonocular. Stellakeag's got the call all right, and he does not look happy. You need to stay with them, Larone said. They may lead you to the hostages. Luke grimaced. Great. Except that Stellakeag had a land speeder while Luke was on foot. If the kidnappers decided to drive to their destination, there was no way he could keep up with it. Sure enough, Stellakeag made an abrupt U-turn and headed rapidly back down the walkway in the direction of their land speeder. They're on the move, Luke reported. You have any vehicles parked southwest of the palace gate that I can borrow? No, nothing, Larone said. There was a faint, indistinct voice from somewhere on the other end. Marcross says to knock a citizen down and steal one if you have to. Just don't let Stellakeag get away. He clicked off. Luke returned the comlink to his sash. It was all very well, he thought darkly, for Marcross to talk about stealing a land speeder. They were former stormtroopers who'd probably commandeered vehicles all the time, but that wasn't something Luke was either comfortable or experienced with. But there were lives at stake. If he didn't have to hurt anyone along the way, maybe he would be able to steal something. Unfortunately, that would take time, and Stellakeag was already on his way back to the gang's land speeder. Luke was closer, but he wasn't close enough to find a vehicle of his own before Stellakeag got to his. Unless Luke could find a way to sabotage it. He wasn't sure how he was going to do that, not without the damage being obvious, but it was worth a try. Ducking into one of the narrow alleyways that paralleled the street, he broke into a run. Stellakeag had parked their vehicle in a similar alley behind the Tapcaf where they'd been waiting for the confirmation call that Axon never made. Luke glanced around the bales of compacted garbage and rows of bins as he jogged up to it, confirmed that he was unobserved, and popped open the hood. The land speeder was larger and more ornate than the battered Sorsub X-34 he'd owned back on Tatooine, but the engine layout was basically the same. He leaned over the opening, getting a grip on the lightsaber tucked into his sash, searching for a likely wire to cut. He froze as something hard pressed suddenly into his back. Well, well, look who we have here. Carefully, Luke turned his head a few degrees, his hand still gripping his lightsaber. It was one of Stellakeag's men, the man Quiller had shot twice in the leg during the stormtroopers' rescue outside the palace gate. His injuries must have gotten him assigned to watch over the gang's vehicle. Clearly, Luke's quick check of the area had missed him. And unless he did something fast, this whole thing was going to fall apart. It's not too late to change sides, he told the thug. You can't win. The governor's well hidden and you don't have the numbers to find him. But you can still make a deal to get out of this. Nice try, the man said. Thing is, Skywalker, you've already been seen in public, so we really don't need you anymore. And Stellakeag will pay the bounty he put on you whether you're alive or dead. The blaster pressing against Luke's back shifted slightly as the man repositioned it directly in line with Luke's heart. So long, kid. There was nothing Luke could do, no time for thought, no time for any other action. Bracing himself, wincing with anticipation and regret, he ignited his lightsaber. The blade snap hissed through his sash, the back of his tunic, and the gunman standing behind him. The pressure of the blaster muzzle against his back vanished, and without a sound the man crumpled to the ground. Luke closed down the lightsaber and turned around, his heart thudding in his throat as he stared at the body lying at his feet. It had been fully justified, he told himself. The man was a kidnapper, a traitor, and a would-be murderer, and he'd clearly stated his intention to kill Luke where he stood. Still, killing this way felt different than it did from the isolation of his X-Wing cockpit. Enormously, painfully different. It tore a fresh line across his heart every time he did it, and he suspected that it always would. And it would all be for nothing if he couldn't hide the body and sabotage the land speeder before Stellakeeg and the rest of the gang arrived. Or maybe there was another way. Luke's X-34 hadn't had any real storage space. Stellakeeg's did. An impressively large-lidded compartment in the rear, complete with a dozen large blaster rifles laid out on top of a blanket. A minute later, having dumped the blasters in the nearest garbage bin, Luke heaved the dead thug up over the edge and dropped him into the storage compartment in their place. And then, realizing all too well the horrible risk he was taking, he climbed in behind the body. Closing the lid over him, he covered himself with a blanket and laid himself as flat as he could, working a few folds into the material so it would look like it was simply bunched up. Just in time. Even as he made his last adjustments to the blanket, he heard voices approaching. He stretched out to the force, trying to hear better. "The blazes is Kofter," he heard Stellakeeg snarl as the men hurried up to the vehicle. "Bams, get him on the comlink. Everyone else get in." The voice suddenly cut off as, beside Luke, the comlink on the dead thug's belt began to signal. The sound went on for a solid 5 seconds, accompanied by an utter silence from the men gathered outside. Luke braced himself, gripping his lightsaber tightly, and then, with a sudden violent creaking from the hinges, the storage compartment lid was flung open. For another moment the comlink was again the only sound Luke could hear. He held his breath. The comlink went silent. "Well," Stellakeeg said into the rigid stillness, a bitterness in his voice that sent a chill up Luke's back. "At least now we know where Skywalker and those stormtroopers went. Seems they've got our spare blasters." "How did they get the drop on Kofter?" someone demanded. "No. Wait a second. I want to see what they did." With a swoosh, the lid slammed shut. "You want to do an autopsy right out here?" Stellakeeg snarled, his voice muffled now by the closed lid. "Where anyone can look out those windows up there and see that we're lugging around a corpse? And never mind the blasters. There are more where those came from. Mix, get in. Everyone else, get back out on the street. I want Fruz, and I want him now." "What about Kofter?" someone asked. "We'll take him back and deal with him when we finish the job," Stellakeeg said. "You just find Fruz." "And Skywalker?" "Oh, yes," Stellakeeg said, almost too quietly for Luke to hear. "You find him, too." The landspeeder leapt forward in the acceleration, shoving Luke back against the body beside him. He took a careful breath. So far, the gamble was working. Stellakeeg's reaction to a dead body in his landspeeder had been to get it out of sight instead of pausing to investigate more closely. Until they reached their destination, and probably even for a while past that, Luke should be able to avoid detection. Now, if only Larone was right about them heading to the place where Fruz's family was being held. Sliding his lightsaber back into his sash, Luke stretched out to the force for calm and settled into wait. Han had never liked Axlon. The man had been condescending and irritating, and more than once on the way to the Pulm system, Han had toyed with the idea of giving him a walk out the Falcon's airlock. But never in his wildest dreams had he expected this. "You're sure?" he asked Chewie across the makeshift conference table Kraken had set up in his transport. The Wookiee warbled a grim confirmation. "I'm sure Chewbacca's telling the truth as he was told it," Kraken said. "The question for you, Solo, is whether you believe this Larone character." "Absolutely," Han said without hesitation. "Chewie and I worked with Larone and his pals before. So did Luke. Besides, he's got no reason to lie." "Why?" Kraken pressed. "Because Governor Axlon was a rebel and Larone is a stormtrooper?" "Former stormtrooper," Han corrected. "And yes, because Axlon was a rebel. There's a bounty on all our heads. You know that. An Imperial any Imperial can shoot any of us down in the street, he wouldn't need to concoct a story. Kraken pursed his lips. What about Luke? He asked. You think he was telling the truth on that too? Han looked over at Leia, but she was just sitting quietly at her end of the table, staring at her datapad like she'd been ever since the meeting started, as if she wasn't even listening to the discussion. If Larone says he's all right, then he is, he said, looking back at Kraken. And no, I don't know why he hasn't contacted us. You can ask him when he gets back. Assuming travel between here and Pole Major isn't about to be violently disrupted, Kraken said grimly. Which brings us to your cheerful bit of news. First of all, do you have any idea whose warships they are? Han shook his head. They weren't any design that I've ever seen. But given this Nusa Isva's the only alien in the equation, and given that everything Axlan told about him being on our side was probably a lie, I'm guessing they're his. You think he's working for the Empire? One of the chief techs asked. Not unless the Empire started assassinating its own governors. A major whose name Han hadn't caught growled. The big question is what an independent contractor could possibly need with that much firepower, especially here. I see 3 possibilities, Kraken said. Straight up piracy against Pole Major shipping, an attack on one of the Imperial facilities in the system, or an attack on us. I vote for the latter, the Major rumbled. No point in luring us here otherwise. Agreed, Kraken said, which leads to the next question. How fast can we pack up and run? Well, that's going to be a problem, isn't it? The Major said grimly. Even if we abandon everything that's not already on the transports, it'll take a couple of hours just to collect everyone and get them aboard the ships. And then to get them out of here, one of the transport captains put in, we either have to get the transports back to Yellow Strike Spaceport, or else maneuver them through the conveyance tunnel maze and find a different way out. Something Nusa Isva will already have thought of, one of the other captains pointed out. Odds are that private hangar of his is within easy striking distance of the spaceport. We'll never get those transports out through the spaceport, the Major warned. Not with enemies sitting that close. The blasted things take off like overstuffed wattle birds. Which means we need to find that nest and neutralize it, Kraken said, turning to Wedge. Antilles? Wedge shook his head. Sorry, Colonel. We tried every tunnel in the whole area where we intercepted Solo and Princess Leia. There was no sign of the land speeders that were chasing them, or anything else we could track. Han grimaced. He knew now that the land speeders hadn't been trying to catch their speeder bus, but had simply been following behind them in order to wipe out the telltale repulsor lift marks he and Leia had been using to find their way back. With all the twists and turns they'd made along the way, it was for sure they weren't going to get back to the cavern without those marks. Not any time soon. There has to be some way to find them, he insisted. There is, Leia said, looking up in triumph from her datapad, and I have. Han glanced around the table. Practically everyone there was staring at Leia with one degree or another of astonishment or disbelief. All of them except Kraken. But then, he'd probably known her the longest. Explain, he said. When Han and Chewie first landed at Quartzed's port, 3 of Nusa Isva's men were there on guard, she said. It wasn't anything to do with us, because once Han told them he was heading for the Anyadet Caverns, they basically lost interest in him. Because they were there to keep an eye on something else, Han said as he saw where she was going. They were moving the missiles from the port to their cavern. That's my guess, Leia confirmed, because we also know it was only a couple of days later that they started hiring outside people to mount and calibrate them. That must be when they realized the job was going to take too long for them to handle on their own. She tapped her datapad. There's only one other long-distance tunnel coming out of Quartz Edge, and it only connects with a certain number of others that are wide enough for heavy-lift speeder trucks. Add in the conveyance tunnel we know is at the other end of the target cavern, add in the tunnel area where Wedge picked us up, throw in the fact that the cavern is close to the surface, and we get... Wait a second, Han interrupted, frowning. How do you know we were close to the surface? Because the whole ceiling was wired with shaped charges, Leia said, frowning. That's probably how they plan to get the ships out. They'll want to bring them out all together, and with the conveyance tunnel, they'd have to go one at a time. Didn't you notice? Course I did, Han lied. All that time studying the ships, the tunnels, the aliens, and the hired thugs, and he'd never once thought to look up. That was just plain embarrassing. I meant, how do you know blowing the ceiling won't just take him into another cavern or a different conveyance tunnel? Because the conveyance tunnels aren't that close together, and just moving to a different cavern makes no sense, she said patiently. Anyway, put that all together and assume they're within a couple 100 kilometers of here, and you get only one possibility. She gave the datapad a push, sending it sliding across the table to Kraken. So we do, he said, picking it up and peering at the screen. Excellent work, Princess. Okay, how do we want to take them out? It won't be the X-Wings, Han said. The tunnel we were using is too small, and the conveyance tunnel's too well defended. How about our new T-47s? Wedge suggested. 10 of them have been checked clear, and they get through anything as well as speederboats will. They aren't nearly as well armed as the X-Wings, Kraken warned. Firepower won't matter if we can't get to them, Wedge pointed out. Besides, they think they're hidden. We'll have a surprise on our side. Possibly. Kraken looked around the table. Any other suggestions? There was a moment of silence. Then we have a plan, the colonel concluded. Let's get busy and... One other thing, Han said, lifting a finger. What were you planning to do about the Dreadnought and the Golan out there? I thought your Duros friend said neither of them was a threat, Leia reminded him. Maybe not to smugglers and little freighters, Han said, but big fat rebel transports are a different matter, especially since the safe conduct ID code Axon gave from Feruz may have expired. The major hissed something under his breath. He's right, Colonel, he said grimly. Even if the code's still functional, we may very well find it was only good for getting our ships into the Pol system, not out of it. Kraken gestured to Han. You have a suggestion? Yeah, Han said, nodding. Chewie and I take the Falcon over to the Golan, get aboard, and start shooting at the Dreadnought. In all the confusion, you and the transports lift and get clear. There was a moment of stunned silence. You're not serious, Leia said. Why not? Han said. Even a full complement Golan 1 carries only 400 men. Only 400? And this one's running at maybe 30%, Han continued. I figure 80 or 90 tops, and most of them will be techs and turbo laser gunners. There probably won't be more than 10 with any actual ground combat experience. How would you get aboard? Kraken asked. Of all of them, Han noticed, he was the only one who seemed to be taking the idea seriously. We used the pass Feruz gave Axlon, Han said. It came back with the body, didn't it? It should be there, yes, Kraken said, but it's probably only good for getting into the palace. That's okay, Han said. I can make it good for the Golan, too. How? The Major asked. By being the best loud, overbearing Imperial undercover officer the Polan system has ever seen, Han told him. Trust me, I've seen some of them. I know how to play it. And once you're aboard, you take over and shoot everyone who gets in your way? The Major persisted. Just the two of you? Pretty much, Han said, unless you've got a few soldiers you think could use some exercise. Get back to the armaments locker and draw whatever you need, Kraken ordered. We'll make a small team, I think. Toksky and Atticus should do. They'll meet you at the Falcon. Wait a minute, Leia said, sounding stunned. You're actually going to let him do this? It's that or risk losing everything, Kraken said. You know how we have to play these things. Leia looked across at Han, her face tight, and he thought he saw her slump a little. Understood, she murmured. Kraken looked back at Han and cocked an eyebrow. You still here? Nope, Han said, standing up and beckoning to Chewie. Come on, let's go see if they've got anything we can use. And as he strode down the narrow corridor toward the transport's stern, he permitted himself a small smile. Oh yeah, she was crazy about him, all right. Luke had been settling himself down for a long, uncomfortable ride when, suddenly, it was over. He frowned in the darkness, wondering if they could really have arrived already, but the land speeder had stopped and the repulsor lift shut down, and he felt the double rocking dip as Stellakeeg and Mix got out. For a few seconds he heard their footsteps, then they faded away. This was apparently it. Leaning over the body beside him, Luke fumbled for the lid release. He found it, pulled it, and the lid popped open a few centimeters. Leaning over a little more, he peered out. He was in a long tunnel, dimly lit by what seemed to be randomly placed overhead glow panels. Here and there along the walls he could see clusters of crates, drums, cabinets, and workbenches. In the far distance, the tunnel's end was a faint glow of what appeared to be diffused daylight. Half a dozen other land speeders were parked against the walls, along with 2 air speeders. Now that the storage compartment lid was open, he could again hear the 2 men's footsteps, and once again listened as they faded away into silence. For another moment he waited, listening hard, but there was nothing. Drawing his lightsaber, he eased himself over Kofter, raised the lid just far enough to squeeze through, and rolled over the lip onto the permacrete floor. He glanced around the tunnel, confirming he was alone, then eased himself to the rear corner of the land speeder and looked carefully around its side. There was more of the tunnel stretching out in front of the vehicle, but it was blocked by a heavy metal and permacrete barrier that had gaps only wide enough for pedestrians to get through. 20 meters past the barrier, the tunnel abruptly opened up into a big cavern whose walls glowed with soft, reddish light. Checking one last time behind him, he pulled out his comlink and thumbed it on. "I'm here," he said softly when Lerone answered. "Looks like a tunnel leading into a cavern or cave with white walls. At least, I think they're white. The place is being lit by red glow panels, so it's a little hard to tell." "Any idea where exactly this tunnel is?" "No, but the Landspeeder ride is less than 15 minutes," Luke told him. "We must still be in the city. Maybe even somewhere near the palace." "Okay," Lerone said. "Hold on." The comlink went dead. Luke started to close the storage compartment lid, then an impulse reached in and retrieved the blanket he'd been hiding beneath. He closed the lid, folded the blanket, and tucked it under his arm, then straightened up and ran as quietly as he could over to the barrier and crouched down beside it. From his new vantage point, he could see that there were buildings inside the cavern, low, rough-looking structures, clearly decades old. He couldn't see anyone, but he could hear voices, one of them Stelacag's, conversing angrily from somewhere inside the cavern. The comlink clicked back on. "You need to stay there," Lerone said. "Find a safe place to hide and watch and listen." "What about the governor's family?" Luke asked. "If they're in there, I may be able to get them out." "You're more likely to get yourself killed," Lerone said bluntly. "Don't worry. Help is on the way." "One of you?" Luke asked. "Never mind who," Lerone said evasively. "You just stay out of sight and let us know if anything changes." Luke grimaced. "Right," he said. "Just tell whoever it is to hurry. Stelacag's out for blood." "Understood," Lerone said. "Watch yourself." For another moment, Luke peered through the barrier. Han would go for it, he knew. Leia probably would, too. But he, Luke Skywalker, Jedi in training and son of the best star pilot in the galaxy, had been ordered to sit this one out. A meter past the barrier were a pair of deep, human-sized niches carved into the tunnel wall, one on each side. Guard or maintenance posts, probably, now no longer in use. Watching the cavern closely, Luke eased through the barrier and slipped into the right-hand niche. He would wait, but he wouldn't wait forever. Mara was in the middle of searching the governor's safe room office when she suddenly remembered the glow glitter in the soaking tub. There was no reason for anything that powdery to have remained intact through the tub's draining and filtering process. Unless, of course, the girl and her glitter had been in there without any water. It took her 2 minutes to find the hidden door built into the rear section of the tub, designed to be partially covered and totally inaccessible when the tub was full. Turning out the bathroom's glow panels to make sure the sudden appearance of light didn't alert any watchers who might be on the other side, she popped the catch and swung the door out and up on its hinges. Apparently, the moth who designed this whole place had been a big fan of tunnels. Beyond the door was yet another narrow passageway, this one leading down yet another flight of steps. In the distance, she could see a hint of a reddish glow. Returning her lightsaber to her belt, Mara drew her holdout blaster and headed down. She'd gone 3 steps when her comlink signaled. Grimacing, she hurried back up the steps and closed the hidden door. If she couldn't afford Stelacag's men seeing straight lights, she certainly couldn't afford them hearing unfamiliar voices. Pulling out the comlink, she clicked it on. "Report." "Skywalker's found the nest," Lerone said. "He says it's a white-walled cavern with red glow panel lighting at the end of a long vehicle tunnel. From the description he gave of the tunnel and the structures inside the cavern, it didn't sound like the place had been used for a while." Mara smiled tightly as it finally clicked. "Not for the past 100 years or so," she agreed. "It would seem that the secret emergency exit from the governor's secret emergency safe room leads into one of the old underground mines beneath the big crystal mounds. Probably the mound the palace itself was built into." "All the way down there?" Lerone said disbelievingly. "Sounds a little like overkill." "Not for the truly paranoid," Mara said. "The more barriers and secret doors you put between yourself and your enemies, the longer it takes for those enemies to track you down. The more tunnels that connect those secret doors, the more the enemy has to come at you one at a time, which gives you better odds on defense. And by putting the endpoint in a big, spacious cavern with a built-in vehicle exit, you've got the option of getting out of town or even off the planet while your security team fills the tunnels with your enemies' bodies." "Still sounds like overkill to me," Lerone said. "What do you want Skywalker to do?" "Find cover and stay put," Mara said. "He can watch and listen, but nothing else. I'll go in and see what needs to be done." "Acknowledged," Lerone said. "Good luck." The stairway was shorter than Mara had expected, only 15 steps. The tunnel beyond was also short, running about 20 meters before opening up into the red-lit cavern Skywalker had described for Lerone. It was just as well, she thought, as she eased her way down the passageway, that she'd been extra careful with the lights and voices. She reached the end of the tunnel and lowered herself into a crouch. If the tunnel had been shorter than Mara expected, the cavern was surprising in the opposite direction. It was huge, a good 150 meters across, 60 or 70 wide, and 20 to 25 deep. She had come out near the center of the cavern's narrower end, about 3 meters below the ceiling. 3/4 of the way from her end of the cavern, a vehicle-sized tunnel headed off to the left, probably the tunnel where Skywalker was hiding. Right beside Mara, also to her left, a wide metal catwalk led into the tunnel mouth to a metal mesh switchback stairway leading down to the cavern floor. Lowering herself to her belly, Mara crawled forward onto the catwalk for a better view. It didn't look promising. There were 15 structures of various sorts down there, ranging from small supply and tool sheds all the way up to long but flat, half-broken bunkhouse-style buildings. Any but the very smallest of the structures was large enough to hold Feruz's family, particularly if the kidnappers weren't concerned about the hostages' comfort. There were various other bits and remnants of the old mining operation, including a few rusted or broken ore cars, occasional tools, and a lifter truck canting heavily to one side on a broken tread. A small group of barrels, also rusted, were stacked against the wall near the vehicle tunnel, their prominent flammable warning emblems visible even at Mara's distance. Probably fuel, now well aged, for the broken lifter truck. Walking a random walk guard pattern through the cavern were at least 30 armed guards, some of them human, others more of the yellow-eyed aliens she dealt with upstairs in the guard foyer. And as she watched, it seemed to her that several of them were casting casual but lingering looks upward toward her tunnel. Which led to an interesting and ominous question. By now, Pakri had surely alerted his allies that Mara had disposed of their latest attack squad. They had to assume that sooner or later she would find the door in the tub and come down to join them. So why were they still casually roaming the floor down there instead of lining up here with their blasters pointed down the tunnel? Over the years, the catwalk Mara was lying on had pulled a couple of centimeters away from the long bolts that anchored it to the cavern wall. Easing herself backward, she lined up her eyes with the gap and gave the switchback stairway a good, hard look. There was no line of blaster-wielding aliens up here because Pakri had also told them about her skill at defending against such attacks. But no lightsaber artistry would protect her from a stairway mined with high explosives. Through the mesh she could see that sections of each flight of stairs was also mined with grenades, with the entire top 2 flights rigged with motion triggers. The minute Mara stepped from the catwalk onto those stairs, the booby trap would go off. And if the 20-meter fall didn't kill her, the cloud of metal shrapnel from the disintegrating stairway would. She raised her eyes again. There were ways to bypass even well-rigged explosive traps, but such techniques tended to be noisy. Noise would bring the guards running, and taking on 30 armed guards wasn't something even the Emperor's hand went into lightly, especially since there could easily be more guards out of sight inside the buildings. But there might be a more subtle approach. Immediately to her right was a crane rail that stretched the entire length of the cavern, starting from an old decaying overseer's control cabin at the right end of the catwalk, and ending in another such cabin at the far end. The crane itself was missing, but the rail looked solid enough, and most of the 2-meter-long V-shaped struts connecting it to the ceiling were still intact. The cabin at the far end had another switchback stairway, similar to the one at Mara's end, leading down to the main floor. The crane rail was about half a meter wide, easily crawlable, and with nearly 2 meters between it and the ceiling, there was plenty of room for her to move along it without getting hung up on anything. If she could get up there, she could probably crawl across the cavern and get down the stairway that no one was paying any attention to. The catch was getting up there in the first place. There was a 3-meter section of catwalk with no cover that she would first have to get across, and with all the discreet attention the kidnappers were aiming in her direction, she knew she would never make it without being spotted. What she needed was some kind of distraction. Or maybe what she needed was a surprise attack from the vehicle tunnel over there. Taking one last look around the cavern, she crawled backward into her tunnel and headed back up the stairs to the safe room. "Here's the good news," she said when Lerone answered. "I found Skywalker's cavern, and I think Feruz's family is here. If not, they're wasting an awful lot of guards and blasters on a crystal mine that was probably worked out decades ago." "And the bad news?" "There are too many for me to take on alone," she said. "You think you can organize a diversionary attack?" "Just a moment." The comlink went dead. Mara pulled out her synthrope dispenser, checking the gauge. There was 50 meters worth of the quick-drying liquid left, more than enough for her to rappel down from either the catwalk or the crane rail if that became necessary. But if Lerone could get his force here and launch a sufficiently loud attack... Abruptly, the comlink came on again, the speaker bursting with a flurry of distant but heated-sounded voices. "Lerone?" Mara snapped. "We've got trouble." Lerone came on, his voice tight. "Governor Farouz has just called Packery and told him where we are." "What?" Mara demanded. "He says he wanted to draw some of them away from his family for you," Lerone growled, sounding even angrier and more frustrated than Mara felt. "He pretended he didn't know Packery was a traitor, and made it sound like he was calling him like he would any other security officer if he was in trouble." Mara ground her teeth. Of all the stupid stunts. She took a deep breath, stretching to the force for calm. What was done was done. Besides, there was something to be said for a man who would deliberately put himself into deadly danger to help those he loved. "I don't suppose there's any way you can get out of there," she said. "We'd have to leave Grave behind," Lerone said. "We can't disengage him from the Bacta tank that quickly. Quiller's not exactly mobile either." There was another faint voice in the background. "Quiller's offering to stay here and guard Grave while we find a safe place to hide the governor." Mara grimaced. No way would Lerone and the others actually consider walking away and leaving two of their own behind to die. They and Farouz really did deserve each other. "It's probably already too late," she said. "Stellakeag wouldn't have pulled all his people off search duty. At this point, all you can do is call General Ularno." She jerked back as a burst of static erupted from the comlink. Reflexively, she switched frequencies, hit the squelch, then tried the reset. But nothing worked. Not only had Stellakeag's men reached the tap calf, but they'd set up a comlink jammer nearby. She smiled tightly. Fine. If Lerone couldn't call Ularno for backup, Mara would do it. She paused with her finger poised over the call button, the smile fading. Unfortunately, she couldn't do that. Not yet. Packery was surely still monitoring palace security activities and communications. The minute Ularno ordered a security force to the tap calf, Stellakeag would immediately pull his men back, including however many he'd been planning to send from the cavern detail. Even worse, if Stellakeag decided they'd lost all chance of getting to Farouz, there would be no reason for him to keep the hostages alive. With a grimace, Mara put the comlink away. Stupidly reckless though it had been, Farouz had given her the best shot she would have to rescue his family. It was up to her to make sure she didn't waste that chance, or to waste the lives it was going to cost. Chapter 19. Once again the star lines flashed and became stars. Once again the Chimera had arrived safely at its destination. For Pelion, it was cause for a quiet sigh of relief. Just because they'd passed safely through this same tiny but potentially lethal segment of the unknown regions once before, didn't mean the return trip would be equally uneventful. And as he gazed out the bridge viewport at the Polan system's twin planets, he felt an unexpected flicker of respect and even admiration for Senior Captain Thrawn and the men in his task force. They took the same gamble every single time they jumped to lightspeed in those uncharted wastes. Thrawn might not have the raw political skill that a fleet officer needed to keep himself moving smoothly up the ladder of success, but he did have courage. "Signal from the Admonitor," the comm officer called. "Captain Park reports that his task force has arrived safely." "The entire force?" Druson asked. "Yes, sir." "Confirmed," the sensor officer spoke up. "We have the Admonitor and the 6 cruisers from the Teptixi engagement to port side, along with 5 light cruisers and 3 heavy cruisers of unknown configuration." Druson grunted. "Aliens," he said under his breath. "None of our business, I suppose." He raised his voice again. "Signal the Admonitor that all ships are to move into close planetary deployment. Sensor officer, any other warships in range?" "No warships, sir," the other said, "but the shadow has reappeared and—" "Belay that!" Druson snapped, spinning around to glare at the man. Pelion turned too, in time to see the sensor officer wince back from the captain's sudden anger. "Yes, sir," he said in a subdued tone. "Shadow?" Pelion asked, looking at Druson. The captain grimaced. "You weren't supposed to know," he said reluctantly. "No one was. We've had a ship shadowing us ever since our last pass to the Polan system." Pelion felt his mouth drop open. Ships didn't follow Imperial Star Destroyers just for the fun of it. "What kind of ship? Well, who's aboard?" "It's a simple, low-threat freighter," Druson assured him. "A modified Mon Cal deep-water class. Decent armor, decent shields, nothing special. Certainly nothing to be concerned about." "But what's he doing there?" Pelion asked. "And he's a Mon Cal?" "It's a Mon Cal ship," Druson corrected tartly. "I didn't say there were any Mon Cals aboard." He grimaced again. "Actually, Lord Odo thinks it's one of Nusa Isfa's people, possibly even Nusa Isfa himself. Pelion shot a look out the viewport. Here? So Odo thinks, Druson said, frowning as he looked around the bridge. I assumed we would be finding out for certain. Comm officer, signal Lord Odo. He was supposed to have joined us by now. Yes, sir. The officer bent to his board. A few seconds ticked by. Sir, Lord Odo's not responding, not to his comlink or the comm in his quarters. Find him, Druson ordered darkly. Security teams to all likely places aboard ship. His glaring eyes flicked to Pelion. You, Commander. Go and help them. Me? Pelion asked disbelievingly. Hunting down wayward crewers or passengers was hardly the sort of duty a senior bridge officer was supposed to be handed. You've spent as much time with him as any of us, Druson growled, and you've spent more than the rest of us with that little weasel pilot of his. Find Odo, or find Soro, and have him find Odo. Just get him here. Pelion suppressed a grimace. Yes, sir. Turning, he headed down the command walkway at a fast walk, annoyance simmering inside him. He would find Odo all right, and the arrogant, masked figure had better have a good excuse for leaving Druson hanging this way. A really good excuse. The stealthy footsteps had been moving about the tap calf above the stormtrooper sanctuary for several minutes before the attack actually happened. When it finally did, it was with an equally stealthy opening of the cellar door. Larone got just a glimpse of the blaster, the unshaven face, and the startled look before the shot from his E-11 blew the man back. And as pandemonium erupted from the other three men who'd been silently gathered by the door, Larone and Marcross stepped through the opening, their armor gleaming in the sunlight coming through the tab-calf windows, and opened fire. The battle was short, but not quite as short as Larone had expected it to be. The four men standing stupidly by the cellar door turned out to be only the sacrificial decoys, probably drifters or thugs that Stellakegg's men had hired off the street on their way over. Even as the last one fell, his blaster firing uselessly into the ceiling, the men crouched behind the Tapcaf's tables and half-concealed in its booths opened fire. But they weren't shooting at helpless citizens or fellow smugglers now. They were targeting Imperial stormtroopers, and Imperial stormtroopers were light years better at this sort of thing than they were. With Marcross firing coolly at his side, Larone systematically cleared out the attackers on his side of the zone, ignoring the shards of plastic and metal scraping across his armor from the near misses, ignoring even the sudden twinges of pain as a better aimed shot or two, or three, made it through his armor and burned into the skin beneath. 90 seconds later, it was over. Two of the attackers had managed to get out more or less unscathed. The rest lay dead. Let's hope the next one is that easy, Marcross commented as they headed out across the bodies, their E-11s sweeping back and forth just in case Stellakeg had been clever enough to add a third layer to their attack. It won't be, Larone told him as they reached the first pair of bodies. He began turning a slow guard circle, running his helmet's vision enhancements for any signs of trouble as Marcross holstered his own E-11 and checked the blasters of their late opponents. The minute the survivors get out from under their own comlink jamming, they'll be screaming for help. If Stellakeg's capable of learning, the next batch will be way more professional. Good, Marcross said with a grunt as he stood up with a pair of scavenged weapons. Maybe it'll clear out the hostage cavern enough for Jade to get in there. Maybe, Larone agreed, grimacing behind his faceplate. Of course, a situation like this was very much a zero-line game. The fewer opponents Jade ended up with, the more Larone and Marcross and the others would be facing. But then, that was the job they'd taken on when they joined the ranks of the Imperial stormtroopers. To fight, and to eventually die, so that others might live. Make it fast, he urged Marcross. We need to get back and get those bottles back up on the stairs. He bent over and picked up another of the blasters. And if we get enough weapons for all the Trokri, we might want to rethink our fire line arrangement a bit. And what little time we have to make any alterations, Marcross warned. Larone grimaced. Yes, he conceded. There is that. Han had the Falcon on course for the Golan when Chewie rumbled a sudden warning. Han frowned, peering out the canopy. He felt his jaw tighten. The distant sky was filling up with ships. Not just any ships either. Imperial warships. The readout tagged a pair of Strike-class medium cruisers, 4 Carrack-class light cruisers, and a few more ships of unknown alien design. And 2 Imperial Star Destroyers. Chewie growled again. Yeah, I see 'em, Han growled back, staring out at the newly arrived task force. So it had been a trap all along, just like he'd thought, and just like he told Riken. "What is it?" Toksky asked from the passenger seat behind him. "Trouble," Han said, frowning out at the distant ships. On the other hand, if this was a trap, it was a pretty incompetent one. The whole Imperial force had come out of hyperspace together, all of them grouped in a screen formation on the same side of Pol Minor, instead of in a proper encirclement pattern. Even the dreadnought that was supposed to watch over Pol Minor was currently on the far side of the planet, near the rest of the Imperials. If Kraken had been ready to go, the transports could have just lifted off Pol Minor and burned space in the opposite direction, with nothing but an undermanned golem between them and a clean escape. Of course, Kraken wasn't ready to go. Maybe that was the point. Maybe the Imperials knew they had plenty of time to reconfigure and still catch the rebels on the ground. "What kind of trouble?" Atticus asked from the other passenger seat. "The Imperial kind," Han told him. "2 Star Destroyers plus escorts, 30 degrees to starboard. Quiet and let me think." "What's there to think about?" Atticus demanded. "We need to get back and help Kraken." Chewie snarled over his shoulder. This time, Atticus got the message and shut up. Han drummed his fingers on the control board, alternating his attention between the distant Imperials and the much closer Golan. One of the Star Destroyers had left the group now, its pointed bow turning toward the Falcon and Pol Major. But the rest of the ships were still just sitting over Pol Minor, moving slowly inward but showing no signs of breaking formation. At the very least, the Strikes and Carracks should be running for the planet's far side by now to cut off any escape in that direction. Was it possible that the Imperials didn't know the Alliance was here? Because they sure weren't acting like it. In fact, it was almost like the newly arrived ships in the Governor's Palace weren't even talking to each other. Maybe they weren't. Chewie had said that Larone had Governor Farouz in protective custody. Maybe in all the chaos in Pol Major, no one down there was talking to anyone at all. And if the palace wasn't talking to the Imperial ships, maybe it wasn't talking to the Golan either. Abruptly, he came to a decision. "We're going in," he told the others. "Same plan." "We're what?" Atticus demanded. "Solo. We still got the pass, and so far no one's challenging us," Han cut him off. "And we still need to buy the others some time." "What about that Star Destroyer?" Toksky asked, pointing over Han's shoulder at the incoming ship. "It's heading straight for us." "Sure is," Han agreed. "You rather be out here or inside a big metal battle station when it gets here?" He craned his neck to look over his shoulder. "Or I could just let you off here," he offered. Atticus glared at him. "Just do it," he growled. Han turned back to the massive station, now almost filling the canopy, and keyed the comm. "Golan Defense Platform, this is Major Axlon aboard the civilian freighter Gatling," he said. "Acknowledge." "Gatling. Golan acknowledging," a young-sounding voice responded. "Please confirm identification." "Major Axlon," Han repeated. "Don't bother looking me up on your compliment listing. I'm not there. Clear your number 1 port for immediate docking. I'm coming aboard." One moment." The comm went silent, and Chewie warbled a question. "Just keep going," Han told him. "Make it look like we'll ram the port if they don't open it." There was a click. "Major, this is Commandant Barcel," a cautious new voice came on. "May I ask your business aboard?" "Not on an open comm," Han said. "Open port 1 and meet me there." "Yes," Barcel said uncertainly. And do not call anyone to confirm my presence," Han said coldly. "This is a highly sensitive operation, and I will not have it compromised by loose talk or careless name-dropping. No one except Governor Farouz knows I'm even in the Poln system. Now stop stuttering and get that port cleared." "Yes, sir," Barcel said, his voice abruptly gone both briskly efficient and quietly terrified. "Send docking data to you now." With a flick of his wrist, Han cut off the comm. "Okay, we're in," he told the others. "So who exactly does he think we are?" Toksky asked suspiciously. "Imperial agents. Or maybe ISB," Han said. "Either way, no one he wants to mess with." Atticus grunted. "Let's hope he's still terrified of all of us when he sees that all we've got for ID is a pass from the governor." "We'll make that jump when we get there," Han said, throwing another quick look at the approaching Star Destroyer. "No problem. The Falcon should be at the station long before the ship reached firing distance. Let's just concentrate on getting there in one piece." Leia had always known that T-47 airspeeders weren't exactly over-generous in the accommodations department, but as she snuggled into the gunner's seat at the rear of Wedge's vehicle, she realized she had no idea of how cramped the things really were. "You all right?" Wedge called back to her. I'm fine, Leia assured him, struggling to get her straps fastened. It's just cozy, that's all. Yeah, they are, he agreed. This isn't really necessary, you know, he went on. We have the location. You don't have to come with us. I'm the only one who's actually been there, she reminded him. That may turn out to be useful. Besides which, she'd never liked the idea of sending men and women into danger without having someone in authority share it with them. Her father, Bale, had never flinched from standing on the front lines with his men, and she wasn't going to either. Well, we're glad to have the company, Wedge said diplomatically. Here we go. With a lurch, the airspeeder lifted from the cavern floor and headed for the tunnel that she and Kraken had calculated would give them their best approach to the missile ships. Behind her, Leia could see the rest of their 10-ship raiding party lift and flow into following positions. She grimaced. She'd never liked riding backward, but it had been so long since she'd had to do it that she'd completely forgotten the queasy feeling it always stirred in the pit of her stomach. Next time she ended up in a T-47, she promised herself, she would make sure she was the one facing forward and doing the actual flying. She looked out the side of her canopy at the rocky walls shooting past the airspeeder's wingtips. On second thought, maybe not. With a grimace, she settled back into her seat, gazing at the long line of dark airspeeders trailing behind her and sternly ordering her stomach to calm down. It was going to be a very long trip. Palian's first thought was that Odo might have returned for some reason to his old quarters near the bay where the Salaban's Hope was docked. His second thought was that he might have gone back to one of the engine control rooms, either the main or one of the secondaries, for a repeat of the MSE droid ballets that had so disconcerted Lieutenant Commander Durante and his techs. His third thought was that he or Sorrow had gotten someone to unlock the docking bay and gone aboard the Salaban's Hope itself. But the first two options came up dry, and the docking bay was locked. Wherever they'd disappeared to, they'd done an extremely good job of it. Palian was back in the turbolift, wondering what he was going to tell Captain Druson when the emergency alarm suddenly began blaring. He had his comlink out in an instant, keying to the emergency channel. "Palian," he snapped. "Report." "Massive explosions in all engine control centers," the damage control officer snapped back. "Possible thermal detonators. Massive damage. Massive casualties. Contact was lost with the bridge. No indication of explosions there. All command level doors have been sealed. All turbolift cars are frozen and locked down." Palian frowned, his eyes flicking to his car's indicator. His car wasn't frozen. "I'm about 5 seconds from the bridge," he told the other. "Stay on this link. I'll report again once I've assessed the situation." He jammed the comlink, still on, into his belt as the car came to a halt. The door slid open, and a cloud of thick, white smoke burst in through the open door. Palian lunged toward the control panel, trained fire response reflexes sending one palm slamming into the emergency close button as he grabbed for his nose and mouth with the other. The slight whiff he'd gotten before he got his nose covered had identified the smoke as vertigon gas. Non-fatal, but a couple of lungfuls would wreck his sense of balance and send him gasping to the deck. His only chance to avoid that fate was to get the door closed and hope the car's ventilation system could clear out the gas before he needed to breathe again. Only the door wasn't closing. Palian hit the emergency button again, harder this time. Still nothing. His lungs were starting to ache now, the tendrils of gas pressing at the fingers pinching his nostrils and covering his mouth. He hit the emergency button one last time. And then, abruptly, he remembered the emergency firefighter pack fastened to the wall to the right of the turbolift, a fire pack that included a full-face breath mask and an emergency oxygen supply. Squinting against the swirling smoke, he sidled out of the car, keeping a hand on the wall lest he get disoriented in the white nothingness and lose his bearings. The fire pack, he remembered, was about 2 meters from the edge of the turbolift. Sooner, somehow, than he'd expected, there it was. A bright orange rectangle, faintly visible even through the smoke. Palian punched the release, popping open the cover, and ran his hand across the contents until he hit the familiar form of the breath mask. He snatched it out and slapped it over his face, pressing it tightly against forehead, nose, and mouth as he twisted the oxygen valve. The cold, delicious air flowed across his skin and into his nostrils, filling his lungs and banishing the last hints of the gas that had suddenly and inexplicably invaded the Chimera's bridge. He was securing the mask's straps when he caught a flicker of light from his right and heard the sharp crack of a blaster shot. He spun around, his heart pounding suddenly in his chest. Another shot cracked, its light again showing faintly through the smoke. And in that single heartbeat, everything changed. This wasn't some accident or group of accidents. The Chimera had been sabotaged. The Chimera was under attack. Two more shots cut through the smoke and stillness as Palian stumbled forward. What had happened to the paratroopers who'd been on guard when Palian had left the bridge earlier? Were they the ones firing? If so, what were they firing at? Or had the troopers merely been the first ones to die? He had to get off the bridge and find some troopers or stormtroopers who could deal with this. The turbolifts were frozen, except for the one he'd arrived in, and given what he now knew of the situation, he wasn't about to trust that one to still be working. But there were other ways out of the aft bridge. Abruptly, his foot caught on something on the deck. He flailed his arms, trying to recover his balance, but he was moving too fast, and his foot was still caught. Throwing out his hands to catch his fall, hoping he could land without attracting the attention of whoever was firing in there, he fell heavily to the deck, squarely on top of Captain Druson. Palian caught his breath. "Captain?" he breathed. The other's eyes were closed, his face screwed up with pain, the center of his chest blackened with a close-range blaster burn. "Captain!" Druson's eyes flicked open. "Palian?" he murmured. "Yes, sir," Palian said, glancing once toward the main bridge and then scrambling back to his knees. The aft bridge's emergency med pack should have something he could use to treat the captain's injuries. He started to get to his feet, but wobbled off balance again as Druson caught his sleeve. "No," the captain murmured. "Sir, you're injured," Palian said, trying to pry away the other's hand, but Druson was gripping him tightly, with far more strength than a man in his condition ought to have. "I have to get the med pack." Druson shook his head weakly. "He lied to me," he murmured. "He said that together we would bring a stunning defeat down on the Rebel Alliance, a victory they would never recover from." "Yes, sir, we will," Palian assured him, pulling vainly at the clutching fingers. "But I have to get to the med pack." "That's why I endorsed his credentials," Druson said. "Don't you see? He was going to bring us victory." Palian stared at the other, a sudden taste of bile in his mouth. "You endorsed? You knew he was a fraud?" "Victory over the rebellion," Druson said, his hand finally loosening, and then, "It would be Admiral Druson. Admiral." His hand slipped from Palian's sleeve, his arm fell to the floor, and he was gone. "Commander?" The faint voice came from Palian's belt. Palian grabbed for the comlink and clicked it off, cursing under his breath, as he once again looked toward the main bridge. Comlink voices didn't usually carry, but this was no time to take chances. Fortunately, the Fire Pack breathe mask had its own built-in comlink, with its speaker right up against Palian's ear where no one except him would be able to hear. Turning it on, he again keyed to the ship's emergency channel. "The bridge is under attack," he murmured urgently. "Repeat, the bridge is under attack. They're using Vertigon gas, and I think they're shooting the crewers." "Identify yourself," an unfamiliar voice ordered. Palian frowned. "This is Commander Palian," he said. "Third bridge." "Commander, this is Senior Captain Thrawn," the voice said. "What's your personal status?" Palian felt his eyes widen. Thrawn was here? Of course he was. Park had said that Thrawn would likely join them at the Poln system. "I have a breath mask from the bridge fire pack," he said. "Sir, Captain Druson's been killed, and I think Lord Odo is the one who murdered him." "His name isn't Odo, Commander," Thrawn said grimly. "The man in the mask is Warlord Nusa Isva." For a moment the name didn't register. Then, in a sudden flush of recognition, "Nusa Isva?" "Yes," Thrawn confirmed. "Are you armed?" Palian took a deep, calming breath. "No, sir," he said. "But if I can find the guards who are on duty, I may be able to find a blaster." "There's no time," Thrawn said. "You need to keep Nusa Isva from leaving the ship. How did you get to the bridge?" "Turbolift," Palian said mechanically, his mind still trying to wrap itself around this new revelation. "Which was obviously functional, even though I'm told the rest of the system has been shut down," Thrawn said. "It follows that he's planning to use that particular turbolift to make his escape. Are you still with me, Commander?" Palian took another deep breath of the cold oxygen. "Yes, sir, I'm here." "Very good," Thrawn said. "Here's what you're going to do." The Golan's commandant was waiting as Han rode the Falcon's lift to the upper hatch and into the docking entry bay. So were half a dozen of his fellow officers, plus every single one of the 10 trooper types Han had estimated would have ground combat experience. Unlike the officers, those particular 10 were wearing belted blasters. Han didn't even glance at them as he strode toward the assembly. The commandant stirred and opened his mouth. "Commandant Barcel," Han said briskly. Imperial agents in ISB, he knew, always got in the first word. "I need a quick rundown of your current operational status." "Major Axlon, you can't just come in here," one of the other officers began. "Operational status," Han snapped, not bothering to look at him as he thrust Axlon's pass into his hands. "If I have to ask again—" "No, sir," Barcel said hastily. "We're at 30% capacity, with 9 turbo laser batteries and 1 proton torpedo launcher still functional. Our tractor beam projectors are all down, but—" "Commandant!" a frantic voice barked from the bay speaker. "Sir, you have to get up here right away. We've got trouble. We've got big trouble." Barcel's eyes flicked to the speaker, then back to Han. "On my way," he called. "Major—" "We're wasting time," Han bit out. He had no idea what the trouble was, but it probably had something to do with him and the Falcon, and he absolutely didn't want the Commandant finding out before he did. "Let's go." The bridge ventilation system had begun to make some headway against the billowing vertigon gas as Nusa Isfa's shadowy figure swept through the archway that separated the main bridge from the aft bridge. He turned toward the turbolift, his cloak rippling through the air. From his crouched concealment by the consoles at the other side of the aft bridge, Pelion moved toward him quickly and silently, the air-filled hypo he'd taken from the aft bridge medpack gripped in his hand. As he reached Nusa Isfa, he raised the hypo over his head and plunged it past the edge of the black metal mask and into the side of the other's neck. Nusa Isfa twitched violently, his hand flailing as he tried to slap Palion's hand away, but it was too late. He half-turned, twitched again, and collapsed to the deck. Pelion took a deep breath, gazing down at the crumpled figure. Thrawn had assured him that an air embolism would kill his target quickly. He hadn't said whether it would be painful. With Captain Druson dead, plus all those mangled bodies scattered around the Chimera's engine room, Pelion rather hoped it would be very painful. "He's down," he announced, dropping to one knee beside the figure. He checked the other's hands first, knowing it would be a hollow victory indeed if Nusa Isfa got a final shot at him. But both hands were empty. He must have dropped the blaster somewhere along the way. Turning the other over, Pelion got his fingers under the edges of the mask and pulled it off. "Hello, Nusa." He broke off, his eyes widening. It wasn't an unknown enemy alien behind the mask. It was a human. It was Soro. "Soro?" he breathed. The other's eyes fluttered. "My family," he murmured. "Have I now redeemed them?" Pelion stared into the gray face, feeling his heart sink. With those 4 words it had suddenly become clear. The hold Nusa Isfa had had on the melancholy pilot, a hold that even extended to the lengths of sabotage and murder. The whole obscure Arcanian legend of a tragic figure named Salaban. And the reason the man had taken the name Sorrow. "Yes, you've redeemed them," Pelion said quietly. "They'll be released now." A small, bitter-edged smile touched Soro's lips. "Thank you." The smile was still there as his breathing came to an end. "Commander?" Thrawn's voice came. Swallowing hard, Pelion got back to his feet. "It wasn't Nusa Isfa," he said bitterly, turning to the archway leading into the main bridge. The smoke was definitely clearing, and he could see the hazy figures of collapsed crewers scattered across the deck and crumpled in the crew pits. Some were starting to move a little. Others had the immobility of death. It was Soro, dressed in Nusa Isfa's mask and clothing. "You didn't really think I'd be so easy to catch, did you?" A new voice cut into the circuit. "Is Soro dead yet, Commander Pelion?" Pelion felt his breath catch in his throat. The voice was subtly different without the mask, but it was definitely the voice of Lord Odo. The voice of Nusa Isfa. "Yes," Pelion said through stiff lips. "Pity," Nusa Isfa said. "He rather liked you, you know. I think he might have told you all about me, had he cared less for his family. Well, Captain Thrawn, our paths cross one final time." "Perhaps," Thrawn said. "Commander Pelion, a quick assessment of the bridge control settings, if you would." "No need, Commander," Nusa Isfa said as Pelion picked his way carefully through the scattered bodies. "I can tell you exactly what your settings will show. The Chimera is currently under low power, its course locked, and, for the moment at least, completely unchangeable." "Commander?" Thrawn prompted. "Yes, sir, I'm almost there," Pelion said as he headed down the steps toward the helm station. Your Star Destroyers are remarkable instruments of war, Nusa Isva continued, his tone almost that of a training course lecturer. But they have serious weaknesses. The ventilation system, for one. Not only is it totally inadequate for the rapid clearing of a gas attack, as Commander Palian has already discovered, but it also provides a perfect pathway for Arakid Mark II Seekers. Palian frowned. You were holding that seeker, he said. It wasn't in the ventilation system. That one wasn't, no, Nusa Isva said scornfully. That was the one the other seekers were set to search for. Palian clenched his teeth. Seekers in the vents, following Odo as he carefully walked the target seeker along the proper pathway to the engine control consoles, with the big MSE droid show perfectly there to distract the crew's attention. And as Palian stood over the remains of the bridge's blaster-wrecked helm console, he saw why. The helm station has been destroyed, sir, he reported, his pulse pounding suddenly. The Chimera is locked in a collision vector with the Golan defense platform orbiting Pole Major. ETA... He swallowed. ETA 14 minutes. Sir, another voice cut in. Commander Palian? Aft sensors are reporting that a new group of ships has entered the region. Configurations match those of the alien warships of Captain Park's engagement at Teptixi. I mean to destroy you, Captain Thrawn, Nusa Isva said, his voice soft and cold. But first, your soldiers and subordinates are going to watch as you make your final, fatal choice. What choice is that? Thrawn asked. In 14 minutes, unless something is done, the Chimera and the Golan will destroy each other in a fiery collision, Nusa Isva said. The other ships of your task force are helpless to interfere. I have all of them trapped here by Pol Minor, and should any of them attempt to leave their current positions, my fire kilns have been ordered to intercept and destroy. The only way to prevent the collision is for either the Chimera or the Golan to open fire and destroy the other. Palian looked up at the bridge viewport. Through the last remaining tendrils of smoke, he could see the blinking lights of the Golan defense platform in the distance, and the Chimera was indeed heading straight toward it. You, Captain Thrawn, will make that decision, Nusa Isva said quietly. You will decide which of your Empire's precious war machines you will order destroyed. You will decide which of your Emperor's warriors will die. Chapter 20. Luke's first warning was the sudden barking of orders from the cavern, the clink of weapons being yanked off racks, and the sound of scrambling feet. His first horrified thought was that they were on to him, but a second later he realized that couldn't be the case. If Stelacag knew or suspected someone was out here, he wouldn't be making nearly this much noise about it. He would instead order a quiet, stealthy search, hoping to catch the intruder napping. So all the noise and flurry out there wasn't on account of him. But then, who was it on account of? His stomach tightened. It was Larone, of course. Larone, the other stormtroopers, and Governor Ferouz. And whatever they'd done, they'd managed to make Stelacag extremely angry. That didn't sound good. Not for them, and not for Luke. He was still huddled in the firing niche beside the vehicle barrier, where he would be in the direct view of anyone who happened to look to his left as he hurried past. For a second, Luke wondered if he had time to get back out into the main tunnel, where there was more cover, but it was way too late for that. But he still had the blanket he'd taken from Stelacag's landspeeder. If the kidnappers were in as much of a hurry as they'd been back in the city, the same trick might work again. At this point, he had little choice but to try it. Scrunching himself down into as small a package as he could all the way at the back of the niche, he flipped the blanket up and over his head, draping it into a casual covering over his torso, legs, and feet. 3 seconds later, the hurrying footsteps became a thundering stampede as the men charged past. Luke held his breath, reaching out to the Force. Back on Tatooine, Ben Kenobi had been able to deflect stormtrooper interest away from himself. Luke and the 2 droids Leia had sent. Unfortunately, Luke had no idea how to do that particular trick. All he could do was stay motionless, try to look innocent, and hope that would be good enough. Apparently it was. The running footsteps rose to a crescendo, then faded, echoing into the near distance. The steps stopped, were replaced by the hum of half a dozen repulsor lifts, and the opening and closing of doors, and then the repulsor lifts too, faded into silence. Cautiously, Luke eased the blanket away from his head and focused his senses. There were still the sounds of footsteps coming from the cavern, plus the murmur of low voices. How many of the kidnappers were left he couldn't tell, but the number was certainly much smaller than it had been a few minutes ago. Small enough, maybe, that he could now risk going in there to try to find Feruz's family? He chewed at his lip. Not yet, he decided reluctantly. Larone had said there was someone else on the way. For now, he would sit back and let whoever it was take the lead. Moving back up to the edge of the niche, he gazed into the cavern, fingered his lightsaber restlessly, and settled down to wait. Lying on her stomach on the catwalk, Mara permitted herself a small smile. The comlink call had come in, Stellacague had gone berserk, and 20 men and aliens had grabbed blasters and grenades and taken off down the vehicle tunnel. There, they'd loaded themselves into what had sounded like at least half a dozen land speeders, and burned out of there as if Lord Vader himself were after them. Whatever Larone had done to the team back in town, it must have been highly impressive. She just hoped he hadn't pushed Stellacague into handing him and the others more than they could chew. Resolutely, she pushed the thought away. They were Imperial stormtroopers, and they would handle their part of the operation. It was time for Mara to get busy and handle hers. The remaining guards, she noted, were still glancing up occasionally in her direction, but the looks seemed now to be more casual than they had been before, more from rote obedience to orders rather than from a sense that they would actually see anything. At this point, in fact, it was quite possible that they were assuming Mara wasn't coming in at all, but had gone back into the city and joined forces with Larone. The more she thought about it, the more likely that seemed. It would certainly help explain Stellacague's decision to send more than half of his force away. Unless Stellacague had decided that there was no need for them because there would soon be no one left for anyone to guard. Mara squeezed her hand around her holdout blaster, then consciously relaxed her grip. Allowing tension to get hold of her would do nothing but block her access to the Force. Willing calmness to flow into her instead, she gazed down at the men wandering around below. They all knew where the governor's family was being kept. If she could read their eyes and body language accurately enough, maybe she could figure it out too. Stellacague was standing near the vehicle tunnel, next to one of the shed-sized buildings, talking with 2 other men. His face looked calm enough, but Mara could tell from the way he was drumming his thumb against the side of his hand that he was still on the bleeding edge of fury. She focused on his eyes. They seemed to be gazing mostly on his discussion companions. Even when he glanced away, it wasn't toward any of the cavern structures, but to the vehicle tunnel. The other 2 men had their backs to Mara, but their head movements didn't seem to indicate any particular interest in any of the buildings either. And then, just as she was wondering if they were simply talking about weather or politics, Stellacague gestured behind her, behind him, and above him. The direction of the stairs at the far end of the cavern, and the decrepit overseer control cabin up at the ceiling. Mara grimaced. Of course Stellacague hadn't simply stashed Feruz's wife and daughter in some random building, a place that would require binders or else a circle of guards to keep his prizes from making a run for it at an opportune moment. He'd put them 20 meters above the ground, with a single stairway exit that would have them in plain sight of the entire guard force for a solid minute if they tried to leave, and would put any prospective rescuer in the same indefensible position. Unless that prospective rescuer got clever. Mara had already considered using the crane rail stretching the length of the cavern as a way to get across to the other stairway. Now the idea sounded even better. The trick was still going to be how to get across the 3-meter gap and up onto the rail without being seen. Even with the enemy's numbers decreased, there were still enough random glances coming in her direction to make that risky. For a moment, her thoughts flicked to Skywalker, presumably still lurking out there somewhere in the vehicle tunnel, but she quickly dismissed them. Whoever he was clearly an amateur, and this was a job for professionals. Maybe with a little extra help from the kidnappers themselves. It took her a minute of slow crawling to make her way down the catwalk to the beginning of the stairway. Being careful not to set off the motion triggers, she worked a length of synth rope from her dispenser and slipped the end through part of the metal mesh of the upper stair riser, then threaded it around one of the guardrail supports. With both ends of the synth rope in hand, she backed down the catwalk again and returned to the tunnel mouth. Leaving the cord there, she slipped into the tunnel and headed back to Feruz's safe room sanctuary. 3 minutes later she was back, one of the dead alien bodies from the guard foyer draped over her shoulder. At the tunnel mouth she laid it out flat and tied one end of her synth rope loop around its chest beneath its arms. She eased it out into the catwalk, maneuvering it around so it was pointed toward the stairs. Picking up the free end of the synth rope, she began to pull. Slowly, awkwardly, the body began to move down the catwalk. Mara continued to pull, keeping the body moving, the bulk of her attention on the kidnappers wandering the floor below. Unlike the stairs, the catwalk itself was made of solid metal, but it was just possible the top of the body would be visible from below. But so far, no one seemed to have noticed it. The body was nearly to the stairs now, and Mara eased herself a little farther into the cover of the tunnel mouth. When the rig stairs went off, she didn't want to be anywhere within range of the explosion. The body reached the end of the catwalk and teetered for a moment on the edge. Mara gave the synthrope a final jerk, and the body went flopping forward onto the stairs. And with the multiple thunderclap of a midsummer electrical storm, the stairway explosives went off. Mara pressed herself against the tunnel wall, wincing as the sonic shockwave hammered across her head, wincing a little more as pieces of the stairs and the shredded end of the catwalk ricocheted off the tunnel wall and bounced more or less harmlessly off her back and legs. The hail of metal stopped, and she eased back to the tunnel mouth. Below her, the whole cavern was on the move, the kidnappers running toward the demolished stairs, their blasters aimed and ready. A couple of them looked up at the tunnel mouth, but those glances were even more perfunctory than before. Those who looked quickly enough had surely seen a body falling toward the floor, and there was logically no one that could have been except the Imperial agent they'd been expecting. And with all eyes focused on the pile of shattered debris and the dust and smoke of the multiple explosions billowing upward and obscuring everything in its path, Mara stepped onto the catwalk and slipped over to the control cabin. A two-handed grip on the edge, a pull and leg swing upward onto the roof, a roll and another grab on the nearest of the crane rail's support thrusts. And as the dust began to clear, she slid up onto her belly on the rail. It wouldn't be long, she knew, before the searchers down there picked their way through the debris and discovered to their consternation that the body was one of their own. When that happened, the search for her would be on. By then, if she was lucky, it would already be too late. Hunching up her shoulders to get her elbows up beneath her, she started to crawl. 11 minutes to impact, sir, the kid at the Golan's sensor board said, his voice tight, his eyes wide. Commandant, what do we do? It was, Han thought, as he gazed out the viewport at the distant shape bearing down at them, a really good question. And so far, Commandant Barcel didn't seem to have the slightest idea how to answer it. Han looked around the command room. 83 men, Barcel had said, were aboard. 83 men, and no escape pods. They were supposed to have them, but like everything else aboard the station, the safety equipment had been allowed to slowly fall apart. There were no pods, no ships, no escape. Nothing but Han and the Falcon, and there was no way the Falcon could take on 83 passengers. Can we move this thing? He asked Barcel. At all? All we can do is rotate, Barcel said, his face and voice as tight as that of the sensor operator. We're an orbiting station. Once we're in place, we're not supposed to have to go anywhere. Han grimaced. That was, unfortunately, the answer he'd been expecting. But the Golan did have its weapons, or at least some of them. If they opened up on the Star Destroyer, then the Star Destroyer would open up on them, and given the disparity in firepower, the Golan would definitely be the loser in that exchange. Not that it would make any difference either way. The Star Destroyer's weapons were probably already powering up with exactly that plan in mind. The Golan's comm system was in as bad a shape as the rest of the station, and with all the static, Han hadn't caught the name of the Imperial in charge. But enough that Nusa Isfa's challenge had gotten through to make it clear that this was some kind of personal issue. And no Imperial commander could afford to lose a Star Destroyer and a Golan 1 in the same day, especially not in the same incident. We could rotate to put our long axis toward them, one of the other officers offered hesitantly. We'd be a smaller target that way. You mean they might miss us? Someone else asked. Not likely, Barcel said grimly, but it would at least be doing something. Cater, fire up the flywheel. Let's see what we can... No, Han cut in suddenly. You said you still had a torpedo launcher. Where is it? Sector 1-1 cluster, Barcel said, frowning at Han. This end of the station. Are you suggesting we shoot at them? I'm suggesting we shoot torpedoes at right angles to the Chimera's vector, Han said. Full power, rail launch, minimal propellant, aim so they don't hit anything. If we can give the platform enough sideways momentum, maybe we can get out of the way. That's impossible, someone insisted. The relative mass. You want to sit here and just watch them run us down? Barcel snapped. Paistron, fire up the launchers. Nils, what's the rack status? We just have the standard 2 torpedoes in place, one of the men reported tensely. That's all we're supposed to have racked in peacetime. This look like peacetime to you? Han snapped, gesturing toward the distant alien ships and the not nearly distant enough Star Destroyer. Get more of them to the racks, now! Yes, sir, Nil said hastily, punching at his controls. But that'll take time. Number three's crane's the only one that's functional. Oh, four. Swallowing the curse, Han yanked out his comlink. Chewie, get up here, he ordered. Bring the other two with you. Commandant, get someone down to my ship to show them where the racks and storage cradles are. Upful, make it happen, Barcel ordered. You do realize, Major, that these are considerably bigger than your average starfighter-sized torpedoes. Trust me, Chewie's considerably bigger than your average handler, Han said. I'll put my Wookiee up against your crane any day of the month. You have a Wookiee? Someone asked incredulously. What we have is 10 minutes until that Star Destroyer gets here, Han bit out. Everyone who's not on some other job, get over to the racks and give them a hand. You heard the man, Barcel confirmed. Move it. There, Cardass said, pointing at the display. There he goes. Who? Thrawn asked. Nusa Isva, Cardass said. Or at least, a freighter that shouldn't be out there. Backtrack says it came from the Chimera. It has to be him. He looked over at Thrawn. I may still be able to hit him from here. Thrawn shook his head. Focus on the task at hand, George, he said. Nusa Isva will be kept for later. Cardass grimaced. The task at hand. Trying to keep the Chimera and the Golan from destroying each other in a fiery collision that would send repercussions rippling all the way back to Imperial Center. Nusa Isva had called it all right. Thrawn's entire reputation and career were on the line here. You really think this is going to work? The theory is perfectly sound, Thrawn reminded him. The only question is whether or not the Lost Reef will be able to handle the strain. Don't worry about that, Cardass assured him, tapping the edge of his ship's control panel in emphasis. The Mon Cals build their ships to last, and I put in a lot of extra modifications after you gave her to me. She'll hold together. He jabbed a finger at the display. My question is whether Commander Paleon and the Chimera will be able to pull off their end. We'll soon find out, Thrawn said. Position? Resolutely, Cardass turned away from the oh-so-tempting target that was the fleeing Nusa Isva. Thrawn was right, of course. They needed their full attention and the Lost Reef's full power on the Chimera operation. But he still ached to take the shot. 10 seconds. Captain Thrawn, Nusa Isva's mocking voice came from the Lost Reef's cockpit speaker. Your time is running out. Not at all, Thrawn said calmly. You asked me to choose between the death of the Chimera or the death of the Golan. I've made my choice. He looked at Cardass, and it seemed to Cardass that a small smile touched the other's lips. I choose neither. There it is, Wedge called over his shoulder. Here we go. There was a hint of reflected light bouncing off the walls, flying past the T-47's wings. And suddenly, they were there, and Leia was thrown against her straps as Wedge ran the airspeeder into a sharp up and right turn. For a second, she was looking down at the missile ships, and then Wedge straightened them out again. Behind them, Leia saw the other rebel airspeeders file into the cavern and break off into their own attack runs. Turning her attention to her weapons monitors, she got a grip on the firing controls. And with a sudden jolt, the T-47 twitched sideways, tipped up on the starboard wing, and headed down. Leia had just enough time to get out a startled gasp before Wedge leveled him off again. We got trouble, he called back to her. What sort? She broke off as the T-47 gave another jolt, this time spinning a quarter turn before Wedge got it back under control. It was only then that Leia saw that, as the rebel airspeeders buzzed around the cavern firing at the missile ships' fin-mounted laser cannons were firing back. The ships weren't just sitting around waiting for the rebel transports to break the Pol Minor surface. They were prepped, energized, and ready to fly. 50 warships, and she brought Wedge and 10 lightly armed airspeeders in to face them. Stay high, Wedge called. Their lasers are forward firing. Stay above them, and you'll be out of range. Leia grimaced, or at least they would until the missile ship pilots got into the air. But there was nothing they could do about that. Nothing except make sure that as many of those ships as possible were no longer fit to fly. Gripping her controls, peering into her targeting displays as Wedge swooped over the alien warships, she opened fire. The second attack began much as the first had, Larone noted, with quiet footsteps moving across the tap-calf floor above their heads. But this time, there was no stealthy opening of the cellar door in an attempt to sneak up on the defenders. Instead, the door was flung violently open, and a pair of grenades was hurled down onto the stairs. There was a crash as the impact shattered two of the stacked bottles and scattered several of the others. A second later, there was a second, more violent crash as Marcross fired up the stairwell from his post to the left of the stairway's base. A body hurled down the stairs, scattering another dozen bottles as it slid to a halt. Marcross kept firing, and Lerone heard a scream and another muffled thump from the floor above. With a deafening explosion that rattled Lerone's ears all the way across the cellar and through his helmet's audio protection, the grenades detonated. For probably 3 seconds, the air was a swirling mosaic of flying bottle fragments. The hail ended, and Lerone looked cautiously up over the kegs of their redoubt. He'd half expected to find that entire third of the cellar blazing with the ignited alcohol, but to his surprise, there were only a few small isolated fires, most of them little more than smoldering pools. Even as he focused on the two that had actually showed flames, one of Vantar's people leapt up from his own defensive position to the right and ran across to hastily stomp them out. But fires notwithstanding, the grenades had definitely made a mess of that end of the cellar. "Marcross," he called. "I'm okay," Marcross called back, and Lerone saw him emerge cautiously from behind the kegs of his firing point. He seemed mostly intact, unlike the kegs themselves, which were currently spraying their contents over the blast debris and the permacrate anchoring stubs that was all that remained of the stairway. The body helped smother the blast. "The bottles probably helped too," Brightwater said from Lerone's left. It looked like the idea was to bounce the grenades off the stairs and give them more distance. Only the bottles absorbed the momentum and kept them at that end. Lerone nodded. Not exactly the way he'd envisioned the bottle defense working, but in battle, any positive result counted as a win. "What will they try next?" Vantar asked from Lerone's right, fingering his borrowed blaster restlessly. The answer came in a sudden firestorm of blaster bolts down through the cellar door that hammered the permacrete floor where the stairs had once stood. Powerful blaster bolts, too, very hot, with the kind of cycle rate that even a T-21 couldn't sustain. It had to be an E-Web heavy repeating blaster, or something similar. Lerone frowned, his combat instincts tingling a warning. It was a highly concentrated, highly prolific attack, yet none of the shots were coming anywhere near either Marcross or the Trocri. In fact, the fire pattern wasn't doing anything except tearing an arc of shattered permacrete and setting off a few more small fires in the pools of spilled alcohol. And then suddenly, he got it. An arc pattern. The E-Web wasn't just firing to make noise and create gravel, it was creating a fire shield. "Incoming!" he shouted, lifting his E-11 over the barrier and aiming for the center of the E-Web's fire arc. Just as a figure dropped through the door from the tap calf above, landing neatly behind the sheet of fire. Or rather, two figures. The one in front was human, its head sagging against its chest, while the other close behind him was one of Nusa Isfa's yellow-eyed aliens. They had barely hit the floor when Lerone opened fire. To his surprise, the shot seemed to have no effect. The human twitched a couple of times as the blaster bolt struck him, but he didn't fall. Behind him, the alien stretched a hand over the man's shoulder, and Lerone twitched reflexively as a pair of blaster bolts sizzled past his helmet. Marcross had already opened with fire of his own, his shots having no more effect than Lerone's. The alien swiveled to his right, both he and the human moving in unison, training his blaster fire now toward Marcross as he screamed a warbling, high-pitched wail. And then the wailing abruptly cut off, and with a violent jerk both figures crumpled together to the ground. As they fell, Lerone caught a glimpse of a Trocri knife hilt protruding from the alien's back, but with the withering arc of blaster fire still raining down from above. "Vantar?" Lerone called. "He was a scout," the Trocri called back. "He carried the dead human as a shield while he called out our numbers and positions." Lerone scowled. That had been his conclusion, too. "Any idea how far he got with his description?" "They know now that our main position is here," Vantar said. "Marcross and the others by the stairway were not yet located when he died." "Means they'll probably be sending down a replacement to get the rest," Brightwater said. "Grenades?" "Grenades," Lerone agreed. "Stay here. I've got it." Shoving his E-11 into its holster, he grabbed a grenade and leapt up onto the keg barrier, landing on his back as he flipped his legs into the air. The momentum carried him across and forward, and he rolled over the barrier to land on his feet on the far side. Regaining his balance, he sprinted across the cellar toward the arc of blaster fire still raining down the stairwell. The tricky part would be making it through the sheet of fire without collecting enough blaster bolts to get himself killed, while simultaneously making sure the grenade itself didn't take a hit and explode right there in his hand. His best bet would be to cross the fire at a dead-on run, try to pop the grenade accurately through the door, then keep going the short distance to the back wall, and hope the E-Web gunner couldn't shift his aim fast enough to nail him before the grenade went off. He was 5 steps from the blaster fire when, out of the corner of his eye, he saw 2 of the Chokri leave their firing positions and break into a run toward the stairway. One of them pulled ahead. Abruptly, Lerone realized that both aliens were in an intercept course with his own vector. "Get back!" he shouted, but it was too late. The Chokri in front came to a sudden halt right at the edge of the E-Web's fire arc. He spun around as the second alien continued running toward him. As Lerone reached the fire arc, the second Chokri leapt up into the waiting hands of the first and was hurled up into the air in a gymnast's shoulder throw. His body crossed the line of blaster fire directly above Lerone's head, just as Lerone charged through. The Chokri might have screamed as the bolts tore into his body, or maybe it was a scream of anger from the alien operating the E-Web. Lerone didn't know. All he cared about in that split second was putting his grenade directly under the center of the E-Web's tripod. He threw the explosive, then put his hands out to catch himself as his momentum carried him toward the cellar's back wall. And as his palms hit the permacrete, the grenade exploded. Lerone bounced back off the wall, staggering as the grenade's shockwave hit him, and spun around, drawing his E-11. The blaster wasn't necessary. As the explosion faded and his helmet's audio protection eased back, silence again descended on the cellar. Taking a deep breath, Lerone looked across the floor. The dead Chokri was lying where he'd fallen, his body half torn apart with blaster bolts. His companion crouched over him. To Lerone's right, Marcos rose from behind his barrier, looking first at the 2 Chokri and then at Lerone. Faces weren't visible through stormtrooper helmets, but Lerone had been with the others long enough that their body language was as clear to him as open expressions would have been to anyone else. It was very clear that Marcos was feeling the same awe and humility about the Chokri's sacrifice that Lerone was. Exhaling a sigh, Lerone started back across the room. The crouching Chokri looked up as he approached, and a dozen different words of sympathy or compassion flashed through Lerone's mind, but every one of them felt somehow shallow, blasé, or inadequate. In the end, he could think of only one thing to say. Focusing on the Chokri lying dead in front of him, he lifted his hand in salute. "Well done, soldier," he said quietly. The trip back to the redoubt seemed longer than it ever had before. "Incredible," Quiller murmured, as Lerone rounded the barrier and came up beside him. "I've seen stormtroopers sacrifice themselves that way for each other, but never an alien. At least, not for someone they barely even knew." Lerone nodded. "You were the one who said we were going to make stormtroopers out of them." "I did, didn't I?" Quiller agreed soberly. "Sometimes I don't know my own strength." He gestured. "If the scout gave them our setup here, we should probably think about moving." "Yes, we should," Lerone agreed, looking around the cellar. The problem was that there wasn't anywhere else to go. All the biggest kegs had already been lined up to create the redoubt and the firing nests for Marcos and the Chokri, and it would take a dangerous amount of time to reposition them. More serious was the fact that anywhere else they tried to go would move them closer to either the demolished stairway or the supply lift, which, so far, the attackers had ignored. Could they possibly be unaware of its existence, or were they planning something special from that direction? He frowned as a new sound filtered through his helmet and his thoughts. A dull, thudding sound, like someone tapping on a wall. Or on the side of a Bacta tank. He turned toward the tank parked beside the supply lift door. Sure enough, Graves' eyes were open above the breath mask, the back of his hand tapping against the transparasteel. Slipping off his helmet, Lerone circled the redoubt barrier and crouched over to him. He keyed the system to draw the fluid back into the supply tank, and when the level was low enough, he popped the lid and swung it open. "Welcome back," he greeted Grave, as he carefully took the breath mask off the other's face. "How you feeling?" "I'm fine," Grave said, his voice weak. "I was going to say you're making one jink of a lot of noise out here. You have any idea how hard it is to sleep through all that?" "Sorry," Lerone apologized as Brightwater came up beside him. "I wish I could promise it won't happen again." "You ready to stop loafing and join the party?" Brightwater asked. Experimentally, Graves shifted his shoulders, the movement sending little ripples through the half-full tank. Sorry, he said, wincing. Not quite. He looked back at Lerone. But maybe there's something I can do from the sidelines. Fill me in, and let's see if we can come up with something clever. Chapter 21. Luke was still watching the kidnappers from the edge of his guard niche when the cavern abruptly thundered with a violent explosion. Reflexively, he ducked back, his ears ringing with the sound, a wash of musty-smelling air flowing past him. The airflow faded away, and he eased back to the edge of the niche and looked out, to find that the entire cavern was on the move. His first impulse was to duck back again in case one of the kidnappers looked his way, but it was clear that none of them had the slightest interest in anything that might be coming on in the vehicle tunnel. Everyone he could see was racing toward the right-hand part of the cavern. From the flow of dust and smoke and the fading reflection of light on the far wall, Luke guessed that was the direction the explosion had come from. From the tone of the shouting voices, he could hear now that the echoes had faded away. The kidnappers didn't seem all that distressed by the blast. In fact, he could hear at least one whistle that sounded decidedly triumphant. Had they been expecting the explosion? Had they planned it? Had it been a trap for the help Lerone had said was on the way? Luke grimaced. Of course. That had to be it. They'd set a booby trap, and whoever it was had walked straight into it. It was up to Luke now. A last man ran past the tunnel, and now there was nothing but buildings and drifting smoke in Luke's sight. He gave it another 5 count, just to be sure, then slipped out of the niche and moved up to the edge of the cavern. The place was considerably bigger than he'd realized. It was 150 meters long at least, and 20 meters or more from floor to ceiling. At the end of the cavern to his right were the results of the explosion. A frozen dune of crumpled and shattered metal on the floor, with a darkened and scored wall behind it. Most of the kidnappers were still headed in that direction, with a few of them already there and starting to pick their way cautiously through the rubble. But not all of them. As Luke turned to look in the other direction, he saw that there were still 3 men at the other end of the cavern. They were huddled together, apparently in deep conversation, near the foot of a staircase leading up to a small structure set against the wall near the ceiling. Hurriedly, Luke backed again into the tunnel until he was out of their sight. Moving across to the left side of the tunnel, he returned to the cavern and again peered around the corner. The men had finished their conversation. One of them was walking back in Luke's general direction, while the other 2 remained by the stairs. Luke frowned, an unpleasant sensation tugging at him. The 2 men weren't just standing there, and they weren't simply talking together. One of them was speaking on a comlink, his free hand fiddling restlessly with a knife belted at his side. The other was standing close to him, obviously listening in, his body tense, his eyes turned upward. Suddenly, with the kind of utter certainty that Luke was slowly learning to associate with the Force, he realized the truth. The small room at the top of the stairs was where Feruz's wife and daughter were being held. The first man put away the comlink and drew his knife. He turned it over in his hands a few times, saying something to the other man. Then, waving it one last time as if for emphasis, he slid it back into its sheath. And both men started up the stairs. Luke swallowed hard, 6 possibilities flooding in on him. Maybe the attack team Stelakeg had sent had succeeded in killing Governor Feruz. Maybe they hadn't, and had decided he was out of their reach. Or maybe someone had decided that they no longer needed either Feruz or the hostages. But one thing was certain as the flash of insight that had told Luke where the hostages were. The 2 men were heading up to confront Feruz's wife and daughter, and kill them. There was no time to think, no time to plan. The 2 men were on the stairs, and there was only Luke to stop them, and there was just a single opponent standing in Luke's way. It was now or never. Ripping off his bulky hooded poncho and throwing it into the tunnel behind him, Luke rounded the corner into the cavern and charged at full speed toward the strolling kidnapper. The man spotted him instantly, a startled and slightly puzzled frown crossing his face. "Who are you?" he demanded, as his hand dropped to his blaster. Luke's answer was to put on an extra burst of speed. There were only 10 meters separating them now, if he could cover the distance before the other got his blaster out. But the man was faster than he'd hoped. Before Luke made it 3 more steps, he had the weapon clear and leveled at Luke's chest. Luke saw his finger tightening on the trigger. Suddenly, there seemed to be 2 images shimmering in front of Luke's eyes. One was of the man and his blaster, the weapon pointed at Luke's chest. The other was of the same man and same blaster, only this one had a hazy bolt shooting from the weapon in a dreamlike slow motion. Reflexively, Luke brought his hands up from his sides, watching the bolt drifting toward him as he swung his lightsaber into motion. As the blue-white blades snap-hissed into existence, the two images abruptly came together, and the slow-motion blaster bolt abruptly burst toward Luke at normal speed, and ricocheted from the blade straight back into the man's shoulder. The other bellowed with surprise and pain, his blaster flailing to the side as he jerked with the unexpected impact. He recovered his balance and tried to bring the blaster back on target. Luke slammed into him, his shoulder connecting solidly with the man's chest and knocking him a full meter backward to land with a thud on the ground. The man swore viciously, again trying to bring his blaster to bear. Stepping hastily to the side, Luke swung his lightsaber again, slashing the blaster in half. The man rolled up onto his side, then collapsed again as Luke kicked him hard in the stomach. This time, he stayed down. For a second, Luke just stared at him, his breath coming in quick heaves, the reality of what he'd just done flooding in on him. Good against remotes is one thing. Han's mocking comment on their first trip together came drifting back. Good against the living? That's something else. Luke had done it. He'd gone against the living, and he'd survived. He looked up at the stairs. The two men who'd been climbing had stopped one flight up from the floor and were staring down in open-mouthed astonishment. But that wouldn't last long. Squaring his shoulders, Luke took a step toward them, and ducked as a pair of blaster bolts shot past his head. He'd forgotten all about the mob of kidnappers at the other end of the cavern. Another bolt shot past, closer this time. Luke glanced down at the blaster he'd just cut in half, wishing too late that he hadn't done that, and took off towards the stairs. There was a shed over that way, plus an abandoned and extremely rusty ore car. Either of them should give him cover while he tried to figure out his next move. Unfortunately, he already knew what that move was. He had to chase the two men up those stairs, and he had to do it fast enough to stop them, even if it meant doing so in full view and full blaster range of the rest of the gang, even if it meant taking a few blaster bolts along the way, even if it meant dying in the attempt. Mara had made it perhaps a quarter of the way along the beam when she heard a shout from the cavern below. She froze, her eyes flicking toward the sound. Ahead, between the stairs and the vehicle tunnel, one of the kidnappers had drawn his blaster and was lining it up on a badly dressed and clearly insane figure that had appeared from nowhere and was running straight at him. She winced. Skywalker. That had to be Larone's contact, Skywalker. He'd broken cover, like he'd been ordered not to, had charged in here alone, like any intelligent life form should have known better than, and was about to pay the ultimate price for his foolishness. And there was nothing Mara could do to prevent it. Her holdout blaster didn't have nearly enough range to take out the kidnapper, and even if it had, she couldn't have risked using it. The minute she fired, the rest of the kidnappers down there would be on to her, and Feruz's family would be doomed. Maybe they were doomed anyway. Now that her attention had been drawn forward, she could see that there were two men climbing the stairs, their expressions and body language that of men preparing for murder. Cursing under her breath, she focused on the track in front of her. She would never make it in time, not at her present speed, probably not even if she stood up and ran. Feruz's wife and daughter were going to die, and like Skywalker's own impending death, there was nothing Mara could do about it. The man on the cavern floor ahead aimed his blaster and fired. And with the snap hiss of a lightsaber, a blue-white blaze lanced out from Skywalker's hands and deflected the shot straight back at the gunman. Mara felt her mouth drop open. Skywalker had a lightsaber? And actually knew how to use it? Then without slowing down, Skywalker rammed his shoulder into the kidnapper's chest and knocked him down. Before the man could recover, the lightsaber flashed again, cutting his blaster in half. The gunman tried to get back up, and Skywalker kicked him, putting him down for good. Mara felt her lips twist. Hardly the tactic of a lightsaber artist. That first deflection must have been a lucky shot. On the stairway, the two would-be killers had stopped and were gawking at the scene below. The kid turned toward them, and nearly died right there as a pair of blaster shots lanced past him from the rest of Stella Keg's group at Mara's end of the room. Mara came to a sudden decision. She couldn't get to the men on the stairway, not in time, but Skywalker might be able to, if he had a blaster. Clenching her teeth, she hunched up onto her knees on the crane rail. Skywalker was a long way away, and even with a force assist, she was going to need all the upper body strength she had. The figure below had resumed his run toward the stairs, and the two men there had broken their own mesmerized paralysis, and were starting upward again. Drawing her holdout blaster, Mara cocked her arm over her shoulder and threw it as hard as she could toward Skywalker. It clattered to the ground 3 meters in front of him, and for a second she thought he was just going to run straight past it. Then abruptly, he stopped, and with the blaster bolts from behind starting to fill the air around him, he stooped and picked up the weapon. And then, like a complete idiot, he paused and looked around him. "Don't look," Mara pleaded silently as she dropped flat onto the rail again. "They're watching you. Don't look for me." But of course he did. And he spotted her. Mara winced, pressing herself tightly against the rail. Maybe Stellakeeg wouldn't notice. Maybe he hadn't tracked the direction the blaster had come from. But Stellakeeg noticed. Of course he noticed. "There!" she heard a shout from below her. "Up there!" And suddenly the bulk of the blaster fire that had been directed toward Skywalker sizzled through the air around Mara. She clenched her teeth. Now she was well and truly trapped. But at least Skywalker seemed to have figured out why she'd sent him a weapon. He was on the move again, running toward the stairway, the holdout blaster spitting its small but deadly fire at the men on the stairs. The kid wasn't a bad shot either. One of the men jerked like a twitched puppet and dropped to his knees, clutching his leg. The other man took 2 more steps up to the next landing and dropped into the partial shelter of the guardrail. He yanked out his own blaster and trained it at his attacker. Suddenly, Skywalker was dead center in the middle of a crossfire. Mara winced. Fortunately, the kid knew what to do in that situation. He continued running until he reached an abandoned ore car lying on its side near the base of the stairs. Dropping into a crouch in the partial shelter, he resumed his attack on the stairway. Only the attack couldn't succeed, and as Mara looked below her again, she realized with a sinking heart just how little time they had. About half of Stellakeeg's remaining force had come to a halt level with her position, and were standing or crouching in sharpshooter stances, keeping her pinned down with a steady rain of blaster fire. The rest of the crowd was heading toward Skywalker, moving slowly and warily, but keeping up their attack on him as well. When they reached him, he would die. And then Mara, still lying here, would watch helplessly as Stellakeeg or one of his men climbed leisurely to the control cabin and killed Feruz's family. She looked up again, focusing on the rail stretching out in front of her. It hung 2 meters from the ceiling, and as she'd already noted, with enough room for her to walk or run. The problem was the fire coming from below, and the V-shaped struts that held the rail to the ceiling. If she didn't block her attacker's shots, she wouldn't last long, but if her lightsaber sliced through enough of the struts, neither would the rail. Which left her only one option, a desperate, borderline insane option. But she was the Emperor's hand, and there were Imperial lives hanging it by a thread. Taking a deep breath, she ignited her lightsaber. "There," Pelion said, jabbing a finger at the monitor. "That freighter there." "I see it, sir," the young tractor operator said, his fingers dancing across the controls. "Tractor activated. Firing." Pelion held his breath, watching as the lost reef cut swiftly across the Chimera's bow from starboard to portside. Crewyer Mithel was hardly the ship's most senior tractor beam operator, and in fact Pelion suspected the boy was fresh out of training at this particular post. But with the command deck's doors still locked, Mithel was the only one available. Pelion could only hope he was good enough to pull this off. Above the monitor, a green light winked on. "Got him," Mithel said. "Confirmed," Thrawn's voice came over the speaker. "Now draw me in. Slowly. Slowly." "Yes, sir," Mithel said, adjusting his controls. "Drawing you in now." Pelion craned his neck, looking out of the crew pit at the bridge viewport. The Golan was still looming directly ahead, and he could almost see it growing larger. An optical illusion, of course, born from the tension of the moment. That, plus the knowledge that there were only 9 minutes left until impact. He watched the Golan another minute, then looked back down at the monitor. He caught his breath. "It's getting away," he snapped, pointing at the Lost Reef's image. "You've lost the lock." "No, sir, I haven't," Mithel said. "I have to let him get farther out, then draw him back in. Otherwise this won't work." "But—" "He's correct, Commander," Thrawn put in calmly. "Draw in, then reel out to allow a build-up of momentum, then draw in again." Pelion swallowed. "Yes, sir," he muttered reluctantly. On the display, he saw the freighter come to a hesitant halt as Mithel again added power to the tractor beam, and once again began drawing him in. "It's simple physics, Commander," Thrawn said. "Strictly speaking, a tractor beam doesn't pull in its target, but instead pulls the target and generator toward their common center of mass. Since the Chimera vastly outmasses nearly everything you've ever drawn in, it's never before been an issue for you." "Yes, sir," Pelion said again. The question now, of course, is whether the Lost Reef and I can provide you enough of a nudge to pull you off Nusa Isva's predetermined path, Thrawn continued. What do you think, Nusa Isva? Very clever, Thrawn, Nusa Isva said through the speaker. The mocking tone had vanished from his voice, replaced by a cold bitterness that sent an icy dagger digging into Palion's stomach. Very clever indeed. More than just clever, Thrawn said. Your entire battle computation depended on me having only the Admonitor and her escort ships. Now I have the Chimera and the Golan defense platform as well. You may wish to withdraw your fire kilns while you still have the chance. Nusa Isva gave a sort of whistling snort. Don't insult me, Thrawn. Do you truly believe I hadn't prepared for this possibility? Yes, I do, Thrawn said calmly. The moment is now, Nusa Isva. Agreed, the alien said. The moment is indeed now. It was obvious right from the beginning that the Golan crew didn't much know how to deal with Chewie. Even as they worked frantically to load the torpedo racks, Han caught some of them throwing surreptitious looks at him, or twitching aside to get out of his way. Maybe they'd heard stories about Wookiee rages. Maybe they were just in awe of his massive strength as he lugged torpedoes all by himself from the storage cradles to the launch racks. Or maybe Han was just imagining it. Maybe all they were thinking about was that if this didn't work, they had 7 minutes left to live. We're ready, Major, one of the crewers called. Racks loaded and set for rapid fire. Got it, Han said, crossing to the fire control station where Nils was standing stiffly, with his hands poised over the launch controls. Commandant, give me an update on the fire trajectory, he called toward the comm as he keyed the display for a forward view. Confirm no vessels in the target zone. Trajectory confirmed, Barcel said tightly. Clear to launch. Nils? Hold it, Han said, frowning at the display. The incoming Star Destroyer looked different somehow. There's no time, Barcel ground out. Nils, launch when... I said, hold it, Han interrupted, putting a hand between Nils and the board. Suddenly, he realized what was different about the looming warship. The Star Destroyer's veering off. That's impossible, Barcel said. The readout on the damage... He trailed off. You're right, he said, sounding relieved and puzzled at the same time. Still running under low power, but his vector's now... I don't understand. How is he doing that? Don't know, Han said, taking a deep breath and letting it out in a huff. That had been way too close, even for him. Don't care. Secure the torpedoes. Doesn't look like we're gonna need... Incoming, Nils said, pointing a rigid finger at one of his displays. Commandant, we've got 8 more alien ships coming in from hyperspace. Sector 3. Correction. 8 large ships plus 30 smaller escorts. The big ones show the same configuration as the group already squared off against the Admonitor. Han hissed between his teeth as he studied the display. Apparently, he'd relaxed too soon. Commandant, we have anything on those ships? He asked. No, nothing, Barcel said, but from the way the Admonitor's repositioning escorts, they're not taking them lightly. Han crossed over to the tactical hollow. There were now 16 of the unknown ships heading across the Pulm system toward the Admonitor and its escorts. Is the Chimera going to be able to get over there in time to join the party? Assuming it continues its current rate of turn, it should at least have a fire angle, Barcel said, and the Sarissa is also now moving up to support the Admonitor. Right, Han confirmed. He had already spotted the Dreadnought leaving its orbit and heading for the Admonitor's group. Looks like whoever's in charge is pulling in every turbo laser he's got. Barcel hissed out a frustrated sigh. Except ours, he said. Looks like we're the only ones who are out of the fight. Han grimaced. Yeah, we are, he agreed. We, the Golan, more important, we, the Rebel Alliance. He just hoped Kraken would be ready to move before the big battle started. He stiffened, his mind making a hard right-angle turn. The missile ships hidden on Pulm Minor weren't there to intercept the rebel transports, as he and Kraken had assumed. They were the card Nusa Isva had hidden up his sleeve. He keyed the tactical to add an overlay of Pulm Minor's geological features. If Leia had been right, the cavern should be just about there. He nodded grimly. If Leia was right, the missile ships were in perfect position to blow the cavern roof, fly out, and regroup themselves for an attack around the curve of the planet. With all the Imperial ships currently on the other side of the planet, the missile ships could hit their rear before anyone could do anything about it. Anyone, that was, except the Golan. Or given this bunch, anyone except Han. For a long moment he gazed at the hollow, watching the incoming alien warships rearranging their lines, wondering what to do. He and Leia had helped arm those missile ships, blast it. If they got out and tore into the Monitor's rear, they would do some serious damage before they were stopped. On the other hand, the Alliance was trying to topple the Empire. Doing anything to help the Imperials seemed a little crazy, even if it was to help stop an alien who'd already demonstrated he was ready and willing to use the Alliance for his own purposes. Surreptitiously, Han looked around the fire control room. Leadership, Riken had lectured him, was all about responsibility and consequences. Whatever Han did right now would have consequences, some which he might never know about, others of which might come along 3 minutes from now and smack him in the back of the head. But there was no way around it. He'd helped arm Nusa Isfa's missile ships. He had to make sure that Nusa Isfa didn't get to use them. Against anybody. On the other hand, if he could do that and help the Alliance at the same time... He caught Chewie's eye and gestured him over. "Get back to the Falcon and call Kraken," he said quietly when the Wookiee joined him. "Tell him to put Leia and the assault squad off their attack and get him out of there." Chewie rumbled a question. "Yes, now," Han confirmed tartly. "I don't care if they're winning or losing. Probably losing. Just get them out." The Wookiee acknowledged and started to turn away. Han caught his arm. "And then get her ready to fly," he added. "I'll grab Totsky and Atticus on my way down." Chewie nodded and headed away. "Commandant," Han called toward the comm, "we got a new target. Pull up a map of Pol Minor and I'll give you the coordinates." Wedge threw the T-47 into yet another sharp turn, and once more Leia fought against her bouncing head and motion-blurred vision to fire a double laser blast at the missile ship in her sights. She saw the bolt slam into the ship's armor, fired off another shot as Wedge dived straight toward the vessel, and then, at the heart-stopping literal last second, he pulled up, shoving Leia into her seat, hard. "Good shooting," he called. Leia clenched her teeth as he arced them across the cavern and swung back for another attack. Maybe she was shooting well. Maybe he was just being polite. But all the good shooting in the galaxy, whether by her or by the rest of the rebel gunners, didn't seem to be doing much good. The missile ships were more heavily armored than she'd realized, and were ray-shielded on top of it, and while probably half of them now spotted burns and warped hull plates, not a single one had been destroyed or even disabled. And their time was running out. All 50 of the ships were rumbling with the sound of pre-flight warm-up, and the last few humans who'd been operating the quad lasers when the T-47s first blew into the cavern had abandoned their weapons and disappeared somewhere down the conveyance tunnel. The missile ships were about to leave, ready to fly over and position themselves for an attack on the rebel transports when they emerged from underground. Or, if they didn't feel like waiting, they could probably use a few of the Keldorf missiles to blow their way through the surface and destroy the transports right where they currently sat. Keldorf missiles she and Han had helped load. The comm crackled in her ear, cutting through the curt orders and reports from the other T-47s. "Command a rogue team," Kraken's voice came tartly. "New orders. Break off. Repeat. Break off. And return." Leia frowned. Break off? Now? Wedge obviously didn't believe it either. "Rogue One to command. Confirm order," he called. "Break off and return," Kraken repeated. "Command, strongly recommend against that," Wedge warned. "Once they break cover, they'll disperse. We won't get another chance like this." "You don't like it? You can take it up later with Solo," Kraken said. "Chewbacca says he's got something special planned, and it doesn't involve any of you still being there." Leia felt her eyes widen. This was Han's idea? "What's the plan?" she asked. "Chewbacca didn't say," Kraken said. "I'm not really sure he knows. Now kick afterburners, or I'll kick them for you." "Acknowledged," Wedge said. "All rogues?" "Wait a minute," Leia said, her eyes focused on the bulbs at the top of the weapons fins. "Whatever Han's up to, it'll probably work better if these ships can't shoot straight." "We've already tried," Wedge said. "The sensor bulbs are as ray-shielded as the rest of the hull." "Then let's try something new," Leia said. "I'll need a wingmate." "Rogue 3, form up on my port side," Wedge ordered. "Copy," another voice said, and as Leia looked out her canopy, one of the other T-47s dropped into parallel formation a few meters away. "What's the plan?" "Just hold position," Leia said. Swiveling her harpoon gun all the way to the side, she aimed for Rogue 3's starboard braking flap and fired. There were twin yelps from both the pilot and gunner as the magnetic harpoon slammed into the airspeeder's side. "What the—" "Now we swing low and sweep," Leia said. "See if the cable can take off one of the sensor." She gasped as the T-47 dipped suddenly and then jerked hard. It jerked again as Wedge got it back under control and pulled up, and as he sent them flying toward the far end of the cavern, Leia saw the mangled metal at the top of the fin they'd just passed. The metal and the missing sensor bulb. Rogue 3 gave a war whoop. "It works!" he crowed. "Time's up," Wedge said. "All rogues break off and head home, at your earliest convenience." There were a cluster of acknowledgments, and as Leia watched, the T-47s linked up in pairs, one of each pair shooting a magnetic harpoon at the other. They circled at the far wall of the cavern and swung smoothly around, and as they flew one last time over the rows of missile ships, the stretched cables snicked off at least another dozen of the sensor bulbs. "Release," Wedge snapped. Leia nodded and punched the cable release, just in time, as Wedge did a quick sideways jink and inserted them once again at full speed into the dark, claustrophobic confines of the tunnel. Behind her, Leia saw the rest of the airspeeders also disentangle their cables from one another, form up and slide in a neat single file behind them. The last of the T-47s had just made it inside when there was a sudden burst of reflected light from the distant cavern behind them. The aliens had blown the ceiling. The missile ships were about to fly. Leia rubbed her shoulders where her straps had dug into them. "There you go, flyboy," she murmured. "Whatever you're planning, I hope that helps." "What was that?" Wedge called. Leia shook her head. "Nothing." "Commander?" the sensor officer called, his voice still slurring a bit with the after effects of the vertigon gas. "I'm reading an explosion on Pole Minor." "Where?" Palian called back, looking up from the tractor station toward the bridge viewport. "7th Octan, right at the edge of our view," the officer reported. "I've got a visual feed from the Golan, too, but it's not much better." Palian looked back at the tractor display. The Chimera's vector was well clear of the Golan now. The ship's engine control was still crippled, but at least they were out of imminent danger. "Can you handle the rest of this?" he asked Mythal. "Yes, sir," the tractor operator said, "unless Lord Odo—" He glanced up at Palian. "I mean, unless Nusa Isva's left us more surprises, we should be all right." "Carry on," Palian said, a tight smile tugging at his lips, as he turned away and headed for the crew pit stairs. Mythal was barely out of his training, yet he had the casual boldness to offer his assessment of the Chimera's condition to a ranking command officer. Palian's smile faded. On the other hand, why shouldn't he? The Chimera's senior officers certainly hadn't done a very good job of taking care of the ship, Palian himself included. "Senior Captain Thrawn," he called as he climbed back up to the command walkway. "Did you hear that?" "I did, Commander," Thrawn's voice came back. "Maintain your present operation." Palian grimaced, like they had any real choice with their drive locked down the way it was. "Shall I launch TIE fighters to investigate the explosion?" he asked. "Negative," Thrawn's voice came back. "I'll need all of your fighters available once Nusa Isva brings in the rest of his ships." "Understood," Palian said, his stomach tightening as he looked out over the distant battle array. "Sir, Nusa Isva told us earlier that 5 fire kilns were the equivalent of a Star Destroyer. Was that an accurate assessment?" "Quite accurate, Commander," Thrawn confirmed calmly. And there were already 16 of the big alien ships out there facing off against the Admonitor and the still crippled Chimera. Thrawn wasn't going to need the Chimera's TIE fighters. Thrawn was going to need a miracle. "Commander, I have ships at the explosion region," the sensor officer spoke up suddenly. "Looks like they're rising out from underground. Mid-sized fighters, alien design with underslug—" He broke off. "Commander, those underslug missiles are Keldorf 7 interceptors." "Turbo lasers!" Palian snapped, turning sharply to the viewport. A group of ships armed with interceptor missiles in the rear of Thrawn's battle array would be devastating. "Target those ships!" "Sir, weapons control systems are non-functional," another voice called. "I've signaled the crews to set for manual." "Tell them to hurry," Palian snarled. Once the alien ships gained some altitude and speed, there would be no way the Chimera's crews could hit them on manual control. "Move it, Lieutenant," he said. "We're the only thing standing between them and the Admonitor." "Fire!" Han called. With a crackling stutter from the Golan's electromagnetic rail launchers, the racks of heavy proton torpedoes began emptying themselves out into space. 6, 8, 10, 20. Han gazed out the viewport at the stream of torpedoes heading for the missile ship's lair, feeling a strange mixture of awe, approval, and uneasiness. It was good to have this level of firepower on their side. Problem was, it usually wasn't on their side. Usually, this was the kind of weaponry the Rebel Alliance was facing. All torpedoes away, Nils reported tensely. More ships rising from concealment, still clustered. Leading edge impact now. With a distant flash of light, the first torpedo detonated, and then the second, and the third, and the fourth. Suddenly, the whole edge of Pole Minor lit up like the inside of a small star. What the? Barcel gasped as a visible ripple of firestorm shockwave blew outward through the planet's thin atmosphere. Major, what was that? That was a whole bunch of Keldor 7 interceptors getting hot enough to self-ignite, Han told him with grim satisfaction. Ah. Barcel watched the fading fireball in silence for a few seconds. And, we're sure those were enemy ships, right? Trust me, Han said. He looked over at the tactical holo. Or trust him, he added, pointing. 8 more fire kilns have just jumped into the system. I guess Nusa Isva was counting on those missile ships. So what happens now? Nils asked anxiously. Barcel squared his shoulders. We get on the turbo lasers, he ordered. We may be out of the main battle over here, but we still have a world to defend. Let's get to it. Chapter 22. As Lerone had expected, the final assault on the cellar came from the supply lift. Though technically it came from the crater where the supply lift had been before the massive set of shaped charges from above ripped through the top, tore across the shaft walls, and blew the inner door halfway across the cellar. Through the smoke and flying debris, 8 men and aliens dropped from the alley above into the charred hole, their blasters blazing. Get down! Lerone shouted, ducking his own head a bit as he and the others opened up with their E-11s. Fortunately, he'd anticipated their insertion point well enough to have thrown together a new redoubt in the cellar's far rear corner. Only he and the others hadn't had time to move the big kegs that had formed their original defensive barrier. Their new position was mostly made up of smaller kegs, piled on top of one another where necessary, with the old redoubt still in its original position barely 5 meters away from them. Brightwater had wondered if the attackers would spot the old barrier and simply settle into its protection for their attack. As Lerone's blaster fire staggered one of the aliens in the middle, the group did exactly that. Now what? Marcross shouted over the staccato screams of the blaster fire. Lerone, we're trapped! Keep firing! Lerone shouted back, keeping an eye on the other end of the room. If whoever was running this attack was smart, he ought to be opening up a second battle vector just about now. Right on schedule, there it was. 3 more figures dropping from the stairway door to the cellar floor, their own blasters silent. Keeping low, they headed stealthily toward the loud exchange of blaster fire at the other end of the room, clearly hoping to catch the defenders in a crossfire. Just as stealthily, 2 Trokri rose up from concealment under broken pieces of walls and stairs as the 3 attackers passed them. Keep firing! Lerone shouted again. The blaster fire itself ought to drown out any sounds the Trokri or their victims might make, but a little extra noise couldn't hurt. He needn't have worried. The Trokri reached their targets, and with a flicker of light from their knives, all 3 attackers collapsed silently to the floor. Lerone returned his attention to the 8 attackers crouched behind the keg. Or rather, to the 5 attackers who were still firing, apparently unaware through the ongoing firestorm that 3 of their original number were down. Beside him, Marcross gave another shout, some kind of alien-sounding battle cry, clearly calculated to keep the noise level up. The number of attackers at the barricade went to 4, then 3, then 2. Abruptly, the last 2 survivors seemed to wake up to what was happening. They both spun around, dropping down with their backs to the kegs, their weapons tracking around to their rear. Toward Grave, lying in his now open-top Bacta-tank, the blaster he'd concealed as the attackers ran past, with barely a glance, braced against the edge of the opening. His weapon spat one last shot with his usual deadly accuracy, and one of the 2 aliens collapsed to the floor, his own final bolt shattering another piece of wall. The last attacker was still lining up his blaster when Quiller fired from his own stack of concealing debris across the room and ended the battle. Cautiously, Lerone rose to his feet. Governor? He asked, turning to look at the figure curled awkwardly behind the extra pair of kegs behind him. Don't worry about me, Fruz said. He'd argued against the stormtroopers giving him any extra protection, but Lerone could tell from his face that he was just as glad he'd had it. What about you and the others? I'm fine, Lerone assured him, wincing as he turned back around. With the adrenaline of the battle fading, the pain of a dozen blaster burns was starting to throb in his arms, chest, and left cheek. Report, he called. One by one, the others checked in. It was the usual: blaster burns, damaged equipment, drained power packs. But they'd all made it through alive, as had the 4 remaining Trokri. If anything, in fact, the green-scaled aliens had gotten through it with fewer injuries than even the stormtroopers. A fact that Vantar had clearly noticed and was apparently not happy with. "You take too much of the battle upon yourselves," he chided Lerone as he awkwardly swapped out the power pack on his blaster for a new one. "I don't see how you can say that," Lerone said, "especially since the only death so far has been one of yours." "We serve and die willingly," Vantar said, "but we wish fuller service against the enemies of our people. The next battle will be ours." "Actually, there may not be another battle," Marcross pointed out. "They have to be running low on people by now." "Not to mention that even with shaped charges, blowing the supply lift was a little on the noisy side," Brightwater added. "Hopefully there are some patrollers on the way by now." "If not, maybe we can call them," Lerone suggested, checking his helmet's comlink as he left the redoubt and headed over to Grave, but the crackle of static in his ears showed that the jamming was still in place. "Or not," he added. "Good shooting, Grave." "Thanks," Grave said, breathing heavily, his gun hand hanging limply over the edge of the tank opening. "Not my best work, I'm afraid." "It was more than good enough," Lerone assured him. "How are you feeling? Will you be ready for... what are we up to? Round 4? "There will be no further rounds," a voice called from the top of the open lift shaft beside them. Lerone spun around toward the shaft, snapping his E-11 up into firing position. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Marcross circle quickly to the other side of the shaft. He settled in a covering position and nodded. Carefully, Lerone eased forward and peered up the shaft. Nothing was visible except the tops of the surrounding buildings and darkening evening sky. "Hello?" he called. "You have been worthy opponents," the voice said, and now that Lerone was listening closely, he could hear the faint, alien intonation in the words. "But it comes now to the end." "Fine with me," Lerone said. "Come on down and we'll have it out." "It comes now to the end," the voice repeated. "Our master has achieved his goal of luring his enemy to this system. We no longer require that the governor die in any specified way." Lerone gripped his blaster a little tighter. That didn't sound good. "Commanders are always changing their minds that way," he commiserated. "So we'll be going our separate ways, I assume?" "We shall go our way," the voice said, "but you have caused deaths among my people. Deaths among we, who are the chosen. Those deaths will not go unavenged." Lerone grimaced. He'd been afraid that was the direction the conversation was heading. "No problem," he said. "As I said, come on down and we'll see what we can do about giving you your revenge." "The revenge is already prepared," the voice said. "Die in agony, enemies of the chosen." There was the faint sound of footsteps moving away. Lerone keyed up his helmet's audio enhancers, listening hard as the steps faded down the alley. Heading away to the east, he decided. He stepped back to the bacta tank, gesturing the others to join him. Marcross nodded and moved around the blackened shaft, his eyes and blaster still pointed cautiously upward. Brightwater was already on his way from the redoubt, where he'd been standing guard over Feroz, and across the room Quiller was hobbling toward them on his injured leg, 2 of the Trokri supporting him as he walked. "Thoughts?" Lerone asked as Marcross and Brightwater reached him. "I'm guessing more explosives," Marcross said. "Certainly the simplest approach," Brightwater seconded. "Probably going to lay them where the tap calf joins the stores on either side. Hitting the supporting walls properly should bring both buildings falling in on top of us." "They'll probably be planting them on the alley side," Quiller added as he limped up to beside Marcross. "Street side's a little too public." "Especially after that last blast," Lerone said, nodding. "And if they're in the alley, that means there's a chance we can still stop them. I think their spokesman went east, but we should probably send 2 of us in each direction." "Agreed," Marcross said. "Well, gentlemen, it's been an honor to serve." "What's this 2 stuff?" Grave put in, grabbing the edge of the bacta tank and hauling himself gingerly up into a sitting position. "What am I, chopped entrails?" "We'll need to do some jumping to get up there," Marcross reminded him. "I don't think you're up to that just now." "Neither is Quiller," Grave retorted, pointing to Quiller as he hung somewhat precariously onto Brightwater's shoulder. "If he goes—" "Hold it," Lerone said, staring at Quiller. He'd come over with the help of 2 of the Trokri. Why was he hanging on Brightwater's shoulder now? He took a quick step back from the group, looking around the cellar. Just as 2 of the Trokri took off from opposite directions, running toward the lift shaft. "Wait!" Lerone snapped, trying to get around Marcross. He stopped short as Vantar put a restraining hand on his arm. "No," the Trocri said softly. "I already said. This battle is ours." There was nothing Larone could say, nothing he could do. The first Trocri reached the center of the shaft and was thrown up through the opening by the third Trocri, who was waiting for him there. Even as the first alien disappeared from Larone's sight, the second reached the shaft and was similarly hurled upward, arcing toward the other side of the alley. There was a warbling call, followed by a multiple burst of blaster fire, and then nothing. Larone looked at Vantar. "It is over," Vantar said, letting go of Larone's arm, his expression oddly serene. "Come, we may now leave this place." Larone nodded. There were some alien cultures he vaguely remembered that used the phrase as a term of death. But it didn't really matter. There was still a wounded Imperial governor in here and a threat to his life out there, and Larone and the other stormtroopers had no choice but to head out and try and stop it. "Markros," he said. "On it." Markros called back, already rolling one of the smaller kegs into the shaft. "You and me?" "You and me," Larone said, popping a fresh power pack into his E11. And it occurred to him that he'd been right, way back when this whole thing started. One way or another, the Hand of Judgment was most definitely going to go out with a bang. The two men on the stairs fired again, one of their shots blasting some of the rust from Luke's ore car, the other shot missing completely. Leaning out from his cover, Luke fired a shot back at them and quickly ducked back in as another burst of fire burned past from behind him. The kidnappers from the other end of the cavern coming up fast. With a curious sense of detachment, Luke realized he was about to die. He was pinned down. So was whoever that was up there on the crane rail. Luke's only weapons were a small borrowed blaster, which had to be nearly out of power by now, and a lightsaber that he barely knew how to use. Maybe the blaster had been the other intruder's only weapon. Certainly he hadn't heard any return fire from up there. And against the two of them were at least 12 men, counting the two on the stairs. With death sentences facing all of them for the kidnapping of Feruz's family, they had nothing to lose by adding another murder to their list of crimes. Another 2 murders, actually. With a lot of their fire trained upward, it was a toss-up as to which of them would die first. And then, through the scream of blaster fire, Luke heard the snap hiss of a lightsaber. Frowning, he leaned out. He was facing an extraordinary sight. The person on the rail, a woman he could see now, her hair glittering strangely in the red lighting, was on the move, running along the rail toward the stairs in the small room where Feruz's family was being held. She was swinging a lightsaber as she ran, the blade deflecting the sudden extra fury of blaster bolts now coming from Stelakeg and the other kidnappers below her. But the blade wasn't simply cutting across the incoming fire the way Luke blocked such attacks in his practice sessions. It was flickering rapidly on and off at an irregular pattern, flashing like a magenta strobe light. She kept running, gradually twisting her torso around as she moved past her attackers, keeping the lightsaber blade between her and their fire as it began to come more from behind than from beside her. Axelon had said there was an Imperial agent on Pol Major who carried a lightsaber. But after all the rest of the traitor's lies, Luke had assumed he'd been lying about that too. Apparently not. But what was she doing? The lightsaber was still flickering as she ran, and each time it went off it opened up the possibility that one of the blaster bolts would get through. Was there some kind of defect in the weapon? Luke caught his breath as he suddenly understood. She was turning her lightsaber on and off as she ran to keep from slicing through the rail's support struts while she swept the blade across the incoming fire. For a moment he just stood there staring, frozen in amazement by the level of sheer control and artistry the maneuver demonstrated. She deflected a shot, swung the lightsaber toward the next one, flicked the blade off and then on to bypass a strut, deflected the next bolt. A shot from the stairs sizzled past Luke's shoulder, abruptly breaking the spell. "Right," he muttered to himself, spinning around and firing another 2 shots of his own at the men on the stairs. Only to discover that while he'd been watching the lightsaber display above him, both men had managed to make it up another section of the stairway. And he realized to his horror that they were now out of his blaster's range. He dropped back into the ore car's partial cover and turned to face the group still running toward him. If the ones on the stairway were out of range, those in the distance were even more so. But even useless shots fired in their direction might distract them from the agent running along the rail above him. It was, he realized heavily, all that he could do. Luke was out of the fight. From this point on, it was all up to her. Dimly, through the Force-created combat tunnel vision, Mara saw she was nearly to the control cabin. So were the two men climbing the stairs toward it. With an effort, she pulled a little of her focus away from her defense. The men were climbing, but she saw now that both of them were moving slower than they should have been. She pulled a little more of her focus and saw that both were limping badly. Apparently, in all the shooting he'd been doing, Skywalker had managed to wound both of them. At least he was good for something. The crane rail jerked and twisted beneath her feet as her lightsaber slashed through one of the support struts. Clearly, she'd diverted a bit too much of her attention. She brought her mind into focus again, blocking the attacks on her as she ran. Suddenly, she was there. She braked to a halt, nearly slamming into the cavern wall before she was able to stop. Below her was the roof of the control cabin, and she slashed her lightsaber at it, slicing out a circle of old metal and plastic and sending it crashing to the cabin floor below. Deflecting the last two blaster bolts sizzling toward her, she dropped through into the cabin. They were there all right, Fruz's wife and daughter, looking tired and disheveled and scared, but with the hint of quiet defiance in both their expressions that Mara would expect from the family of an imperial governor. They were sitting in rough wooden chairs at the back of the cavern, the woman's arms protectively around the girl. "Don't move," Mara ordered, and headed across the small room toward the door. She was halfway there when the door was thrown open, and one of the men loomed in the doorway, panting from his climb up the stairs. Lifting his blaster, he opened fire, and died instantly as Mara deflected the bolt into the center of his chest. He jerked, his blaster going flying, his body slamming into the man behind him and sending them both tumbling backward off the landing and halfway down the first flight of stairs. Swearing viciously, the second man shoved the body of his companion away and lifted his own blaster. He fired, his curses turning to a scream of rage and pain, as Mara caught the bolt on her lightsaber and sent it back into his weapon, shattering both the blaster and the hand gripping it. Another shot came at Mara from the floor. Crouching down on the landing, she looked over the guardrail. Any reasonable kidnappers would have realized by now that it was over, and would be heading down the vehicle tunnel in a frantic attempt to get away. But not this bunch. This bunch was still heading for the stairway, still firing their blasters, still apparently convinced that they could salvage something out of this mess. Even if it was just to kill one of the people who'd wrecked their plan. She looked down. Skywalker was still crouched beside the ore car, the blaster she'd sent him silent, his lightsaber gripped in his hand but not ignited, waiting for them to come to him. Mara grimaced. She had no idea who he was, or how it was Lerone knew him, but he'd been helpful, whether he'd really planned to be or not, and he'd played his own small part in saving the governor's family. She couldn't just stand here and let him die. From this distance, with no weapon other than her lightsaber, there was no way she could kill the rest of the kidnappers. But maybe she could do something to dissuade any further action. Just past the vehicle tunnel, between Skywalker and the kidnappers, was a stack of barrels she'd noted earlier, the ones emblazoned with flammable warnings. Standing up, she locked her lightsaber on and threw it toward the stack. The weapon arced through the air, its blade spinning like a child's twist toy. Mara stretched out, using the force to guide the weapon's path as best she could, sending the blade slicing through the bases of 3 of the barrels. They burst open, and a gush of thick, evil-looking liquid flowed out. She had no idea whether the stuff was still flammable. If it was left over from the mine's heyday, probably not. But she would bet heavily that none of the men down there knew whether it was flammable either. Even thirsting for Skywalker's death, maybe they would decide they weren't thirsting for it enough to face the possibility of going up in flames. With that, they finally got the message. Even as Mara stretched out to call the lightsaber back to her hand, they slowed and then stopped. Their blasters were suddenly silent, their eyes no longer on Mara but on the stream of bubbling liquid flowing across the cavern in front of them. All of them except one. Stelacag didn't even slow down, his eyes still burning toward Skywalker as he splashed unheeding and apparently uncaring through the stream. And with no blaster within her reach, there was only one thing Mara could do. "Shoot it!" she shouted at Skywalker as her lightsaber flew the last couple of meters into her hand. "Shoot the pool! Now!" "Shoot the pool!" the voice shouted from above Luke, the words echoing in the cavern. "Now!" He glanced at the power indicator on his blaster. There were perhaps 2 shots left. Not nearly enough to stop the entire group of kidnappers who'd been charging at him moments before. But maybe enough to ignite the pool of liquid. But could he do that? Could he deliberately spark a fire that he knew would kill someone? And as he looked at Stelacag splashing across the liquid, Ben Kenobi's words seemed to echo in his mind. For over 1,000 generations, the Jedi Knights were the guardians of peace and justice in the Old Republic. Justice. Stelacag was a kidnapper. He'd tried to murder an Imperial agent with his booby-trapped stairway, and he was involved with the plan to murder Governor Farouz and his family. If he'd had the chance, he would certainly have carried out those murders. And at this moment, he was planning to kill Luke. Luke wasn't a Jedi yet. He might never become one, but the pursuit of justice was something even non-Jedi could choose. Raising his blaster, he fired. With a thunderous roar, the liquid on the cavern floor below exploded. The shockwave slammed into Mara, throwing her back through the door into the control cabin. The whole structure, maybe even the whole cavern, shook as she retreated across the room and grabbed the woman and girl, pulling them to the floor and wrapping her arms protectively around them. There was a crack from above, and she winced as part of the ceiling near where she'd cut her way in fell with a crash. There was a second, somewhat softer explosion from below. And then the echoes of the blast faded into the distant crackling. "Stay here," Mara ordered the others. Getting to her feet, picking up her lightsaber from the floor where she'd apparently dropped it, she made her way to the door and cautiously looked out. The stuff had been flammable, all right. Nearly half the floor below was roiling in bright yellow flames and a black, evil-smelling smoke. At the far corner of the cavern she caught a glimpse of the remaining kidnappers, pressed together against the far wall, as far away from the flames as they could get. There was no sign of Stelacag. Blinking against the smoke, she looked down toward the ore car where Skywalker had been crouching, but the roiling smoke was too thick now for her to see whether he was still there or not. What she could see was that the slope of the cavern floor had directed most of the blazing liquid away from the vehicle tunnel. A few more minutes to let the fire burn down, and she and the former captives would be able to get out of here. Returning her lightsaber to her belt, she pulled out her comlink. While they waited, she would give Governor Farouz the good news. Taking a quick 3-step run, Lerone jumped onto the keg and from there up to the top of the shaft. He dropped his E11 out onto the Duracrete and simultaneously grabbed the edge with both hands, pulling himself up. His swinging legs made it to the top, and with a final heave he got his torso up as well. He grabbed his E11 from where he dropped it, rolled away from the opening, and came to rest on his stomach with his blaster aimed down the alley. As he heard Marcross repeat the procedure behind him, he discovered to his stunned disbelief that it was all over. At the end of the tap calf, right where Brightwater had said they would plant the explosives, 3 of the yellow-eyed aliens were lying stretched out in the alley beside a half-assembled shaped charge. On the ground beside the explosives was the familiar boxy shape and oversized antenna of a Sanchor 3 comlink jammer. Standing over them were the 2 Trokri who'd been thrown up out of the shaft a minute ago, the ones Lerone had tried to stop, the ones he'd assumed had gone straight to their deaths. Besides those 2 Trokri were 3 more, all of them hefting heavy blasters. With an effort, Lerone found his voice. "Clear," he called. "Likewise," Marcross called back, his voice sounding as stunned as Lerone felt. "Lerone." "Yeah, me neither," Lerone conceded. The Trokri were looking back at him, and he suddenly realized his E11 was still pointed at the group. "Mind you, it's nice to occasionally have some of the heavy lifting done by somebody else," he added as he lowered his blaster and stood up. There was the patter of running feet below him, and Vantar suddenly came flying out of the shaft, landing with casual ease on the Duracrete beside Lerone. Without a word, he strode down the alley toward the group of Trokri. Marcross stepped up to Lerone's side. "Any idea who they really are?" "Not a one," Lerone said, turning and looking past Marcross's shoulder. There were 3 more Trokri at that end of the tap calf, guarding 2 more yellow-eyed alien bodies. "But I would say that Vantar's got some serious explaining to do." To his mild surprise, there was a ping from his helmet comlink. Apparently, while they were shutting down the attackers, the Trokri had also shut down the jammer. "Lerone," he said. "Jade," the Emperor's hand's voice came. "The Governor's family has been secured." Lerone breathed a sigh of relief. "He'll be happy to hear that," he told her. "We seem to be in the clear, too. Do you need any assistance?" "I don't think so," she said. "We're just waiting for the fire to die down a little before we head out." "All right," Lerone said, frowning. That didn't sound like a very secure situation to him. Still, Jade usually knew what she was doing. Have you seen anything of Skywalker? He the one with the lightsaber? That's him. He was helpful, she said. If you're in contact with him, tell him to clear out. He's closer to the fire than we are, and he's probably roasting by now. We'll call him, Larone promised. You want us to take Governor Farouz back to the palace? You should probably call General Ularno first and arrange an escort, Jade said. We still don't know who else Nusa Isfuk might have suborned. Make sure Ularno brings men he can trust. Acknowledged, Larone said. We'll see you there. Good. The comlink clicked off. Down the alley, Vantar had finished his discussion with his fellows and was heading back. Marcross, Larone called. Call Skywalker and get him out of there, Marcross said, nodding. Got it. He turned away, and Larone heard him key his comlink. Pursing his lips, Larone headed toward Vantar. They met halfway. I think you owe us an explanation, Larone said evenly. And an apology, Vantar agreed, ducking his head in an abbreviated bow. But the rules of engagement forbid us to fire upon an enemy without positive identification. With all other communications blocked, any counterattack had to wait until my warriors could physically appear and indicate the proper targets to our backup. Very responsible of you, Larone said. The fact remains you didn't tell us who you really were. Why not? All beings have secrets, Vantar said, and in truth, we were no more dishonest with you than you were with us. Larone felt his throat tighten. Meaning? Meaning you are deserters, Vantar said bluntly. As such, you carry the death penalty from the leaders of your empire. Only if we're caught, Larone said through clenched teeth. If he reset his E-11 for stun and fired fast enough to drop Vantar and the others. You have already been caught, Vantar said. I know. So do others. He cocked his head slightly. So does our master. This master being... The Great One, Vantar said, the leader of we who consider ourselves the true chosen. A shiver ran up Larone's back. One of the yellow-eyed aliens lying dead over there had used that same term. Does this Great One have an actual name? Of course, Vantar said. Soon you will learn it, for he wishes greatly to meet you. Larone leaned his head slightly to look over Vantar's shoulder. The rest of the Trokri back there had spread out now, no longer in range of an easy burst shot, their weapons not quite pointed at him. Sounds exciting, he said. When? Now. And if I refuse? Vantar cocked his head again. I would prefer not to insist, he said. Please gather the others. A vehicle is waiting to take us to the spaceport. The Chimera came through its last small turn into the battle line, and as it did so, Palion finally saw with his own eyes what the tactical had already shown him. Nusa Isva's fleet filled nearly the entire bridge viewport, 28 fire kilns, plus nearly 100 of the smaller escort ships, arrayed against the Admonitor, the Chimera, the Sarisa, and a handful of cruisers. Hopeless odds by anyone's reckoning. But at least the enemy missile ships that had been lurking on Pol Minor were gone. He'd received that bit of good news from Commander Barcel only 10 minutes earlier. All 50 had been destroyed, thanks to Barcel and some timely assistance from a mysterious Major Axon, whose place in the fleet's overall chain of command Barcel had been a little hazy on. But if Axon's role was hazy, the effect of the missile ship's destruction on Nusa Isva had been anything but. The alien warlord hadn't said much, but it was only after Thrawn had reported the incident to him that the last 4 fire kilns and their escorts had finally jumped in from hyperspace. Nusa Isva meant to destroy the Imperial ships. That much was abundantly clear. What wasn't clear was why Thrawn continued to taunt him about it. 28 fire kilns against 2 Star Destroyers, the senior captain commented as the final group began to deploy to their spots on the battle line. Are you so frightened of me, Nusa Isva? I fear nothing, Nusa Isva ground out. You may hide behind your Imperial underlings if you wish, aboard that freighter, and allow them to die before you, but you will die. And when you are dead, I will batter the worlds below you into rubble. Palion winced as Nusa Isva launched into a detailed description of what exactly that battering would consist of. He wasn't bluffing either, Palion knew. There were a handful of other ships in Governor Farouz's sector fleet, but they were old and weak, and even if Thrawn somehow got them here, they would make little impact. If the fire kilns were as powerful as Nusa Isva claimed, once they destroyed the Imperial force, they could slag Pol Major's surface at their leisure. unless they weren't that powerful. Was that what Thrawn was banking on? That the Admonitor and Chimera still had surprises Nusa Isva wasn't ready for? Then, suddenly, he understood. The TIE fighters. Both Star Destroyers had hangar bays full of the small, deadly starfighters. Pelion smiled tightly. No wonder Thrawn hadn't wanted him to launch the TIEs to check out the Pole Miner explosion. The TIE fighters had been the key in taking down many a rebel ship. They could do the same to Nusa Isva's arrogant fire kilns. Sir, the comm officer spoke up quietly. Something's not right here. Pelion stepped back and looked down into the crew pit. Explain. The Lost Reef's putting way more power into his current transmission than he needs to, the officer said, pointing to one of his displays. What's even stranger is that he's also echoing Nusa Iswa's part of the conversation in the transmission, not just transmitting his own side. Pelion frowned. That made no sense. Why spend power sending Nusa Iswa's arrogant boasts farther than they were already going? How far does his signal reach? That's the other thing, sir, the officer said, pointing to a different display. I'm also getting the edge of a relay. A powerful relay. Someone out there is taking Captain Thrawn's signal, boosting it, and kicking it out into the unknown regions. Monitor it, Pelion ordered. See if you can locate that booster. Turning back to the main viewport, he tuned back in on Nusa Isva's ravings. Apparently just in time for the end. As will all who dare oppose me, Nusa Isva finished with a verbal flourish. You assume the people below us are your enemies, Thrawn pointed out. I am, certainly, but they may not be. The people of this sector have no particular love for the Empire. If given the chance, they may choose to become your allies, as have the Stoma and Kwisatz. Allies? Nusa Isva made a sound that sounded like he was spitting. You have allies, Thrawn. All to me except the Chosen are mere tools. They can be useful tools, or they can be broken tools. Interesting, Thrawn said. I imagine the Stoma and Kwisatz leadership will be interested to learn what their true positions will be, should they choose to join your realm. I imagine in turn that you would delight in telling them, Nusa Isva said, not that they would believe you. There's no need for them to believe me, Thrawn said calmly. They can hear it right from your own mouth. In fact, they're hearing it right now. For a moment, Nusa Isva was silent, and Pelion permitted himself a small, grim smile. So that was where the boosted signal was going. Thrawn had taunted Nusa Isva into personally sowing distrust between him and some apparently hoped-for partner species. Your cleverness is wasted, Nusa Isva said coldly. Once we've dealt with you, my fleet will travel to the Stoma homeworld, and I will, once again, make them useful tools. Your time is ended, Thrawn. My ships are now in their places. They are indeed, Thrawn agreed, and the time is indeed ended, Nusa Isva. Signal Cherik, Signal Esk, Signal Krill. Pelion looked over at the comm officer. Cherik, Esk, Krill. That wasn't an Imperial code he was familiar with. It certainly wasn't a TIE fighter launch order. What in the Empire was Thrawn up to? Commander! The sensor officer snapped, his voice barely recognizable. New signals coming in from hyperspace. He looked up from the crew pit, his eyes wide. Sir, it's... He broke off, pointing at the viewport. Frowning, Pelion turned to look. There they were, flickering with pseudo-motion as they decanted from hyperspace. Coming into the Pole system in perfect synchronization, into perfect attack positions behind the wall fire kilns. Star Destroyers, 6 of them. Their names are already the stuff of legend across the Empire. Devastator, Accuser, Stalker, Adjudicator, Tyrant, Avenger. And in the center of the formation, the pride of the entire fleet, the massive bulk of the Super Star Destroyer, Executor. It was the Death Squadron. It was Lord Darth Vader. Senior Captain Thrawn, the Dark Lord's voice boomed over the speaker. Are these the enemies of the Empire you spoke of? They are, Lord Vader, Thrawn confirmed. And you wish them destroyed? I've offered the possibility of a treaty between us, Thrawn said. That offer has been repeatedly refused. Then it would seem there is nothing more to be said, Vader concluded. Agreed, my lord, Thrawn said. I am currently detached from my ship. I would consider it an honor if you would personally assume command of the Admonitor for the purposes of this battle. Pelion cleared his throat. "The Chimera also stands ready to receive your orders, my lord," he called. "Then let us make an end of it," Vader said. "All ships, engage at will." The distant battle was at the height of its fury when Leia finally got word that the transports were ready to go. "Good," she said. "All captains, you're clear to launch. We'll meet at the rendezvous point. Good luck." She got a chorus of acknowledgments. "What about the others?" Kraken asked as their transport lurched off the ground and started to move down the wide conveyance tunnel. "I'm on it," Leia said as she rekeyed the comm. "Han, Luke, we're almost clear. Wherever you are, get out of there." "Getting out now," Luke said, the comm tag showing he was calling from a Z-95 headhunter. "Listen, you'll never believe." "Save it for the debriefing, Skywalker," Kraken put in. "Solo, you there? Solo?" "Yeah, I'm here," Han said. "We'll be along in a minute." "What are you waiting for?" Leia asked, frowning. "I thought we'd stick around the Golan and watch the battle a little longer," Han said. "You don't get a view like this very often." Leia felt her eyes narrow. Was he serious? Of course he was serious. He was Han. Han? "I also thought we should stay here until you're completely clear. Not just almost clear," he added. "Just because we ran the Golan dry of torpedoes doesn't mean someone won't notice you and ask Commandant Barcel to figure out something else to do about it." Leia glared at the speaker, feeling the familiar sensation of having had the ground cut out from under her. Why did he do that? "Fine," she said between clenched teeth. "Make sure you do get out, though." She slapped her hand across the comm control, shutting off the mic. "No doubt about it," Kraken murmured. "No doubt about what?" Leia demanded. "The man's got a future with the rebellion," Kraken said, carefully keeping his eyes forward. "Not sure what kind, but he's definitely got a future." The fire was still burning as Mara helped Feruz's wife and daughter down the stairs. She kept a close eye on the men still huddled against the far wall, but they'd finally had enough for one day. Possibly for one lifetime. Some of them, she mused, might come out of this experience ready to make changes in their lives. The rest would die someday, probably violently. But it would be by someone else's hand. Right now, Mara had more important things to do. "Are we going home?" the little girl asked uncertainly, looking up from Mara's side. "Yes," Mara assured her, looking at the ore car as they passed it. There was no sign of Skywalker, alive or dead. Hopefully, Lerone had gotten him out before he picked up any serious burns or other injuries. Skywalker. She frowned, wondering again if the kid could possibly be the same Skywalker that Lord Vader was searching for. On the face of it, the odds of such a coincidence were vanishingly small. But in this crazy universe, with the Force subtly guiding all life, one could never be sure. Just the same, she decided, she probably shouldn't mention it to Vader. Just in case. "And my daddy?" the girl asked. "Will he be okay?" Mara felt her throat tighten. She'd been sent to Pol Major to investigate possible treason, and she'd determined beyond any doubt that Feruz had indeed committed the crime. She was the Emperor's hand. She was investigator, judge, and executioner. Sometimes, she reflected, it was good to be a law unto it herself. "Yes," she told the girl. "He'll be just fine." The ship Vantar led them to was tucked away in one of the darker, more out-of-the-way docking bays. It was a style Lerone hadn't seen before. 30 meters long, sloping wings with long grooves running along them, cross-hatched cockpit canopy, large sublight nozzles, and a tall dorsal fin that seemed to be home to vertically racked laser cannons. "Nice ship," he commented. "We are pleased by it," Vantar said. "Come, our master awaits." Lerone looked behind him. Marcross and Brightwater were standing silently between a pair of Trokri, their faces giving nothing away. Behind them, 2 more Trokri carried Quiller, his injured leg stretched out awkwardly in front of him, while 6 more lugged Graves, still in his sloshing bacta-tank. Even if the Trokri hadn't been armed, there would have been no way for them to make a break for it. At least not together. "You never told us what your master wants with us," he said. "You have left the Empire," Vantar said. "It was the Empire that left us," Marcross corrected. "Even better," Vantar said, half turning to look at him. "Our master offers you the chance to even the scales." "How?" Lerone asked. Vantar smiled, his white-rimmed eyes glistening. "Come and see." Chapter 23. Kardas had seen Darth Vader on occasion, back in the days when his smuggling organization was supplying Palpatine's freshly minted empire with data, but he'd never seen the Dark Lord this close, and he'd definitely never seen him this angry. "That was the agreement, Senior Captain," Vader ground out, leveling a finger at Thrawn across Governor Faruz's still battered office. "My assistance, on your schedule, in exchange for the rebels. Yet they are gone." He swung the accusing finger a quarter of the way around the room to where Faruz sat quietly at his desk. "And your forces also did nothing to stop them." "My forces were also engaged in the battle, my lord," Faruz reminded him. "We had no way of stopping them." "I accept no excuses, Governor," Vader rumbled. He turned back to Thrawn. "From anyone." "I make no excuses, my lord," Thrawn assured him. "But if you'll recall, our agreement was that I would deliver the rebel leadership. Surely you don't think they were gathered at Pol Minor?" "The leadership?" Vader broke off, looking again at Faruz. "There are others in the Rebel Alliance besides the leadership that I also seek," he said, his tone oddly reluctant. "I see," Thrawn said, his forehead wrinkling. "My apologies, my lord. You said nothing of this to me beforehand." "What does it matter?" Vader said. The momentary reluctance vanished back into his simmering anger. "They're gone." "Information always matters," Thrawn told him. "Bad information leads to bad tactics. Incomplete information leads to flawed strategy. Both can lead to defeat." He raised his eyebrows slightly. "May I ask the name and identity of this person or persons of interest?" "What you may do is fulfill your side of the agreement," Vader said ominously. "What you may do is deliver the rebel command." "Governor?" a voice asked tentatively from across the room. Kardas turned to see a young man standing in the ruined doorway, clearly wondering if he should enter the room, or perhaps whether he really wanted to. "I have the data you requested." "Give it to Senior Captain Thrawn," Faruz told him. "Yes, sir." Hurriedly, the assistant crossed the room, making a wide circle around Vader, and handed Thrawn a data card. Thrawn already had his datapad out, and as the assistant beat an equally hasty retreat, he slid the card into place. "What data is this?" Vader asked. Thrawn didn't answer. His glowing eyes narrowed in concentration as he manipulated the datapad's controls. "It's the listing of the material Nusa Isva had me leave in the Anyaren and Lisan 3 mining complexes for the rebel team to find," Faruz said. Slowly, Vader turned to face him. "You gave them supplies?" "I was ordered so, my lord," Faruz said. Oddly enough, or at least oddly enough to Kardas's mind, the governor seemed almost calm in the face of Vader's quiet rage. Maybe he was simply the calm, imperturbable type, like Thrawn. More likely, it was the fact that his family was the most important thing in his life. Now that they were safe, even a Sith Lord's anger was almost inconsequential. "Did you at least damage the equipment?" Vader countered. "Or otherwise render it useless?" "He couldn't," Thrawn put in absently, his eyes still on the datapad. Nusa Isva couldn't anticipate when the Emperor's hand would arrive, nor when she would conclude her investigation and move against Governor Faruz. The rebels had to be given a reason to stay long enough for that to happen. For another few seconds, Vader's empty faceplate remained fixed on Faruz. Then, with a muffled sound that might have been a curse, he turned away. His eyes lingered for a moment on the gaping hole across the office that had once been Faruz's hidden escape catch. Then, with another huff, he turned back to Thrawn. "Well?" Thrawn lowered the datapad. "Here's what they took, in order of loading. Cold weather equipment and cold weather modification kits, critical replacement parts for a Suro-10 power generator, a KDY DSS-02 shield generator, and some Akhtar-P tower laser cannon. They probably also have at least one Golan Arms DF-9 anti-infantry cannon, along with several combat-modified T-47 airspeeders and the equipment to modify more." He paused expectantly. For a long moment, Vader just stood there, facing Thrawn, his stance giving no clue as to what was going on inside that black armor. Kardas felt himself tensing. "A cold world," Vader said, his voice almost shocking in its quiet calmness. Not angry, not simmering, but merely thoughtful. "Uninhabited, or nearly so." No useful resources. Thrawn inclined his head. I agree, my lord, he said. Wait a minute, Fru said, sounding confused. I understand the cold part, but how do you know it's uninhabited? The Soro and DSS-02 are designed to operate in the open, Vader said, his faceplate still turned to Thrawn. On a cold world with no cover available, they would quickly be spotted anywhere except on an uninhabited world, and any world with appreciable resources would hardly remain uninhabited. You know now where to look for them, Thrawn said, and the knowledge that they'll be using Atgars, DF-9s, and T-47s will enable you to tailor your attack for quick victory. Yes. Vader held out his hand. Pulling out the data card, Thrawn gave it to him. My lord, he said, inclining his head again. Captain. Vader turned and nodded to Feruz. Governor. Lord Vader, Feruz said, nodding back. Vader looked briefly at Kardas, apparently decided he wasn't worth mentioning, and with a swirl of his cloak, strode from the office. 2 minutes later, with Feruz's fervent thanks still ringing through his mind, Kardas followed Thrawn in the same direction. I presume you'll be heading back to the Admonitor? He asked as they reached the turbolifts. Yes, Thrawn said. Nusa Isva's eastern fleet has been shattered, but he has 2 more of equal strength. I have to return immediately to seize our temporary advantage. Not to mention paying a visit to the Stoma and Kwisatz, Kardas murmured. I imagine they'll be more receptive to you now that they know the truth. If not, they'll have only themselves to blame for the consequences, Thrawn said. What about you? Kardas grimaced. What about him? I don't know, he confessed. There's still one possibility, way out by the Cathal Rift, that I've been told might let me put my life back together. But I don't know. Whether it can be done, Thrawn asked quietly, or whether you want to try. Kardas snorted. I never could fool you, could I? Not often. The turbolift car came and they stepped inside. While you're considering whether or not your life still has purpose, Thrawn continued as the car started down, there's one more job I would very much like you to do for me. Commander Palian's report said that after Nusa Isva came aboard the Chimera, he made a short visit to a planet called Rona, plus a longer one to a place they still haven't identified, Kardas said, nodding. Yes, I read the report. The unknown world is of no lasting importance, Thrawn said. That would have been the place Nusa Isva chose to meet with his commanders and finalize his plans for the operation. But the other one, Runa, is where I believe Nusa Isva's agents are holding Soro's family hostage. Possibly his entire town, considering the legend the Salaban's Hope was named for. My hope is that Soro's family may still be alive and can be freed. Kardas felt his stomach tighten. By me. There's no one else who can do the job, Thrawn said. The Lost Reef has the weaponry, and I'm sure you have the necessary contacts to locate them. He eyed Kardas closely. The question is whether you have the will. The door opened and they headed across the palace's main floor. Kardas watched the other employees as they walked past, noting the wondering looks and furtive glances. But no one stopped them. They reached the door, passed between a pair of 501st Legion stormtroopers standing guard there, and headed outside. Kardas thought one of the stormtroopers nodded to Thrawn as they passed, but it might have been his imagination. They were halfway to the outer wall before Kardas made up his mind. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to at least take a look, he said. There's an arms dealer named Basit on Runa, probably where Nusa Isva got the thermal detonators he used against the Chimera. I could start there. Thank you, Thrawn said, inclining his head. I'm certain Sora would have appreciated it too, had he lived. Yes. Kardas looked sideways at Thrawn. By the way, I noticed you didn't mention to Vader that you were the one who ordered the Keldorf 7 missiles taken off the Sarisa and sent to Pol Minor where Nusa Isva's people could grab them. Thrawn shrugged. Merely following Nusa Isva's own philosophy. He wanted the rebels to be so heavily invested in their newfound material wealth that they couldn't quickly or easily extricate themselves. I wanted Nusa Isva to have the same incentive, to assure he could bring in his entire available force. Could have been awkward if those ships had gotten out intact, Kardas pointed out. I was counting on the rebels to destroy them, Thrawn said. I admit they did the job more inventively than expected, but the result was the same. Really? Kardas said, looking closely at him. Sounds like you're feeling more charitable against the rebellion these days. Not at all, Thrawn said, his tone going grim. Their military abilities are undeniable, but their chances for long-term stability are non-existent. Multiple species, with multiple viewpoints and racial philosophies, simply cannot hold power together for long. The dominant voice must certainly be wise enough to adopt ideas and methods from its allies and member peoples. But there must be a dominant voice, or there is only chaos. In this part of the galaxy, that voice is the Empire. And in your part of space? Cardass asked. Thrawn shrugged slightly. A work in progress, he said, but we will succeed. His throat tightened. I've seen the future, George. We will succeed, because we have no other choice. Mara waited in the Sawantech for 2 days before she regretfully concluded that Larone and the others weren't coming back. What had happened to them was still a mystery. She'd made inquiries and checked all the Imperial databases, both the official and the not-so-official ones, but there was no sign of them. Had the 501st caught them after the battle, when Vader sent them down to handle security while Feruz and Ularno sorted out which of their people could be trusted? But Vader was a stickler for proper procedure, at least among his subordinates, and someone should have filed a report somewhere. Major Pakri, then, or some of Nusa Isva's other agents? But Pakri was in hiding, and from the Tapcaf body count it seemed highly unlikely there were any of Nusa Isva's fellow aliens left to make trouble. Even if there were, and even if they managed to kill the stormtroopers, there was no reason for them to hide or dispose of the bodies. Mara had no idea how it had happened, but the fact was that they were gone. And so it was at the end of the second day that she found herself sitting in the Sawantech's pilot seat, gazing moodily out at the spaceport beyond. Missing them. It was a new sensation, she thought, to miss someone. The only true constants she'd ever had in her life had been the Emperor and a handful of people like Vader. Vader she could take or leave, his moods permitting him to be an occasional ally, but little more. The others of the court or fleet were the same. As for the Emperor, he was available any time she needed him, just a stretch of her mind away. She could hardly miss someone who was always there. She didn't like missing Larone and the others. It felt weak and vulnerable, and she didn't like it at all. But she missed them just the same. And what made it all the worse was the hard and bitter knowledge that whatever had happened to them had happened because of her. She was the one who'd ordered them here, and had then left them to stand alone against Nusa Isva's agents while she'd went over to the governor's family. If she hadn't done that... She sighed. If she hadn't done that, who could tell what might have happened? Feruz's family would probably be dead. The stormtroopers might still be dead. Mara herself might be dead. My child. Mara closed her eyes and stretched out to the Force. My lord, she called back. Is all well? Mara hesitated, suddenly wanting very badly to tell him of her loss, to feel his strength and to be comforted. But he was the Emperor. His responsibilities spanned a galaxy. He had no time for the softness of emotion or sorrow. And she was the Emperor's hand. Neither did she. All is well, my lord, she told him. Governor Feruz has been cleared. Excellent, the Emperor said. Return to Imperial Center. Yes, my lord, Mara said. The connection was broken. With a sigh, Mara keyed the panel for engine startup. She would take the Sawantech out to where they'd left her shuttle, she decided, take it in tow, and head back to Imperial Center. There, she would return the Sawantech to its rightful owners in the ISB. Or maybe she wouldn't. The ISB didn't know she had it after all. Maybe she would instead stash it away somewhere in an out-of-the-way system, just in case she ended up needing it someday. Or in case, somehow, Larone and the others came back. The odds were small, she knew, but in this crazy universe, one could never be sure. Graves' injuries had been severe, and interrupting his back-to treatment hadn't helped matters any. Fortunately, their current home's medical facilities were far better than the sub-miniature tank Chewbacca had lugged across Whitestone City from the Sawantech. Grave was out of the tank, dressed, and comparing scars with Quiller when Vantar arrived with the news that his master was ready to see them. Given the name of the ship and the crewers Larone had seen during their 3 days aboard, he wasn't really surprised to learn who that master was. Welcome aboard the Admonitor, Senior Captain Thrawn greeted them gravely as the stormtroopers filed into his command office. I'm told your injuries have been successfully treated. Very well treated, sir, thank you, Theron assured him. But your curiosity remains, Thrawn continued. It's very simple, Squad Commander Lerone. I brought you here because Vantar tells me you're excellent stormtroopers. I want you in my command. Lerone felt his mouth go dry. It was a very flattering offer, especially coming from a commander who had so deftly turned certain defeat into a resounding victory. But if Thrawn put in the request through the proper channels, there would be alarms going off all around Imperial Center, and the minute the ISB got wind of it, Marcross was obviously thinking the same thing. We appreciate the offer, Captain, he said, but there are a few problems with our situation that you may not be aware of. Our current position in the fleet is that you have no position, Thrawn finished. Technically, you're deserters. One of you, his glowing red eyes shifted back to Lerone, is technically a murderer. And with that, Lerone knew it was finally over. They'd gotten past Jade, and they'd even gotten past Vader. But now they were caught, and in some ways it was almost a relief. It was in self-defense, sir, he said, though he wasn't sure why he'd even bothered trying. The ISB wouldn't care what the circumstances had been. As to desertion, I forced the others to go along with me. Thrawn raised an eyebrow. Vantar? I spoke to you of their loyalty to one another, the Trokri said. This is but one more example. Indeed, Thrawn said. But as you may recall, Squad Commander, I said you were only technically a murderer and deserter. I've seen the various reports, plus a quiet inquiry that was done by the Emperor's hand, and I believe I understand what happened. Lerone looked at Vantar in sudden understanding. Is that why you had Vantar kidnap us? So you could keep all this off the record? Exactly, Thrawn said, sounding pleased. You did excellent work on Pol Major. All of you did. For whatever good it did, Lerone said ruefully. From what I saw in the ship's after-action reports, the only reason Nusa Isfa wanted to kill Faruz was to get you over to the Pol system so he could spring his trap. But the palace went ahead and issued the directive anyway. Which I was happy to comply with, Thrawn said. As for what you accomplished, you helped save the life of a good and valuable man, along with the lives of his family. At the cost of another being's life, Brightwater murmured, looking at Vantar. Which he was more than willing to give, Vantar said gravely, as were we all. Beyond that, though, you need to understand the full scope of Nusa Isfa's plan, Thrawn continued. If Governor Faruz had been murdered on schedule, his Pol Major squad and their whisper-like fleet could have been on Pol Minor when the full nest of missile-armed ships were launched. Their presence at the crucial moment might have saved some or all of those ships from destruction, but because you first delayed and then destroyed that particular squad, the other Whisper-likes were in fact destroyed. He smiled tightly. But even more important is the fact that with Pol Major squad destroyed, the Whisper-like you retrieved at the spaceport was abandoned and therefore could be retrieved intact by Vantar and his warriors. Studying it will give us vital insights into Nusa Isfa's technology and warship philosophy. I see, Lerone said, feeling somewhat better. Maybe all their sound and fury hadn't been as useless as he'd been thinking. But warships are only part of the equation, Thrawn continued. Releasing Nusa Isfa's slave people from his grip will also require ground troops. Not just any troops, but Imperial stormtroopers. Thrawn glanced at the others. They seemed as underwhelmed by the offer as he was feeling. Once again, we appreciate the offer, sir, he said, looking back at Thrawn, but we've seen enough action. Possibly more than enough. Thrawn shook his head. You misunderstand me, Squad Commander, he said. I don't want you to fight. I want you to train. Lerone felt his eyes widen. To train? Specifically to train people like Vantar, Thrawn said, gesturing to the Trokri. Their world has suffered greatly under Nusa Isfa's domination, and the few who escaped have been strong and able allies. That was why I chose them to go to Pol Major in the guise of refugees, to watch or report on the movements and activities of Nusa Isfa's agents. But while they are excellent soldiers, they and I both agree that they can become better. They can become true Imperial stormtroopers. The image of the Trokri's sacrifice in the Tapcaf cellar floated back to Lerone's mind. I have no doubt of that, sir, he said, but surely the Monitor already has its share of capable stormtroopers. So it does, Thrawn said. What it doesn't have is capable stormtroopers who can deal honestly and enthusiastically with the idea of aliens joining their ranks. And suddenly, it all made sense. Lerone looked at the others again, then turned to Vantar. This is something you want? We do, the Trokri said firmly. The empire that Senior Captain Thrawn is carving into the evil that pervades our worlds is not the empire you chose to leave. His is an empire of justice and dignity for all beings. His empire is one we gladly serve. He looked at Thrawn. One we are willing to die for. The choice is of course yours, Thrawn said. We're still 3 days from my base. Think on it and discuss it. I will await your decision. They were following Vantar back toward their quarters when Grave broke the thoughtful silence. I think we should name the first unit the 501st, he said. I thought Vader had that one locked down, Quiller pointed out. I somehow doubt Vader will ever know, Grave said. I'm sure not going to tell him. Wise choice, Marcross said. Any particular reason you want that unit number? Grave shrugged. They're supposed to be the best. If we're going to take this job, we might as well aim high. If we take the job, Lerone said. I don't think we got a choice, Quiller said soberly. You read the reports, Lerone. You saw how Nusa Isva operates. Kidnapping children, suborning Imperial officers, threatening to slag entire planets. The guy has to be stopped. And if people like Vantar are going to fight him anyway, someone has to make sure they're the best fighters they can be, Marcross agreed. That someone might as well be us. Hence, the new 501st, Grave concluded. Like I already said. Lerone looked over at Brightwater. The other was staring at the deck beneath them, his forehead wrinkled with concentration, or perhaps regret. Brightwater, you're being awfully quiet, Lerone said. You having a problem with any of this? Brightwater asked, his eyes refocusing on Lerone. Oh, no, I'm good. I was just wishing we'd had a chance to see Skywalker one last time before we left. Skywalker? Lerone asked, frowning. Why? Brightwater waved a hand. He still got my lucky coin. Riken was sitting behind his desk, studying a datapad, when Han arrived at his office. Leia said you wanted to see me, he said. Leia said you wanted to see me, Riken said, laying down the datapad. I take it this is about the Pole mission? Yes, Han said, planting himself in front of the desk. You still want me to be an officer? I've always wanted that, Riken said, taking Han's bluntness in typical calm stride, especially now. He gestured to the datapad. I've been reading Colonel Kraken's report. He was very impressed by you, and he doesn't impress easily. Yeah, I know, Han said. So okay, you want me? You got me. Wonderful, Riken said, eyeing him closely. Any reason in particular for this change of heart? Aside from your irritation at being left out of all the fun meetings? You told me leadership brings responsibility, Han reminded him. It's looking like I'm getting loaded with responsibility anyway. I might as well get the stupid rank bars, too. Okay, Riken said. I'll get the data work started. Right away. He held out his hand. Congratulations, Lieutenant Solo. Chewie was waiting by the Falcon, the ship's torn-apart swivel blaster cannon on the deck at his feet, when Han got back to the hangar. We're in, Han confirmed, peering up into the cannon's now empty compartment. Go ahead and put in for the upgrade. I can sign for it now. The Wookiee warbled a question. I don't know, Han said, nudging the blackened pieces of the old cannon with his toe. Something by Blast Tech. I've always liked their stuff. Maybe a ground buzzer. Either the Axe 108 or 3. Just make sure you get something that isn't going to overheat and burn out the couplings every 50 shots. A movement from across the hangar caught his eye. He looked up to see Leia walking toward the rows of X-Wings, Luke and Wedge with her, both of them smiling as she waved her hands in emphasis to whatever it was she was telling them. Beside Han, Chewie rumbled. Absolutely, Han agreed, watching as the others disappeared behind one of the other ships. Come on, let's get back to work. Since 1978, Timothy Zahn has written nearly 70 short stories and novelettes, numerous novels, and 3 short fiction collections, and won the Hugo Award for Best Novella. Zahn is best known for his Star Wars novels, Heir to the Empire, Dark Force Rising, The Last Command, Spectre of the Past, Vision of the Future, Survivor's Quest, Outbound Flight, and Allegiance, and has more than 4 million copies of his books in print. His most recent publications have been the science fiction Cobra series and the 6-part young adult series Dragonback. Zahn has a B.S. in physics from Michigan State University and an M.S. in physics from the University of Illinois. He lives with his family on the Oregon coast. You have been listening to Star Wars: Choices of One by Timothy Zahn. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed my reading of this audiobook and would like to contribute, you can head on over to www.patreon.com/The Expanded Universe Lives Forever. The link is also in the video's description.